Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Deku becomes champion of goddess? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A bright glow shone in a random house. The hero class 1A, some teachers, the Pussycats group and Kudo were drop in. A teen in white hair just stare in amusement as they try to untangle themselves. After they did, he spoke up. Had a nice fall? The teen asked cheekily. Who the hell are you fucker? Said a blonde, also known as Bakugo, as he tried to use his quirk to intimidate him, but his eyes widen in shock as he quirk didn't work. Yeah, your quirks are all gone till I said otherwise. Good thing too, don't want to bloody my hand on your face. But push me enough, I will put you in a dress. The teen said with a chuckle. What do you want? Asked a grown man with tire eyes, otherwise known as Shota Aizawa, but his voice held an edge. Don't worry. I just brought you all here to watch different worlds. The teen said calmly. Different worlds? But isn't that just theories? Ida asked in surprise. Said the guy with engine on his legs. There is different worlds. They're all connected through movies, books, anime and others sorts like them. It a way to safely connect world without idiots trying to take over them all. The teen example. The group started to whisper to each at this. The teens were the most excited. That means their favorite characters from their favorite show is real. But why are we watching these others' world? Momo asked calmly. Just for sheets and giggles really. But I will be having you watch your classmate potential in all these worlds. The teen answered with a smirk. Who? Todoroki asked. Look around you and you will see who. The teen said with shrug. They all look around and their eyes widen in shock. Where Deku? Uraraka asked in shock. Don't worry. He all sleep on his bed. I froze time so he won't notice you're all gone. The teen said as he tried to ease the room. What type of quirk do you have to be able to do all of this? Midnight, Kayama, asked in shock at the power this teen had. I'm quirkless. The teen said easily, making everyone frown. Bullshit. Bakugo growled angrily. I'm not lying. My powers isn't a quirk. I'm simply a god. And no, I'm saying that to be arrogant, I am a god. Not a well-known one, but I am a god. The teen said with a shrug. I see. All Might said in surprise. I don't worry. I'm not going to hurt anyone unless they mess with time. But other than that, I'm a friend. The teen said. That good I guess. Sosaki, Mandalay, said with some relief. Anyway, I will be off, so take a seat and watch the videos I set up. The teen said as he snapped his fingers and left. Suddenly the room glowed once more and everyone saw snacks, chairs and big TV for viewing. I guess we're doing this. All Might said awkwardly. Let's just get this done with. I want to go home. Aizawa said with an eye roll as everyone took a seat. The screen started as everyone stared at the screen in wonder or worry. Izuku wasn't sure how this happened, but he felt it was one of his CPU's fault. It was always their fault at one point or another. Being their champion for goddesses blows sometimes. CPUs? Mina asked in confusion. Champion? Momo asked while tilting her head slightly. Goddesses? Bakugo said in surprise anger. I think Izuku work for higher begins than mortals in this world. Jiro said in surprise with a whistle at Izuku achievement in this world. What an honor! To serve not one, but more as their champion. He must have been through many trails to achieve just a title. Ida said in awe for his friend. That's so cool. Deku is so cool in this world too. Kuda said in awe with stars in his eyes. The Pussycats chuckle at Kuda childlike wonder at his idol achievements. Why is a big dragon here, Kampa? Izuku asked with a sweat drop as he stared at the dragon that was growling at them. Everyone jaw dropped at the size of the dragon in front of Izuku. That dragon is huge. Uraraka said in shock horror. Interesting. How will Izuku handle this dragon? Todoroki thought to himself. I'm sorry Aizu. But Nep was fighting it and lead it here by mistake. Kampa said with apolitical bow. Kampa is a fair-skinned young girl whose most noticeable feature may be the fact that she has one of the biggest busts he ever seen. Also her hair a light creamy pink color that is somewhat long and curls along the edges, worn with a black headband with a C patched on the side. Her eyes match her hair color. She wears a tan white wool styled tank top with big neck and unattached sleeves and matching styled boots, but with small ribbons fuzzy ball at the top. Kampa also wears a red plaid skirt, a black choker with a small heart on it, black-brown knee socks with light pink heart-cut frills, and often carries a black hip purse and heart-shaped buttons. Like her headband, both her purse and the heart on the choker has a C logo. The teen guys gulp as they felt something tighten in their pants at the figure and outfit of Kampa. She was too beautiful in their eyes. Some of girls stare jealously at Kampa figure and her height. Her BRC is as big, if not bigger than Momo. Mineta said with a slight drool going down his mouth. Which earned him a smack from Tsuyu. The adults facepalm at the teens and coulda hide his blush in his hat at Kampa good looks. So it was Neptune fault this time, huh? I can see that. Izuku said with a sigh. He sound used to this. Tokoyami noted. He is their champion, so he must be used to seeing things go wrong a lot. Ida suggests calmly. It would make sense. Goddesses aren't perfect beings as seen in myths and legends. Midnight said with a sigh. Sorry. I want to help, but I use too much magic healing Nep Nep and Iffy. Kampa said sadly. Magic? Momo questions mentally. So in that world, there others powers that isn't quirks. That neat. Pixie said. No worry. I'm sure Nepgear and I can take it. Izuku said with a sigh as he patted Kampa head. Come on Nepgear. Let's stop this thing before it get too close to the city. Izuku shouted as he readied his fighting stance and weapons, which were just metal gloves and boots made for combat. Everyone stared at Izuku's weapon with mixed feelings. On one hand, it looks suitable to protect his hands and feet, but it also means his other joints are available to be attacked. All might faintly wonder if he should look into weapons for Izuku to use to channel his power for safer use. Nepgear turns toward him and nodded. Nepgear is a fair-skinned girl with long lilac purple hair almost waist in length with few loose strands of long hair curling down. Her bangs are usually kept neatly brushed. Her eyes are slightly darker. Her outfit almost resembling a school uniform consisting of a white jacket dress with purple lining consisting of thin double white stripes. A white choker, and around her neck is a pale yellow ribbon ascot-like piece with a N in the center. At her chest is a small pink marking while the pockets and buttons are purple. On her right leg is a white belt-like purse object, and she wears pink and white striped socks with white and purple shoes very similar to her sister-owned shoes. In her hair she wears a single direction pad button. Ilda's face turns slightly red at the girl in the screen. She cute. Ilda thought with a shaking hand, but lucky for him, no notice it. She kind of cute. Denki said as he looked the girl up and down. Is she related to Izuku somehow? Siro asked with thinking posture. I don't know. They don't seem to share any form of traits so far. So it can come down to friends like relationship. Midnight said as she compared the two on the screen. Meh, I'm sure we will find out if we keep watching. Jiro said with a shrug. My goodness. That probably the biggest dragon I ever seen. Nepgear said with a gulp. I'm sure we can take it if we hit fast and avoid its thunder breath. Izuku said as his body began to glow with power. I hope so. Let break it guard first. Nepgear said as her body began to glow too, but hers were more of a simmer. It seemed those glow is a way to show their power. With Izuku glow being more beta means he's stronger of the two. Tokoyami said with a surprised expression. It seemed like that the reason for the glow. But what does that glow mean? Is magic base or strength base? Momo asked with a thinking expression. I'm sure it doesn't matter. The fact you're able to see it means you know how much of a threat this version of Izuku is. Aizawa said grumpily. But the adults stare at Izuku with awe. While the glow to the teens seems small, but to them, who had more battle experience and wisdom, Izuku is just oozing power that can match an experienced pro-hero power. Just how powerful is this Izuku? Present Mike thought with a frown. Understand. I'll go first, Izuku said as he launched himself at the dragon and started to wail at it with his guard break attacks. His fists were moving at just high speed that his arms were blur and his kicks were hitting harder than a truck. The class were in awe at Izuku power. It wasn't like his foul cowl at all. Kuda had stars in his eyes to see his idol was fighting a dragon head-on to protect his home and loved ones. All Might felt a little bit of pride swell in his chest at the display of power. One day soon, Izuku can reach that power. And I will be so proud when he does. All Might thought with a soft smile. The dragon roared in pain before trying to stomp him, but Izuku moved out of the way before jumping onto its face and started to wail on it from there, making the dragon cried out in pain. Neptune appeared behind the dragon with her sword draw and started her own guard attack, doing more effective damage. The dragon growled and focused on Izuku, who jumped back as he saw it try to claw him. "Ah man, it seemed pieces," Mina said in surprise as the dragon growled and stared down at Izuku. "No really. I thought it was in a good mood," Jiro said sarcastically. Izuku landed on the ground and looked up and saw that despite all the hits they were landing, they were barely hurting it at all. So, Izuku decided they need to bust out their big guns. "Neptune, you need to transform into your HDD form. Your body is too thick for us to keep attacking randomly," Izuku said as he blocked a thunder breath, hurting him a great deal. Izuku coughed up some blood in pain. "Come on, Ifenji Deku. If you're going to get your butt kicked by an oversized lizard, then don't bother being a hero." Bakugo yelled angrily. "Yeah. You can win, Deku." Uraraka cheered for her friend. "Come on. You got this." Kuda cheer as well. The group stared at the three in amusement before turning back towards the screen. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as Izuku looked toward them and gave a thumb up as though he heard them. Did he just? Zero started in shock. "I think he did," Mina said with a shocked expression. "Fourth wall break much?" Present Mike mumbled to himself softly. "Understood," Neptune said as she jumped back and her body started to cover in a glow as her body were changing. Her hair becomes a brighter shade with a very slight pink tone added and lengthens to her knees while her bangs and side parts before the ears also lengthen. Her eyes turn a bright blue color and her hair clip is now a round white piece with a blue center. Neptune's new form consisting of a black bikini-esque outfit with parts of purple and smaller blue glowing pieces. The top chest part is connected around the neck while her gloves and boots are above elbow and knee length. The hair piece is black. "She look good that," Denki said after a while. "Dude," Kirishima said with a sweat drop. "Oh come on. We were all thinking it," Denki said with his hand in the air in surround. Ida was blushing even harder at Neptune's beauty now. "Oh how I wish I can meet you. I would have asked you out if I could," Ida thought with a sigh. Izuku smiled at Neptune, happy she transformed and seemed stronger than normal in her HDD form. "Now let break his guard," Izuku said as he decided to get serious, his power going to 39% of his power. "Just let go, brother," Neptune said as she readied her sword, which seemed to change form as well and launch herself at the dragon. "So they are siblings. Well, that a shocker," Midnight said in surprise. I guess Izuku is the older brother if the way he carry himself in front of his sister," All Might said with his usual smile, setting an good example and being a role model for her. He earned 10 points in the Pussycat's respect system. Tiger said with a nod. "His sister is hot." Mineta said with a slight drool. "Try anything and I will kill you," Bakugo said with a growl. Mineta flinched and shut up at the blonde bomber threat. Izuku jumped into the air and came down with his legs on the dragon head, doing great damage with each blow, but the dragon is proving to be stronger than it looked. My goodness. I can see why Neptune had a hard time with this one. We brought down its guard point greatly, but it still stand. Neptune said as she blocked the dragon strike with its claw attack. Then let hit with our EXE attack, Izuku said as he landed next to Neptune. EXE attack? Everyone asked in confusion. Is that some sort of special attack? Kuda asked with a head tilt. I guess so, Mandalay said with a shrug. I see. That can. Okay, let do it. Nepgear said with a smile as she and Izuku closed their eyes. Suddenly a small flash of Izuku and Nepgear appear with serious expression as the world seemed to transform around them and a title came up. Brother and Sister Combo Shot. Not the best name, but it will do. Mina said with a sheepish smile. I don't know. It sound cute to me. Toru said cheerfully as he cloths swing side to side. I agree. I like it a lot. Tsuyu said with a head tilt. But inside, she was imaging her siblings making a combo attack with each other. It warmed her heart at the thought of it. Let end this, Nepgear. Izuku said as he summoned a circle of energy on his palms. Yes. Let end it. Nepgear said as she pointed her sword gun at the dragon, who was charging at them, and Izuku jumped behind her and started to feed her weapon with power. 100% maximum charge. Nepgear said as the dragon got closer, it moved glowing with its most power attack. Let go further beyond. Plus ultra. Izuku said as he started to feed more energy. That sticks to him even in another world. Mina said happily. That is strange. I didn't think that motto would be in this world as well. Todoroki said in surprise. And the fact that Deku is overcharging the attack is strange too. He usually more careful with his attacks. Uraraka said with a sweat drop. Guess in this world he more all-in kind of guy. Now that manly. Kirishima said with many tears. Everyone sweat drop at that but ignore it in favor to see how this end. Be brother? It going to blow. Nepgear said in fear as her gun was reaching critical as the dragon shot a thunder beam that was huge enough to cover a whole block. Now fire. Izuku said suddenly as he grabbed Nepgear from behind and warped his arms around her and her arms on her weapon to hold her in place. Alright. Nepgear said as she pulled the trigger, firing a bigger laser at the dragon and overpowering it thunder beam with ease and hitting the dragon. The dragon body turned to dust when it hit. Holy shit! That was surprisingly Todoroki who screamed that. That was effing huge. Bakugo said in shock, and feeling insulted that Deku from another world can overpower him. Now that overkill if I ever seen one. Tomoko, formerly known as Ragdoll, said in shock. Once the shot finished, Izuku and Nepgear gave each other a high five. Don't mess with this brother and sister combo attack. Nepgear cheer happily. Yeah. Izuku cheer as well as the world turned back to normal. Ah, siblings love. They're nothing more beautiful. Aoyama said with a pose. Everyone ignore him, but agree with his statement. Gugu and Aizu won. Kompa cheer from the side happily. I forgot she was here for a moment. Momo said in surprise. I did too. Uraraka said, blinking in surprise. Yeah. It seemed Nepgear is slowing getting stronger with each day. I may have to retire early if you're getting this strong. Izuku said with a chuckle. Nepgear turned back and blushed at the praise. She embarrassed. Hagakure gushed sweetly. She must not be used to praise like that from Izuku. Ida said with a That's strange. Knowing if in Deku, he would spoil the sheet out of her. Bakugo said in surprise. They mustn't spent much time together then. Momo said with her arm cross. Let keep watching before we jump to conclusion. All Might said, sweat dropping at how much his students were into this so far. Not as strong as you, bro. But I am grateful you think so highly of me. Nepgear said shyly. Of course. Now, let go make sure if in Neptune is okay. Izuku said as he ruffled her hair and started to walk back to town. Wait for me. I want to check on Nep and Iffy too. Kompa shouted as she quickly followed Izuku. She's so cute. Thought the guys in the room. Pixie Bob pout at how much cuter Kompa was to her. Life is so unfair. Pixie Bob though with anime tears going down her face. The Pussycats members sweat drop at their friend, knowing full well what was going on in her head. Nepgear lagged behind a little, but she was fist pumping the air in victory. Big brother is noticing me more. Yes. Nepgear cheer mentally as she was happy Izuku was paying more attention to her. He was always busy with work and cleaning up Neptune and the other CPU's mess. He also helped teach and raise the other CPU candidates to fill their roles for the future. But now she was starting to get her brother attention slowly. I see. Izuku have a lot more on his plate than we originally thought. Momo said in surprise at Izuku duty. That not surprising since Deku always do what he can to help everyone. Uraraka said with knowing grin to Ida, who was grinning back. As his two best friends, they can safely assume they know him better than most. So it no surprise to them when Izuku is doing all he can to help for the CPUs. She cheerfully followed behind the two with a skip in her step. Well, that was a thing. We got plenty more to see. Denki said exactly. I guess. I hope we don't stay here forever. Izawa said with a tired sigh. Meh. That kid said time is freeze back home, so we be good for now. Present Mike said cheerfully. Yeah, let's just enjoy this and learn what we can. I'm sure we can use some of these worlds to better our own in a way. Midnight said as she picked up a can of soda and opened it. I hope goes wrong. Izawa said with another sigh. Everyone was chatting up on what they watch and coming up with theories on what these worlds are like. I still can't believe that Izuku lives so many lives and potential he have in them. Ida said. I know, right? It make you wonder on how powerful our Izuku can get, doesn't it? Mina said with giggle at the thought of a godlike Izuku. That does raise a question. Will we see Izuku as a villain? All Might ask with a worry frown. Everyone stare at All Might for a few seconds before bursting out laughing. Izuku? As a villain? That the most ridicule thing I heard. Siro said with a guts-bursting laugh. Yeah. Izuku is just too much of a bro to be a bad guy. Denki said with a chuckle. It is possible. Momo said with a shudder. Wait, what? Momo, you can't actually think there a world Izuku would be a villain, do you? Mina asked with a rose brow. Yes. All it take is one bad day after all. Momo said with a faraway look in her eyes. No one said anything at what Momo said, but they felt a chill goes up their spine. It impossible for Izuku, sweet and kind Izuku, to be a villain, right? It should. They should know it isn't possible. So why do they feel like they are grateful that Izuku wasn't? Villain. Why do they feel dread crept on their spine at the thought? Well, whatever. Even if Deku was a villain, every villain would fail at one point. So not like it would be different. So let's just watch the next video. Bakugo said with a sneer as he turned towards the screen. Everyone just nodded and turned to the screen, thankful there was something to take their mind off this dangerous train of thought. For now at least. The screen started up. The screen showed a 19-year-old Izuku strapped to a chair and looked to be in a daze. Well, crap. We are already in some deep shit. Denki said with a gulp as he didn't like where this was going. Izuku was wearing a green shirt with brown sleeveless jacket and tan pants on. A video camera was also on his lap. A shirtless bald man walked into view, mumbling a few words till he see the camera. Oh my god, he naked, isn't he? Mina asked in horror. And he caught Izuku. That not good. Not good at all. Jiro said with a slight glare at the screen at the man. Oh, home movies. This will give us a chance to talk. The man said happily as he turned it on and placed on the sink. Oh good. You're going to record me being tutor. What a swell idea. Izuku thought sarcastically as he tried to regain his bearings. Is Izuku sassy the man? Mina asked, blinking in surprise. He did in fact sass him. But it was in his mind. Ida said with a nod, but he was more concerned on what happening to his best friend. Didn't think he had it in him. Mina said with a shrug. Who knew getting a punch straight to a skull can disable you for so long? This man was unnatural strong. Getting punch in the skull hurts. Like a lot. Midnight said with a wince. Why isn't he using his quirk? He could easily break free if he does. Uraraka asked with a frown. Don't forget this is a different world. There could be world where quirks don't exist or he may not even had any. Aizawa said with a sigh, but he was too busy glaring at the man who had the ball to touch his student. If that man do anything, I will ask that kid to bring him to me so I kill him. Aizawa thought darkly. I see. I hope Deku will be okay if he doesn't have a quirk. Uraraka said with a worry frown. No one noticed All Might shaking at what he was seeing. He was shaking in rage that made his fight with Nomu look calm in comparison. Izuku saw the man started to sink and clean himself up a bit. Izuku looked down on the strap and started to struggle as he finally regained his bearings. As Izuku struggled, he saw a pair of shoeless feet came to view. "Oh God, he is naked," Mina said with her face going pale on her pink face. "Oh no," Izuku thought with a frightened expression. I was worried with how much time you've been spending with Father Martin," the man said as he walked toward the small table filled with not-so-friendly-looking tools. "I hope you haven't let him confuse you with his holier-than-thou Bible thumping," the man said as he seemed to be browsing his tools. "Of course not," Izuku whispered. His voice was hoarse from lack of water with all his running. "Seem Izuku is in some deeper sheet than we thought," Siro said with a gulp. "How did Izuku get into this situation? It like he just walked into hell without realizing it." Pixie asked with a frown. "I don't know. But it does worry me greatly," Mandalay said with a shiver. "No offense to the man, but I sometimes worry he may be a bit on the crazy side at times," the man said with a polite tone. "Hey Pot, meet the cattle?" Izuku said simply as the man put a big knife to his throat, making Izuku nervous and shutting him up. Everyone chuckled at Izuku words before gulping at the big blade at Izuku's throat. It understandable really. When people get scared, they want to turn toward God since he died on the gold stand. "We're more on concrete faith now," the man said simply as he walked toward his tools. "You have to rob Paul to pay Peter. There's no other way really. Murder it is simplest form, but what happened when all the money is gone?" the man said as he seemed to be more concerned for finding the right tool to use on Izuku. "What the hell are you talking about?" Izuku said as he tried to wiggle out once more, but his straight was gone. "I agree. I'm not following any of this," Sato said with a confused frown. "It probably best you don't understand," Present Mike said with sweat drop. He was failing like a fish at this point. "Money come from faith. And that what I'm here for, to make you believe," the man said simply as he looked at Izuku's fingers before walking away to the side and pull out a big pair of scosier from the toilet stall. "Oh yes. Just pull out a giant pair of scoicer from the toilet," Izuku said with gulp as the man walked back to him, gripping his hands open and brought it up to Izuku's hand. "He wouldn't." Tokoyami started, his eyes starting to fill with anger. But Pixie cover Kuda eyes and Tiger cover his ears. The man blocked the view of what he doing to Izuku's hand, but based on the scream tearing itself from Izuku's throat and the sounds of flesh being cut. It was 20/20 of what the man was doing. Everyone was shaking at the sound of Izuku screaming in pain. The noise was burned into their mind as they weren't used to strong-will Izuku screaming in pain like this. All Might had steams coming off his body and his fists tightened in rage. Never had he felt just hatred and wanting to kill someone before. It frightened him to feel like this, but deep down he didn't care as his son was in pain and he couldn't do anything. "This is just sick," Present Mike said with growl. A room full of heroes, unable to help someone in pain and in need of help. That frustration greatly, but they just sat and watched, hoping and praying Izuku will be alright by the end of this. But some of them held back tears at Izuku's pain-sounding screams. Bakugo was shaking in anger at the sound. Izuku's vision was darkening as the man spoke again. "You paying attention?" the man asked loudly as he smacked Izuku to keep him from passing out from the pain. "Don't you dare pass out on me. There's still a lot more for you to absorb." The man hissed as he started to do the same thing he did to Izuku's other hand like he did to the first one. Izuku shouted in pain as the camera blocked the view once again. Bakugo was shaking in anger. He wanted to kill that bastard so much right now. How dare he hurt Deku? "Please don't hurt him anymore," Momo said with her hands held tightly together. Todoroki was shaking in anger. If they ever cross path, he will kill him on the spot without fail. This he swear. Izuku managed to stop screaming as he looked at his hands to see them cover in blood. Everyone winced as they saw the damage done to Izuku forever. His right hand was missing his index finger and his left hand was missing his middle finger. Izuku was sure the man was saying something, but at this point he was too much in pain to even care as he tried to bite the pain down as the man rolled his trolling out and closing the door. Izuku started to scream in pain as he tried to move his hands and started to fight against the straps harder. "Come on Deku! Escape, you little sheet. Bakugo growl out. Yeah. Escape and get out of there. Tsuyu beg, showing the most emotions than anyone ever saw her shown. Midnight was rubbing her eyes. She hated seeing things like this. But she was glad this kind of thing still have some affects on her. It means she still have a heart and her sense of human duty haven't changed. It's easy to get used to this to the point of not being affected anymore, but to still feel something means you're not dead inside just yet. Thanks to the pain he was in, his adrenaline was higher than before and he managed to break out of the straps. He managed to wobbling stand up and took a few steps to the sink before he almost fell over and caught the sink. He started to vomit his guts out as his hands were still bleeding like crazy. That right, buddy. Just let out and regain your bearings. Kirishima said softly. He can't hurt you. Hagakure said awkwardly. I know that. Kirishima said with straight face. Aizawa's face was twitching at how emotional his students were. He need to teach them to not let their emotions blind them. It could get them killed in the future. But he would lying if he say he didn't felt hatred to the man that hurted Izuku. Izuku looked at his hands again after he finished vomiting. At least I still keep the other's fingers. That a plus. Izuku said, trying to calm his nerves with his words, but he was still in so much pain. Everyone sighed at Izuku's words, feeling sorry for Izuku's attempt to calm his nerves. Coulda cringe. He still remember how badly damaged Izuku was. He saved him from his parents' killer. And while this wasn't exactly as bad as then, it still hurt to see someone so amazing hurt so badly. Izuku managed to regain his bearings enough to stand up straight and grab his camera. I'm retiring from journalism after this. I think I seen all the hell I can see for my age at this place. Izuku said as he started to make his way to the door. I need to listen to my girlfriend more. Momo was right for me to not take this case. Izuku said as he opened the door and started to sneak around quietly. Momo's face turned bright as Izuku's words. I'm his girlfriend in this world. Why does that make me happy slightly? Momo thought with an embarrassed expression as she ignored the teasing she was getting from her friends. Momo was now more worried for Izuku's safety since she is in a relationship with him in that world. Who knew having a boyfriend was terrifying? Mineta, meanwhile, was shaking in anger. Inen you Izuku. You may be awesome, but you already have enough girls pinning after you already. Don't get more in different worlds to you BSD. Mineta mentally screamed. I hope there really is a god. 'Cause I will need him more than ever. Izuku thought with a gulp as he started to check around the area. A few moments later, Izuku ran past the man from earlier and jumped up a vent to safety. He managed to quickly maneuver his way away from that area and got out to a hall. He quickly moved to a door and entered, closing the door as he did. He made sure to use his night visions on his camera to see better in case he see the man or some crazy nut job trying to kill him again. Everyone took in the details of the room Izuku was in and were shocked. Is he in a psyche ward? And if so, what the hell happened? Denki asked in horror as he saw how torn up the place was and how deformed the people in the room was. I have no idea. But I think they weren't getting help, but more like they were genie pigs for whatever happened here. Toru said with a shiver. Let hope Izuku get out before things go to more hell. Present Mike mumble in worry. He keep his breathing steady and his footsteps light as possible to avoid giving himself away. At least he being careful. That the important part here to survive this place. Aizawa thought with a sigh. I want to go home. I want to go home and just pass out and sleep this off like a bad hangover. Izuku thought as he opened a door toward another room and saw only one person in the center of the room was alive and breathing. Izuku tried to sneak by him, but he started to scream, cursing Izuku out with threats. I'm not the doctor. Izuku begged, trying to calm the man down, but then he turned around and saw the doctor from before ran toward with the same scosier that took his fingers. Buddy! The man shouted happily, as though he was seeing an old friend again. F you! Bakugo shouted as the man. Longed. There's still a child here. Ida repaint Bakugo. Now not the time you two. Uraraka shouted at the two who about to argue. Yes madam. The two said with their heads down. Diamen she cute when she angry. Bakugo thought with a growl. Nope. Nope that sheet. I'm noping the F out of here. Izuku shouted as he started to run away. Izuku bust open a door and down the hall while the man followed after him. Izuku turned to the side and ran down faster, but stopped as he was in the dead end. Oh come on! Mina shouted while ruffling her hair frustration. I guess his luck is still the same no matter which world he is in. Aoyama said with a sigh. F dash. Izuku cursed as the man turned the concern and ran toward Izuku. Izuku got behind a tip-over bed and panicked a little. Sheet, what can I do? Izuku said in horror as the man got closer and swung his knife at Izuku. Izuku dodged the knife and vaulted over the bed and ran away again. Did he just slide over a bed on its sides? Everyone thought with a sweat drop. Sick moves bro. Izuku joked lightly to himself as he started to make haste toward the door at the end of the hallway and push the heavy thing in front of it to open the said door. Izuku barely managed to move it enough to open the door and shut it close before running again for his life. He saw a vent ahead of him and jumped into it and started to move deeper in it. After a short distance, he saw an opening and jumped out. He landed in front of the toilets and walked in. Does he need to take a leak? I mean, isn't he running for his life and all? Toru asked with a deadpan voice. Well, he may be looking for something that could be useful. He is outnumbered and have nothing but a camera, so he must be trying to use whatever he find to help himself. Be it food, medical supplies, and hopefully weapons. Ojiro said with a thinking expression. That makes sense. It better than just running around blind after all. Plus, if he need to run, he would know good places to hide if he saw them beforehand. Shoji said with a He looked around, saw a file and grabbed it and put in his jacket. He can read it when he no longer in danger. I wonder what is in it. Mina questioned out loud. Hopefully something that can shed light to place. All Might said with a tired sigh. Izuku walked out of the bathroom and to a room close to the restrooms and looked around. He saw 2 doors in the distance with a cross on top and went toward it. Please have what I need. Izuku silently prayed. He opened the door slowly and quietly and looked around. Once he saw the coast was clear, he went into the hall and saw some sort of desk with the window. He walked over to it and looked inside and had to stop himself from jumping in joy as he saw the key to the elevator. He slid across the table and quickly grabbed the key. And this is where things get bad. Tomoko said with a sigh. She's seen enough horror movies to know what happened next. Victory! Izuku thought happily, before jumping in fright as he saw the door was suddenly stabbed into it. Oh what the hell! Izuku shouted in shock horror as he ran toward the table and slid across again as the door was torn open by the man that was chasing him earlier. Call it. Tomoko said with a slight smug expression. Oh hush you horror movie addict. Pixie said with a pout. Still sour about that movie night we had? Tomoko asked with a smirk. Pixie decided that the most adult thing to do would be sticking out her tongue in response. Izuku ran back to the room and gulped as he realized he had nowhere to run to. He quickly hid behind the door and held his breath, steadying his heart and waited. That won't work. Jiro said with a sigh. The man ran in seconds later and saw a door open to side where the restroom was and ran in there, thinking Izuku was in there. Izuku wasted no time as he bolted out and slid over the desk again and through the door the man had torn open. That I'm more upset than I should be that actually work. Jiro said with an eye twitch. I think you forgot that Izuku luck is so random. Mineta said with a chuckle. Shut up great boy. Jiro said with a sigh. Izuku was lucky enough for the hallway he went into was connect to the route he needed to get the elevator and started to run even faster. Izuku shut the doors behind him as he went till he got to the elevator and started it up with the key. He sighed in relief as the elevator doors closed and he went down. Thank goodness. I got away from him for now. Izuku said with a sigh. I'm glad that Deku got to safety and away from the man. Uraraka said with a shiver at the thought of Izuku getting captured by him again. He is safe. There's no way for that man to get through the elevator without injuring himself greatly. So even if he jumped down for him, he will not last long for it to hurt. Momo said with small smile as she was glad that Izuku was safe for now. Mineta said as he pointed to the screen. Are you kidding me? Momo shouted in horror. I'm not giving up on you yet. The man voice screamed out as Izuku's eyes widened in shock as the man was already on the floor below and was opening the gate door. How did you get down here so fast? Izuku demanded as the man ignored his question and got in the elevator. Once he tried to slash at Izuku, but Izuku caught his wrist and started to wrestle him out of the elevator as it kept going down. I see. Izuku isn't a fighter, but this proof on how weak he is in a fight. Jiro said with a sigh as she saw how much Izuku was struggling. Or it could be that Mad Doctor is stronger than he look. Denki suggest. That also and possibly as well. He managed to dodge a few slashes and push him out, but the man wouldn't let go of Izuku's wrist. The man was being pulled down and tripped in surprise as his upper body was now in the elevator and his lower half was outside. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as what they were about to witness. The man screamed in terror before crushing of bones was heard and man went still. He dropped his weapon and was complete still. Izuku tried to regain his breath from what just happened. Did Izuku just kill a man? Ojiro asked in shock at what Izuku just did. It was an accident. He tried to push out of the elevator, not snap him with it. Aizawa said quickly, but even was shaken up on what Izuku did by pure mistake. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Mina said shakily, not likely that Izuku had killed someone, even by mistake. All Might was worry for the boy's psyche. Killing isn't easy to deal with, no matter how much you wish for it not to be true or try to ignore it. I guess you didn't have a spine after all. Izuku said, trying to joke once again to cope with what just happened, but he was close to passing out in shock. Too soon, Izuku. Too soon. Kirishima said with a groan. You're smiling. Aoyama said with a deadpan voice. I know and I hate it. Kirishima said with a facepalm. Izuku managed to regain his breathing and his nerves and look around the elevator and saw an opening on top of the elevator. He jumped up and climbed out and slip out of the opening to the same floor the man's legs were in. He looked at the man one last time and walk away. He looked at the camera he had on through the whole thing and saw it was low on battery. He sighed as he replaced them. He turned the camera on him and started to speak to it. I swear to every god and goddesses out there that I will find a way to get out of this alive. But my chances for survival is dropping down with each second. I haven't ate or slept for however long I was here. I haven't found good place to rest either and I can feel myself getting slower as I go on. Izuku said as he looked around and saw stairs. I see. He doesn't seem to rest much. Mina said sadly. I think that 'cause if he stay in one place for too long, he can be captured or killed by a madman like that doctor again. Ida said with a sigh. That seemed to be the case, young Ida. But he also losing steam. He need to find somewhere to camp out at for at least an hour or so. Otherwise, he won't last for much longer. Midnight said seriously. I'm not going to lie. I'm scared. I'm scared I may not get out of this. I'm scared I may never see my mother again. I'm scared I may never see my friends again. But most importantly, I'm scared that I may never see the love of my life again. Izuku said as he kept going down the stairs. Momo, if you by some miracle you found this if I die, I want you to know I'm sorry for not listening to your advice on this one. I want you to know the time we spent together is the best I ever had in my life and I wish I could enjoy more time with you. But it look like I won't. So please, if you do somehow get this message in wake of my death, I want you to try to move on. I want you to live a happy life and find someone else in the future to be happy with if I die here tonight. Izuku said to the camera as he saw his only out was through a crack on the wall. Even in death, he still care for her and want her to move on should he fail to get of this alive. Talk about a loyal soul. Tiger said with a surprised expression. It goes to show you just how much he truly loved Momo. He cared for her too much for wanting her to cry for his death. To him, her happiest come first. Tsuyu said with her eyes closed, trying to not let Izuku's words hurt. He will make it out alive. He Izuku Midoriya. He saves people and always return home to his loved ones. That will always be true to any version of him. Momo had tears in her eyes at Izuku's message to his Momo. It was sweet and kind. But it held so much sadness and pain. He truly believed he may not come out of it alive. And for some reason, it hurt her chest when it shouldn't hurt this much. She wasn't in a relationship with him, so did it hurt so much? Anyways, I will keep filming till the end. The world need to know the truth and I pray to make it out of this nightmare alive. Izuku said as he turned the camera off and slid through the wall. May God have mercy on me. Izuku thought as he slid through the wall and into the room. End of the video. For a while, the room was silence, unsure of what to say. What could be said? They just witnessed their friend in pain and seemed to drop at any moment. Please. Please be safe, Izuku. Momo whispered to herself. Everyone was still reeling from what they saw. It's not easy to witness your friend's student idol goes through that horrific experience, being not able to help is hunting to say the least. But Momo was the most effective one since that version of Izuku is her boyfriend, and to see him suffer, exhausted to the point of close to passing, and the last message to her should he die is heartbreaking to her. But she will hang on to hope for that version of Izuku's safety. 'Cause she knew Izuku wouldn't fail someone important to him, no matter the world. She was brought out of her musing by Mina. Well, that was a thing. Mina said with a sheepish smile. That putting it lightly, Mina. Denki said with sigh. Well, I'm sure the next one will be better than what we saw. I hope we can avoid Deku being tutored like that again. I almost hurled my lunch. Uraraka said with a sigh. I'm sure we will get something easier on the eyes this time. But I wonder what will be next though. Tokoyami said with a expression. Well, guess we will get our answer now, 'cause it's starting. Jiro said as the screen started to flick alive. Everyone turned to it and got ready to view this world, but also braced themselves for something crazy as well. Izuku was wearing a black dress suit, his shoes leathers loafers, his hair slide back, and he was wearing an eye patch on his left eye. He looked around 24 and have a rough edge to him. Everyone blink at this version of Izuku. This doesn't feel like their Izuku at all. This Izuku have that dangerous look to him by just standing there. That he look hot like that? Mina said after a while. Really? Tsuyu said with a more deadpan expression than normal. We were all thinking it. Mina defended herself with a blush. Well, she not wrong. Pixie said with a sheepish smile as the PP Cat's facepalm at Pixie. Let's just get back to this before someone take this too far. All Might said with a sweat drop. Everyone nodded and turned back to the screen. I can't hit a customer, it manager policy. Izuku said simply as he stared at the man in front of him, who was frowning at Izuku words. This man was Nishitani. He is wearing his fuchsia suit, with brown shoes. He has a light goatee with his hair parted down the middle on both sides, and his eyes are a little sunken into his head. He is impeccably dressed that put a lot of businessmen to sham. Diamen that one awesome suit. Bakugo thought as he stared at the suit. He want one now. He felt a small note in his hand and read it as he saw words on it. Already in your room ready for you. Just try to not ruin it somehow. The note had read. Beaching. Bakugo thought with a smirk. Nishitani just stared at Izuku for a few seconds before chuckling. Oh man, you are just a precious little gift that just keep giving. Nishitani said with a craze-induced smile. But isn't this a little predicament? Gotta respect your policy, Izuku-kun. But I also gotta fight you. I got a real blood chub coming on. Nishitani said as he moved his hip a little. Oh great. He insane and horny to fight Izuku. That not creepy at all. Siro said sarcastically as he had to hold back a groan. He like a more creepy version of Stain. And I thought that was impossible. Toridoki said with a surprised expression as he saw that crazed smile and hip motion. Men like him, they are dangerous. Too dangerous. Aizawa said as he recalled fighting some insane people when he started out in his career. Those were some of the dangerous men he faces, and strangely enough, respected. Did you say something, sensei? Denki asked as he heard his teacher mumble something to himself. Nothing important. Just go back to watching the clip. Aizawa said with a deadpan expression. Yes, sir. Denki said with a nod. But what is Izuku doing for work for him to not fight the man? It weird. Kirishima asked. It probably a bar of some sort. Mina suggests as she looked at the surrounding Izuku was in. I'm not sure. It too fancy to be a simply bar. Midnight mumbled to herself. Didn't need to know that. Izuku thought as his expression stood stone still. Sweet. I got just the thing. Gimme a sec. Nishitani said simply as he made his way to the nearby table with a phone. Pick it up and then dial number. Nishitani waited a bit before it was pick up. Oh, yellow? Copper? Grit. This is the manager of the Grand Cabaret. Nishitani said in false hurry. Deku runs an cabaret club? Why would he run something like that? Bakugo said in shock angry. Wow. I didn't expect that one. Mineta said with surprise expression, but then grit his teeth. Demented. He's surrounded by beautiful women all the time. Mineta thought with a jealousy air to him. But why is he calling the cops? It make no sense. Mandalay said as she try make sense of such action. It make perfect sense. Izuku said he don't hit customers and this Nishitani is one. All Might said as he really knew what was going on. But that just insane. Why would he call the cops on himself just to fight Izuku? Present Mike asked in surprise. Now one could understand a mind of a madman. Aizawa said wisely. Everyone blink in surprise by Aizawa. It rare to see him so serious about something. What? Izuku asked in surprise. I got this whack job of a Yakuza waving around a big old knife around. Nishitani said in a panic. Yakuza? Everyone thought with a narrow stare. No siree, he definitely not a customer. He's a robber. Get down here quick okay? Nishitani finish as he hang up the phone and smile. You're outta yet DM in mind. Izuku said in shock. The man just chuckled at Izuku words. Guess who isn't a customer anymore? I'm a bona fide robber now. Just ask the cops. Nishitani said with a calm voice, but his smile is once again insane. Don't tell me that manager policy of yours extended to robbers too? Gotta protect your own club, don't ya? Nishitani asked with a smirk. Why is he so obsessed with Izuku? Momo asked in a worried tone. I don't know. But whatever the reason is, he's serious about this fight. Ida said with a sigh. I'm sure Izuku can handle it till the cops arrives. He look like he can put up a good fight. Toru said with confidence in her voice as she punches the air with her arms to prove her point. I hope so. The person Izuku is fighting isn't normal. All Might mumble in worry for Izuku. Izuku just stare at him. He just call the cops on himself just to get me to fight him. Why? Izuku thought to himself. So quit playing the tease and let me have it, Izuku. This ain't even about work anymore. Let have some fun. Nishitani said as he pulled out his knife and got into a fighting stance. If you're that bent on it, I'll play alone. Be nice to take a little break from work myself. Izuku said as he got into his thug-style stance. Look like Izuku know how to fight. That good. Tsuyu said happily. Yeah. Let's see if he have the skills to use his fighting style correctly. Tiger said with his arm crossed as he stared at Izuku's stance as he never saw it before. You ready, Izuku-kun? Don't go letting me down now. Nishitani said as he growled in excitement. Izuku rushed Nishitani before he could react and lay 2 punches. One on the gut and the other in his face, but he just shrugged it off and quick step behind Izuku and slash him twice and stab Izuku in the gut before Izuku did a spin roundhouse kick to Nishitani's face and quick step back as he needed room. Everyone cringed as they saw that Izuku was the first blood, but were surprised at how Izuku just shrugged the stab off like it nothing. That must be some pain-resist ion. Ojiro said with a cringe as some blood was leaking out of the wound. You should note it. Sometimes you will be pushing yourself to fight with worst wounds. Midnight said as the students nodded. They remember how badly Izuku was when fighting some villains to help everyone. So they weren't no stranger to danger of being a hero thanks to him. But it'd still be nice to avoid wounds like that. Okay, thug style won't work, so how about breaker style? Izuku thought as he was then covered in pink aura and his stance changed into a dancer pose. Everyone rose an eyebrow at the pink aura and change of stance. Nishitani tried rush Izuku at speed faster than most people couldn't keep up with, but Izuku sidestepped with a spin. As Nishitani turned around, he was met with a foot to the face. A lots of foots in fact as Izuku was spinning on his head and had his legs open to kick him in the face at a fast pace. Izuku finished his attack with a power kick to send his opponent back a few feet and use his hands to pick his head up and stop his spine. That's so cool. I want to learn how to do that. Mina said in awe. That was pretty awesome. Jiro said as she saw how powerful it was. I'm sure if we ask the person who brought us here, we can have him teach you this. Ida suggested. The two thought about it for a while and nodded. It was a good idea to ask. How do you like my head spin? Izuku asked with a smirk as he got back up from the ground and redid his fighting stance. Nishitani simply smiled and got up. This is the most fun I had in a while. You don't disappoint, Izuku-kun. Nishitani said as he readied his knife once more. Izuku simply frowned and his aura turned blue, going back to his thug style. Why does his aura-like thing change color when he changes his fighting style? Sato asked with a confused frown. I have no idea. I guess it's supposed to help Izuku focus or something of that nature. Shoji said with a shrug. I can see that. But would it give him away in a fight if he changed color like that? Koda asked with a worry expression. Not quit. Even if one can know the styles he uses, doesn't mean they can handle them all. People usually stick to one and have to use that. This Izuku have a few and can adapt with it by changing it at a moment notice to fight. Momo said as she studied Izuku fighting tactics. The pro heroes were impressed by Izuku's ability to change styles like that. They will admit they could use someone like that in the hero side. Nishitani rushed at Izuku and made an stab motion, but Izuku managed to palm it high to the air and both had their back toward each other as they look up to the knife as it was falling back down. Both of them jump for it and reach out for it, hoping to get it before the other person did. The screen then fade into white as they reach for it. It turned back to normal with both pair of feet landed on the ground. It showed the two in a Silumare landing position. But there one different here. Izuku had the knife in his hands. Izuku quickly spun around as Nishitani turned to attack Izuku before he could use it, but was stopped as the knife slashed his neck and small amount of blood came off it. Did Izuku just slash the man in his neck? Ida asked in shock at how brutal Izuku is. Yeah. That should have killed him too. Aoyama said in shock at how Nishitani just shrugged that off. Izuku threw the knife back to the air as Nishitani recovered and was punched in the face, then returned his own punch to the face. Izuku then brought his fist to Nishitani's stomach, making him cough up blood before punching Izuku in the face. Again, but this time, making him spite blood and making a crack noise was heard as he was hit. Then, the two did a kick to the chest at the same time, making them stumble back in pain as blood came out of their blood. Holy shit, this brutal. Bakugo said in surprise at how hard the two were going at it. It like watching tow animals trying to kill each other. Pixie said with a gulp at how hard they were going at it. One of them is going to drop soon if they keep going at it like that. I hope Izuku wins. Tomoko said as she had to hold back a shiver at how deadly these two were. She don't ever want to fight either of them, even if she had her quirk back. They were just that dangerous. They both look up and saw the knife was coming down. They both rushed for it and threw a kick with the knife in the middle. Izuku was lucky as he kicked the handle, making the knife stab Nishitani through the calves. That was pure luck there. Present Mike said with a relieved sigh as he saw that Izuku was okay so far. Yeah. But man, that was awesome. Kuda said as he liked how the fight was so far. It was like a movie in a weird way. It should be over now. He can't keep fighting like that. Aizawa said with a sigh, but he was happy his student had won. Nishitani fell to the ground as he had his own knife literary kick into him. That should stop him. Izuku thought as Nishitani just took the knife out of his leg and get back up like nothing happened. Ah, come on. That should have stunned you at least. Izuku thought with a growl as he glowing blue now like he had simmers coming off his body. What is up with this man? He been beaten worse than Izuku so far, his leg is damaged and he still want to fight more. Denki said in fear. He must be able to feel pain to an extent. Tokoyami said with sweat coming off his brow. And he not even giving this fight his all. He trying to savor it as much as he can. Midnight said as she realized how slow he was fighting like. Izuku rushed toward Nishitani did a drop kick, But he missed as Nishitani did a sidestep and stab Izuku in the shoulders. Izuku grunted in pain as he landed before he glow yellow. Slugger style time. Izuku thought as he need to use his heavy hitting attacks. He pulled out his base bat and got ready. And now yellow? What does the colors mean? Mina asked with a confused sigh. I think they represent the type of style he using. Pink is a speed type of fighting style, while yellow is power and blue is a balance of the two. Ojiro said as he studied the styles closely and saw how different they were all truly are. That an interesting way to change style. Mina said in surprise. I love how you keep chancing your styles. It make you much more adaptable to any fight. Even if someone knew your styles, they can't stop all of them when others idiots only ever use one. I mean, this one bounty hunter tried to fight me with SYCH, but I kick out of her hands and she was so boring and predictable. I honestly just walk away in boredom. Cute thing though. Nishitani said with a fond sigh. Wait, what? Everyone said in disbelief. He can't be serious. Midnight said. It not the weariest thing we heard, but that just wrong in so many levels. Present Mike said with a sweat drop. Izuku wouldn't admit, but he kind of having fun with this a little. But suddenly, something cut off the fun they were having. Freeze! The cops shouted as they burst in. Izuku and Nishitani blink in surprise by the sudden noise. They totally forgot about them coming here. I totally forgot about them coming here. Izuku whispered to himself. Everyone facepalm at Izuku. How could you forget that, you fucker? Bakugo shouted in annoyance. It can happen, did you not just see how brutal they were going at it? Uraraka said, trying to calm down Bakugo. That no excuse for those dumbasses. Bakugo said with a growl as he crossed his arm and sat back down. Uraraka just laughed nervously, but otherwise said nothing else as she scooted closer to Bakugo without anyone noticing. Look like my fun been cut short and it was just getting good too. Nishitani said with a disappointed sigh as he got up and put both his arms up with his knife visible. Hey coppers. I was the one who was causing trouble. Nishitani said with a smile as he walking toward them. You're kidding me. The Mad Dog of Japan was robbing this place. One of the cops said in surprise. Mad Dog of Japan? He that well know. Jiro said in surprise. He must been a good at his work then. Momo said with a narrow stare. He must have found something fun here. One of the older cops said with a sigh, totally used to seeing him around. Wait, Nishitani. Who is telling you to hunt the girl down? Izuku demanded with a growl. But Nishitani just gave a small chuckle and turned to Izuku with a crazed smile. Hee, gotta save a little fun for next time, big boy. I've decided you're my new favorite toy. Izuku-kun. Nishitani said with a grin as the cop came over to him and started to drag him away. And clip. So Izuku is protecting someone? That not a surprise, but the person getting hunt down is. Kirishima said with thinking expression. Yeah. But that was a pretty good fight though. Tokoyami said as he enjoyed the fight the two had. It was almost like a movie in a strange way, but he knew it was real as Izuku was really bleeding in this clips. Well, I suggest we take a break and eat something. I'm sure we are all hungry. All Might said to everyone. Everyone nodded at the former #1 hero and got out of the chairs and went to get something to eat. Mina and Jiro were looking for the guy who brought them here to ask about learning Izuku Breaker style. Everyone came back after eating a hearty meal and had smiles on their faces. Wow, that was good. I didn't think chicken could taste so good. Denki said as he rubbed his stomach. And the rice. It was so good with it. I never thought Mexico had such amazing food. Momo said as she was happy that she tried something so good. Yeah, well, my pops is from a Hispanic background, so it makes sense he knew a few dishes from a Mexican family. The teen from before said as she walked in with a bowl of ramen. Wow. I forgot who ramen from Japan tastes so good. I should bring my dad around there. The teen said as she slurped up more. Who are you? Are the kid's sister? All Might ask with a confused expression. Nope. I'm the same person. I can change my gender at will. The teen said casually as she placed the bowl down and wiped her hands clean with the napkins. Anyway, I just came to tell you all after a few more videos and whatnot, I will bring in the Izukus from each of those worlds to train you all. But you're not allowed to ask them personally questions unless they say it alright, and if you keep pressing on them, then I will erase your memory of here and send you back. Understood? The teen said with a glare. Understood. It would be a huge benefit to get trained from people from others' worlds. It can open up more possibility too. Midnight said with a nod. Good. And Bakugo. The teen turned her head to the blonde. What? Respect them when they get here. 'Cause they can kill you easily even if you had your quirk. So no, I'm better than thou bullshit. You're going to be a hero? Then grow up and get out of that mental A before you get yourself and someone close kill. Trust me, people like you die first and I rather not see that, even if you deserved it for your torture on Izuku. The teen said, but the last part was in a whisper. Bakugo just flipped her off and got a punch in a gut that made him cough up blood. Strike one. I'm not playing games with you of all people. The teen said as she wiped her hand and turned back to the group. Before anyone asked. I don't hate him. I'm simply trying to teach him to hold in his rage and not have to do an explosion every 10 seconds. It will hurt him more if he doesn't learn it sooner than later. The camping trip being a prim example of it. The teen said with a sigh. The teachers just nodded in agreement as the teens just sweat drop. That pretty extreme, don't you think? Ida asked. I could do worst, but I need him to learn on his own. He a smart kid but not wise. Beside, he learned better like this as far I can see. The teen said with a shrug. Bakugo was still holding his stomach in pain. Anyway, hear the next video. I hope you guys enjoy this one. It took a while to find this one. The teen said as she snapped her finger. Oh thanks. But before you leave, what your name? Ida asked. My name is Leo. That my name? Leo said as she made her way out. Everyone's sweat dropped as Bakugo got up from the ground and sat down on the couch with some heavy breathing. I felt like I got hit by 20 trucks being smashed by All Might with an Rhino for good measure. Bakugo thought with a groan as he stared at the screen. Everyone sat down and stared at the screen, wondering what they are going to see this time. An orange-haired girl was drawing a circle in the dirt and looked hurt. Who that? Present Mike asked with a confused expression. I don't know, but she seemed really hurt. All Might said with a narrow stare at the girl wounds. Senpai, we need to hurry. A girl called out as she used her shield to fend off the enemy attack. Just wait a little more. I'm about to roll the gacha. The orange-haired girl shouted back as she put 3 rainbow-looking crystal on the circle. Hurry! We can't hold out for much longer. A blonde lady shouted as she fought with her flag. I'm guessing they are trying to get help and using the circle as an anchor for any summon ritual they are going to use. Momo said in surprise. But where is Izuku? Shouldn't he be here? Ojiro asked with a confused expression since this should be about Izuku. Based on what going, I think he will be here via summon. Jiro said with a shrug. Please work. We need help and I can work with anyone here. At least give us something to hold out till my brother get here. The orange-haired girl begged as she started the summoning ceremony. The circle started to glow and everything started to look good, but then trouble reared its ugly head. Ack! The blonde-haired lady shouted in pain as she fell to the ground holding a deep gash on her sides. Oh no! We have one down. Kirishima said in horror. They are losing ground. If they don't get back up soon, they will die. Mandalay said with gritted teeth. Don't worry. He is about to come after all. Bakugo said with an eye roll. Izuku may not make it in time. He may not be fast enough in this world. Siro with an raised brow. Wanna bet? Bakugo said with an evil smirk. No. I'm good. Siro said with a gulp. That what I thought. Bakugo said with an smug smirk. Jean and no, the orange hair called out in horror as Jean was badly hurt. The circle that was glowing exploded in pure power and a golden card appeared, with a man with his back turned and had a cape with a helmet turning as though staring at the person behind them, but something strange happened. The golden card started to flicker and it changed to platinum. Platinum servant? The orange-haired girl said in shock as the card started to take form. I'm guessing summons have ranks then if she's so surprised by the summoning of Platinum. Ida said in surprise. Well, in games, Platinum is usually for the best in the group or game. The fact that Gold turned Platinum means whatever she's summoning will be strong as hell. Denki said with a smirk as he knew who was going to be Platinum. That means Izuku is a Platinum summon. Awesome. Mina said in awe. The cards show a heroic Izuku, with his mask on and mouthpiece covering his face, standing proud like his mentor All Might. The card glow and someone appear in its place. Hello. I'm Izuku Midoriya of the hero class. You have summoned me, right? Guess you're in need of a hero, huh, master? Izuku said as his mask and mouthpiece was on. Master? Is he her SLV or something? Uraraka asked with a rose brow. I think it's like a familiar thing. She summoned a servant and they serve her till death of either party. Tokoyami said with a sigh. Oh, that make more sense actually. Uraraka said with a nod. Meanwhile, some of the girls were blushing at the thought of Izuku calling them master and obeying them. Hee hee, I wouldn't mind that. Pixie Bob thought with a giggle. S6 stars. He the rarest ever. We can turn the tides now. The orange hair girl mentally cheer for her luck and thanks every gods out there for their mercy. There no time to example. My name is Gadako and we are in need of help. Gadako said quickly as she pointed to her friends in need of help. Izuku's eyes scanned the area and his eyes landed on the down Jean. Jean? Izuku asked in shock. He saw how badly she was hurt and his eyes started to glow green. Oh, he is pieces. Present, Mike said with a blinking eyes. He seemed to know the blonde one. Momo said, her eyes narrowing with a small hint of anger and something else. Toradoki wanted to scoot away as he can feel it, but he wasn't willing to chance it. And 6 stars? I guess 5 is supposed to be hard to get. She must be lucky to have summoned Izuku then. Sato said with a small smile. Stand back, master. Shall end this. Izuku said as he stepped forward. Wait. I haven't brought your level up. Gadako said in worry. No need. We can do that later. Izuku said as kept walking forward. Is he cocky or just know how strong he is? 'Cause if she need to raise his level means he at his weakest at the moment. Denki said while bilking in surprise. Well, he did use to blow up his limbs before he got proper control. So he must have at least a good portion of it control of it now to be that confident. Ida said with a thinking posture. I hope you're right, 'cause he look ready to start war right now. Momo said as she saw Izuku walk to the enemy, his arms sparking. The girl with the shield dropped down to the ground as her shield was knocked out of her hand. No. The girl said as she was ready to die in failure. Smash. A voice call out and suddenly, the first half of the attackers were blown away. You all have some guts to be attacking a small group of girls. But then again, villains aren't above just cruelty. Izuku said as he stepped in front of the group and glared the enemy group. Wow. I forgot how powerful he is. Sato said in awe. It is easy to forget when he not blowing his limbs anymore. Sayu said casually. You're telling me. It easy to forget he can kick our butt to America if he wanted to with how emotional he is. Mineta said with sweat drop. Jean, who was still concision but unable to move, eyes widen in shock as she saw who came to help. He's here. Thanks goodness. Jean said happily as she knew they were in good hand now. Look like she know him as well. I wonder how they know each other. Toradoki said with a I wonder that too. But I'm sure we will find out soon. Aizawa said with sigh. The enemy attackers just snarl at Izuku and charge at him. But Izuku was not fazed nor scared. His body started to get covered in sparks and as they got closer, he started to punch and kick them all down. None stood a chance against his power. He only level 1 and he can do that? Gadako said in shock. I bet they never had an ally like Deku. Just goes to show how weak they are. Bakugo said with a smug expression. You don't have to be mean about it. They could still be new to the whole fighting thing. Koda said with a slight frown, but otherwise didn't do anything. That exactly it. They bit off more than they could chew and now are getting saved by Deku. They need to train harder if they are going to fight some more. Bakugo said with a yawn. Senpai. Who is that man? The girl with the shield said in awe. That is Zukumashu. He is 6-star servant. Gadako said as she helped the poor girl up and started to help her to get away from the battle to their comrade. Mashu jaw drop in awe. 6-star. That never been heard of. Mashu said in shock as they reached Jean, who was breathing heavily, but chuckle as she heard Mashu. I'm not surprised he reached just a high number. He was always the best. Jean said as Gadako placed Mashu down next to Jean and started to heal them. Healing quirk? Uraraka asked. No. I think it magic. Izuku said with a shrug, cleaning his sword. Oh thanks Deku. Uraraka said with a nod. No problem. Izuku said. Uraraka turned back to the screen for a few seconds before shooting her back to side to see no one was next her. Uraraka? Is everything okay? Ida asked as he noticed his friend was acting strange all of a sudden. And nothing. Just thought I saw something. Uraraka answered with a confused expression. Ida nodded in understanding. This place was weird after all. They both turned their attention back to the screen, both none the wiser of what just happened. Do you know Izuku? Gadako asked. Why? He my papa. Jean answered as she was feeling better now that her wounds were healing. I see. He your. Gadako started, but trailed off as she processed a certain word. That makes sense. I mean it only natural for the daughter to reorganize her. All Might started, but trailed off as he connected the dots as did everyone in the room did. Well, let's say everyone was surprised after all. Papa? Gadako and everyone watching this shouted in surprise. My ear. Mashu said in pain. Why? That person who is fighting our enemy is my papa. Jean said smugly, like a daughter bragging on how awesome her dad is. Oh man, I didn't see that coming. Siro said with a big smile. He have a lovely daughter too. Uraraka said as she took in more of Jean traits and found her very beautiful. Momo wanted to cry for reason and felt a slight chest in her chest at this info. I wonder who the mother is? She blonde, so it can't be anyone in class unless. Jiro said as she turned her eyes on a certain invisible girl in the room. Everyone follow her gaze and stare at the girl. Why is everyone suddenly looking at me like that? Toru asked as she felt all eyes was staring at her. And nothing. Just thinking is all. Momo said with a neutral expression. So Jean may be her daughter then? If so, there are a big chance of romance rivals from her and the others. Wait? Why am I getting work up over this? Momo asked herself mentally. After everyone got over the shocking news, they turned back to the screen. I didn't saw that coming. Wait, why is it quiet now? Mashu said as she looked around and saw that all the enemy was gone. Izuku patted his cloths to get rid of the dust and turned toward them. DMN. Kirishima said with a long whistle. He rushed over and fall to Jean's side. Jean, are you okay? Do you need medicine? Juice? Food? Izuku said as he was acting like a doting father despite being shorter than Jean. He a doting father type. That's so cute. Mina said with a giggle. I wonder if he the type to death glare any boy or girl trying to take his daughter away from him. Midnight said with a He does strike me as one. Pixie Bob said with a nod. I'm okay, Papa. Just need to rest and I will be good again. Jean answered as shakily got up to a sitting post Ion and leaned on Izuku's shoulder. I miss you, Papa. Ever since I saw you die in your fight with All for One. It haven't been the same. I'm so glad to see you're also a heroic spirit as well. And your stars are 6. I don't think there any other servant with that kind of rank. You're amazing as always, Papa. Jean said happily as she wrapped her arm around Izuku in a hug. Everyone frowned as they heard how this Izuku die. So Izuku kill All for One. That not good. Izawa said, making a point to stare at a pale All Might. He die fighting All for One to the death. I need to make steps to make sure he ready to not only fight him, but to survive him. All Might thought as he was worried for his son's future. Sorry about that. I had no choice. But I'm just happy to be with you again. Izuku said as he hugged her back. Gudako and Mashu had to hold back an ah and let the two have their moment. As did many girls in the room, and the guys smile warmly at Izuku. Best dad. They thought happily, as they already know that Izuku was a good father base on the interaction here. Later, the four of them returned to the base and were greeted by the other's servants. Who is this? Mordred asked with a narrow stare at Izuku, who was Ascension now, and his face is now revealed for all to see. Oh, this is Izuku. He a new servant. He from the hero class, and he a level 6 star servant. Gudako said casually, but mentally smirk as the group just stare at Izuku. What? The servants shouted in shock. I'm guessing they never heard of anyone being a rank higher than 5 then. Jiro said with a slight smirk. I guess not. So Izuku must be the top dog now that he there. Tokoyami said with a small smile of pride of his friend. He was overjoyed that a good friend, and no doubt a good hero, was getting the respect he will no doubt deserved in the group if they knew his deeds. Hee, I guess you're all surprised. Izuku said awkwardly. That an understatement, Papa. Jean said with a small giggle. I see. So he the highest rank servant there is. I never thought I will see the day. Mordred said with gulp as she was shaken by Izuku rank. I hope we all can be friends. Izuku said with a small bow. Everyone either sneer and left or bow back while introduced themselves as well. Wow. Bakugo would fit right in with these guys. Siro said with a slight chuckle. Do you want to die, you yellow tap fucker? Bakugo shouted out angrily. Nothing. I said nothing. Siro said as he put his hands up defensively. Does he have a mute button? Koda asked with a frown. Sadly, he does not. Toridoki answered with a sigh. Later, Izuku was talking to the other's servant as Gudako was talking to her brother about Izuku. I see. So your noble phantasm is that powerful. I'm kind of jealousy. Izuku said as he was talking to the red archer. I don't know if it is powerful as you think, but it does help in a tight spot. Archer said with a shrug. Hey, my noble phantasm is pretty powerful too. Siyu Chulin said with a smirk. Noble phantasm? Is that like an ultra move or something? Mina asked while blinking. I would assume so. It must be their last trick of their sleeves if they have no choice but use it to win a fight. Tiger said with a frown. Most drain a lot out of them then. Present Mike said with a smile. Sure it is you puppy. Mordred said with a tongue out at the blue lancer. Are you trying to start a fight, short steak? See you growl out angrily. I don't think you would keep up with me if we go at it. So bring it, puppy. Mordred said with a smirk. Everyone turned to Bakugo and stare at him. Bakugo blink as everyone was staring at him and growl. Fuel. She not mine, you assholes. Bakugo said as he flip everyone off, but he stop as he was glare at by the teachers and the Pussycats group. Yeah. Should we stop them? Izuku asked Archer with a worry expression. Don't worry about it. These two always go at it like this. They're like brother and sister with how much they argue. Archer said with a small chuckle. Izuku blinked as he looked back to the two and smile as he saw how much fun they were having with their fight. I see. Well, I guess I was worried for nothing. Now, tell me about yourself, Archer. I'm curious about you. Izuku said with a kind smile. Only if you tell me about yourself as well. I'm curious about the only 6-star servant is like. And your class interests me the most as well. I never knew there was a hero class before. Archer said with a chuckle. Sure thing. Let's begin with our actual name, shall we? Izuku started. That was actually kind of sweet. Midnight said with a sigh. Yep. Izuku coming to save his daughter by pure chance of a draw and beat up the bad guys. Now that a father if I ever heard of one. Mina said with a nod. I wonder what else we will see. I'm curious if we can see amazing again. Ida said. We'll have OT wait for the next video to start. So use the restroom now and come back. Aizawa said with a yawn. Everyone nodded and left a room for a few minuets. I feel like something bizarre will happen in this video. Momo said with a sigh as everyone returned to the room. I agree. So far we witnessed some interesting worlds so far, but they all seem strange with Izuku life being so different to the Izuku we have. Mina said with a Yeah. I wonder what will we see next. I'm excited now. Denki said happily. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't too. Ida said with a smile as he wanted to see more of Izuku power in different world. Sure, it's starting again. Jiro said with a sigh as the screen lit up again. Izuku was glaring at the enemy in front of him. Overhaul. Izuku thought with a growl. All Might eyes narrow at Overhaul. He was the one who. All Might thought angrily before brushing that anger off. It was over now. The heroes won that battle and Sir Night Eye was a brilliant man in last hour of honor. Some of the students grimace as they recall this day that happened not that long ago. What could be different in this world? Kirishima thought to himself solemnly. Give up, kid. Your attacks are predicable and I can repair damage faster than you break me. You're far outclassed. Overhaul said with a narrow stare. I will not lose. I hope to avoid using these new skills I learn, since I haven't mastered them yet, but I see now I can't afford to hold back on you. Izuku said with a narrow stare. New skills? What can this Izuku do that ours can't do? Siro asked with a confused frown. Maybe he learned how to output his quirk differently. Midnight suggest. Unlikely. He said it a new skill, not technique. Present Mike said with a shrug. I guess we will have to wait then. All Might said with a chuckle. Please, nothing you can do can stop me. What make you think these secret skills of yours can do anything? Overhaul asked with a sigh. A lot. I mean, there's so many things I can do in 5 seconds. Izuku said with a smirk. Also, your next lines are 5 seconds? You're more of an clueless idiot than I thought. 2. Izuku said smugly as he pointed at Overhaul. That won't work. There's no way he can predict his next exact words like that. Ida said with a disbelief expression. Who knows? It is Deku. He can do some amazing things once he get the drive. Uraraka said with a shrug, making Ida thought about it for a moment and then nodding. She was right. 5 seconds? You're more of an clueless idiot than I thought. Overhaul said with a narrow stare before his eyes widen and he gasped in shock. Well, DMN. He did know his next lines. Jiro said in shock. Now that manly. Kirishima said in awe. I think that's so cool. Kuda said as he wondered if he can do that too if he practice enough time. It does help pishik the enemy out pretty well too. Make them lose focus in their shock to create an opening. Momo said with a nod. I see you noticed that too. Good. Midnight said with a smirk. What? How did he? Overhaul thought as Izuku took this as a chance to do what he wanted. Star Platinum. The world. Izuku said as a purple man appeared out of Izuku body like a ghost, turning the world grayish color with a clocking sound and froze time. Everyone's eyes widen in shock at what they just witnessed. Izuku didn't just summon a ghost, but he froze time as well. Holy shit, that broken. Siro said in shock. G-ghost. I had a G-ghost that C can FF freeze tea time. Mina said in fear. She was very afraid of ghosts, but she hid it well till now. Oh, thanks goodness that worked. I was worried it wouldn't this time. Izuku said with a sigh. Izuku took this time to look at the purple man, otherwise known as Star Platinum, with a small smile. Star Platinum is one of the most human in appearance of humanoid stands he had seen, resembling a tall, well-built man of similar proportions to All Might's funny enough, if not slightly less muscular. In colored art, its skin is often a hue between purple, blue, and green. Its face and body have varying colors. It has long, flowing hair with a darker shade above its eyes and on the front plane of its nose, blurring the distinction between its hair and head. The spaces under its eyes and on its cheeks and chin are a darker color, and divided clearly from the space around its nose and mouth. It wears a cap on its chin, and a metallic headband in 3 pieces, the central piece of which is shaped as a vertical ellipse. A wavy line runs from each arm to the front of its torso, continuing down its legs. It has a minimal range of clothing and armor, including a short, circular scarf, shoulder pads with a spiral design, long gloves with studs on the back, knee and elbow guards, a loincloth, and short boots. Star Platinum reminds him of those guardian spirits his father told him about. Star Platinum? Did Izuku name his ghost after a Mike Oldfield song? Jiro asked in shock. Mike Oldfield? I believe Izuku listened to his work when he's studying and working out sometimes. Ida said as he recall Izuku listening to music when he see him. Awesome. Present Mike said happily as he found someone who love oldies like him. I see. Izuku a man of culture then. I will need to befriend him later with some of my collections. Do you know some of his songs by chance? Jiro. Sure. Deku show us his collection he have. Let's see, he have Blink, 182, Foo Fighters, Third Eye Blink, Green Day, Smash Mouth, Oasis, The Offspring and 311. Uraraka said as she list off some songs she can remember. Don't forget Silverchair, Gun N' Roses, Kiss and Red Hot Chili Peppers. There are more, but those are the ones we can remember. Ida added. Jiro law was drop. I think I found a new best friend. Jiro thought happily. As interesting in knowing his taste of music, we need to keep watching. Aizawa said with a sigh. Sorry sensei. Ida said with a bow. Izuku shook his head, clearly his thoughts as he needed to focus on the task on hand and turned to Overhaul with fire in his eyes. Star Platinum.do your thing. Izuku said as Star Platinum launch itself at Overhaul start to throw punches as fast as All Might's punches. Aura 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 aura. Star Platinum shouted with each punch. Izuku was careful to hold back Star Platinum power to not kill Overhaul, but he did wanted to make it hurt for what he did to Aria. Thought I would hate to be Overhaul right now. Siro said with a gulp. I agree. Let not piss us off Izuku if he have that thing with him. Mineta said with a shiver. The pussies. Bakugo said with a growl. If you can beat a time-stopping ghost that look as strong as All Might, then go ahead. But if you can't, shut up. Toridoki said with a deadpan expression. What did you say half and half yesterday? Bakugo shouted ragingly as he shot up from his seat. Settle down before I make you. Aizawa said with a glare, making the two froze before sitting down and turning back to the screen. No one PSS off Aizawa and get away with it. No one. Wow. Izuku is kind to children to a fault. He would make a perfect father. Would he make a good husband though? Pixie thought to herself. If no one going to take him, she will soon. So far he perfect in her eyes. Enough. We did enough now. Izuku said as he calls Star Platinum back. 2 seconds left. I know what to do. Izuku thought as he turned to the guy trying to take Aizawa away. Not today. Izuku said as he gave a solid kick to the man junk with 2% of foul cowl power. All the guys wince at that and cover their privates at the thought of getting their manhood, smash, by Izuku's super strength. The girls either chuckle at Izuku's move or facepalm. He turned back to Overhaul and smirk. And time resume like normal. Izuku said with a sigh as time resume. Overhaul blink a bit as he saw that Izuku was suddenly next to one of his pawns and then pain. Lots of pains he couldn't break apart and fix. He felt like he was receiving thousands of punches in seconds and they were knocking a wind out of his lungs. The man who was trying to steal Azua's voice broke as he shouted in pain as he held his privates and tip over. Overhaul pass out by the pain and the man did as well as Izuku stood over them with a smirk. And that why you don't mess with the heroes. We have more power and conviction for justice than you can ever dream of. Izuku said while striking a rather clean pose. He had his legs spread a little and had his left hand on his face with the fingers spread to help him see and his right arm was behind him. JoJo's fans will know who pose this belonged to. So check the reviews if you want to know. What the F dash? Bakugo asked numbly as Uraraka was trying and failing to hold in her laughter. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or be in awe. It was ridicule looking. Yes, but it was a pretty clean and epic pose. I like it. It got class. Mina said after a while. But it's so bizarre. Siro said. Stopping time and hitting a person is strange. Not to mention Overhaul didn't feel that after seconds of it happen. Now that is bizarre. Jiro said with a shrug. Touché. Izuku stopped posing and made his way to Azua to make sure he was okay, but stopped as he heard movement from behind him. No. Izuku thought as he saw Overhaul had fused himself with one of his men and was growing into a giant monster. Oh my god! Denki said in shock horror. Holy shit! Present Mike shouted in shock as well. My ears. Jiro said as she rubbed her ears in pain. Sorry. Denki said with a sheepish smile. What the hell? Izuku shouted in shock. Die! Overhaul shouted as he made to crush Izuku. One for all 100% smash. Izuku shouted as he punched the giant fist, making Overhaul crash through the ceilings and into the street. Gah! Izuku doubled over in pain as he blew out his left arm this time. Thanks goodness I used the left arm on instinct, that would be bad if I used the right arm. Izuku thought as he followed Overhaul out after he regained his bearings. Well, at least he was smart to use his other arm. If he had used his right arm, he may never seen it function again. Ida said with a sigh. Don't remind us. Momo said sadly. She was saddened to heard about Izuku's arm and was worried he may use it again soon. He may not have a choice to do so and he will be forced to give up on his hero career. And leave her and the others behind. He stopped and stared as Overhaul was growing bigger and was towering over him. You are so compensating for something. Izuku said after a while. Mina and Denki burst out laughing at that. Everyone else facepalm at Izuku. That I don't get it. Kuda said with a head tilt. It probably best you don't. Tiger said with a sigh. Die you brat. Overhaul shouted as he made to crush Izuku again with two fists this time. Star Platinum. Izuku shouted as the purple man popped out again and started to wail on Overhaul fists, stopping it in his tracks. Star Platinum shouted as he managed to stop Overhaul attack. Man, Star Platinum is so strong. Toridoki said in surprise. Fast. He threw so many punches to stop those giants' fists. Momo added. Make you wonder how long he had it. Midnight said. Star Platinum, the world. Izuku shouted as he froze time again as he saw that despite Star Platinum power and stopping the first attack, he couldn't keep doing that for long. 5 seconds before times move again. Now let's see what I can do. Izuku said as he looked around and saw a truck fill with gas. So there are time limits to his power. I can understand that. Momo said. But 5 seconds? That too little for a time-stopping power, isn't it? Turusk. Not quite. While 5 seconds is a small amount, but for Izuku, who can move around faster and more free, 5 seconds may as well be 5 minutes to him. Ida said with a sweat drop at the power this Izuku have. Perfect. Izuku said as he made his way to the truck and had Star Platinum grab it and launch them up to Overhaul. He hit Overhaul with it and started to beat down on it to increase the force of the attack. That should do it. Izuku said as he had 2 more seconds left. Not going to lie, I was hoping he used a steamroller for some reason. Mina said with a pout. I did too for some reason. Mandalay said with a pout also. He jumped down and looked around. He saw the others' heroes fighting and decided to do something about that big guy very quick. Izuku gotten closer to the big guy sent Star Platinum out to him. Star Platinum wailed on him hard and came back to Izuku. And done. Izuku said as time resumed once again. The big guy fell over while coughing up some blood, and the truck had a mighty explosion. Holy shit. He did that much in 5 seconds? Kirishima said in shock. Oh, I want to do that too. Kuda said with stars in his eyes. The wild pussycat's sweat drop at the thought of Kuda learning the world, it call. Oh, the damage that could be done. Do you? Overhaul shouted in pain anger and he knew he was behind that somehow. He scanned the area, looking for Izuku, unaware his target was behind him before it was too late. Aurora. Star Platinum shouted as he started to wail on Overhaul again, but this time, with full force of his power. Once Izuku finished, he smirked and pointed to the falling Overhaul. Your last lines will be Yimenu Deku. Dimenu. To you. Izuku said. Dimenu Deku. Dimenu. Overhaul shouted as he was finally defeated. Wow. Way to add insults to injury Izuku. Mineta said with a sweat drop. But it was deserved. Trust me. Tsuyu said with a happy face. Izuku landed next to Overhaul body and let loose his breath. He was having a hard time breathing since his stand took so much focus and energy to use. He barely managed to make it look simple for this fight. I win. Izuku said as he fell over from exhaustion. I see. So it take Izuku a lot of power to focus it to do what it want. That interesting. Momo said as she was going over Star Platinum powers. Yeah. I wonder if there are others like Star Platinum in that world. That would be so cool. Mina said as she thought of having her own stand, as she calls them. That would be interesting, but I think it best if only Izuku have it. Image of villain with a power to stop time. Midnight said with a shiver. Yeah. That would be for the best. Kirishima agree with a nod. Before anyone can say more, a glow appear in the room and 3 new people arrive. Mirio Togata was holding Eri hand as he look around. Well, this is weird. Mirio said. Who took me away from my babies? Mei Hatsum demanded angrily. What? Mina said in shock. Everyone was filling the new arrivals in on what had been shown so far. Needless to say, they were shocked. I see. So we are watching Izuku of different worlds. I be lying if I say I wasn't interested in this. Mirio said with a smile as he was excited to see how powerful Izuku could be in the others' worlds. I'm looking forward to seeing Izuku being a hero again. Eri said happily. I hope I see many new potential babies I can make with these worlds. Mei said with stars in her eyes. Well, glad to see everyone is okay with this so far. But we also should warn that some of these can be dot graphs. Denki said with a sheepish smile. Yeah. For all we know, we can be seeing Izuku as a villain in one world and the next could him being a mental case in the next. Random really? Mina said. I see. Well, there are many worlds out there, so those are possible. But I'm sure we'll be fine if the person who brought us here even things out a bit. Mei said with a shrug. Now we are all caught up, have a seat, the video is starting. Aizawa said tiredly as he pointed to the screen. The trio nodded and looked around to sit down. Mei sat next to Mina and Mirio sat next to All Might with Eri in between them. Eri look at All Might and blink. This is the one Izuku look up to, right? I wonder if I can talk to him about Izuku later. Eri thought to herself as she turned back to the screen. The screen show a adult Izuku flying across destroy buildings. Izuku was wearing a orange GI with a blue shirt under it. His face had an scar going down his left face. But what most shocking thing is that Izuku was missing his left arm. Everyone cringe at the sight of Izuku missing an arm and still look ready to fight. What happened to Izuku arm? Momo asked with widened eyes at Izuku conditioned. I don't know. But whatever happened, it doesn't seem to be slowing him down in the sightless. Mirio said with narrow eyes. And that outfit, that an martial artist outfit. So it's safe to assume he a fighter in this world as well. Midnight said with her arms crossed. Got to hurry. The people are in danger. Izuku thought to himself as he was flying as fast as he can to the area where screams was coming from. Izuku! A voice rang out. Izuku looked down and saw a orange mohawk-like hair in a black and green outfit. Izuku was curious on who the man knew his name, but the symbol that was on the man's suit gave him his answer. The red ribbon symbol. Red ribbons? Who are they? Present Mike asked. I have no idea. Must be some sort of group that behind the damage going around. All Might said with a growl. That would make sense. And based on how Izuku is acting, they've been doing a good job at it. Toridoki said with a deep frown. Another android? And this one seems stronger than the other two. This is bad. Izuku said as he flew down and landed in front of the android and ready his fighting stance. The android did the same thing, but before anyone could do anything, a bright glow appeared behind Izuku, making Izuku glance at it and saw that someone had arrived. This person turned out to be Mirio as he was already his fighting stance at the android. Hey, it me. Mirio said in surprise as he saw himself on the screen. I see. I guess these two will be working together here against the big guy. Jiro said with a smirk. I hope they be okay. This isn't a normal enemy. Kuda said with a worry frown. I'm sure the two will be fine. This is Izuku we are talking about. Ida said confidentiality. Izuku raised a brow at Mirio arrival, but others wise shrug and turn around to face the new enemy. I will destroy the son of Toshinori. The android said with a monotone voice. All the pro-heroes turned to blushing All Might. He my son in this world? All Might thought happily as he did view Izuku as a son. But he was also saddened at the fact his son was missing his arm. Miro charged at the android without hesitant. I won't let you 16 hashtag. You'll have to beat me first. Mirio shouted as he threw a punch, but Android 16 caught it with ease and then threw his own punch, but Mirio managed to roll to the side before it could hit, which gave Izuku an opening to landed a knee to 16 hashtag face, making fly to a building. Eat this. Kamehameha. Izuku shouted as he charged some blue energy to his arm and fire with a huge beam at the android. Gallic gunfire. Mirio shouted as he used both his arms to fire a purple beam just as big as Izuku attack. The beams blow up the building as soon it connected. Everyone jaw drop at the sheer power display the two display. That awesome. I want to do that. Mina cheer happily. Everyone agree. That was awesome. But it didn't work. Izuku said with a glare and clenched teeth as he saw 16 hashtag just walk out of the smoked ruins of the house without any damage. Man. He a lot stronger than I remember. Mirio said with a surprise expression as he ready his fighting stance once more. Look like I'll need to all out then. Izuku said as his body started to glow. Ha! Izuku shouted, his eyes turn a brighter green and his hair, that was black at first, turned golden with spikes. I got to get serious too then. Kaioken! Mirio shouted as his body was now covered in a reddish color. They have power-ups too. Man, I would hate to fight these two. Siro said with a gulp. I agree. They do seem to be powerful with their power-ups, but I'm more interested in Izuku hair and eyes. They changed drastically. Momo said as she saw how different was now. I have no idea, but I like it. Present Mike said with a smirk. Of course you do. Aizawa said with an eye roll. The two charge at Android 16 with all their might, throwing punches and kicks at the android, but they were outmatched as the enemy kept parrying their attacks and countering against them. Mirio jumped back and charged up another attack. Go to hell. Finol Flalash. Mirio shouted as he fired his strongest move at the android. Izuku deceiver and appear from behind 16 hashtag and charge up his own move. Time to go to become scrap metal 16 hashtag. Izuku shouted as he fired a full-on key blast with all he could muster. The android couldn't move in time, was hit by both blasts dead on. Izuku didn't stop to see the blasts took Android 16 out as he charged in with a fierce gaze. He made a kick motion. His kick was caught by an arm and then slammed him to the ground. I will destroy you, son of Toshinori. Android 16 said as he was heavily damaged by those attacks. How strong is that thing? He just took those two blasts dead on it, still moving like nothing happened. Kirishima said in shock as he was pretty sure even All Might in his prim would have been toast by those attacks. This just goes to show you how powerful this guy is, huh? Pixie said with a sweat drop at the thought of fighting that thing on the screen. Thankfully we don't have to fight it. Present Mike said with a slight gulp. Mirio launched himself at 16 hashtag and kick him in the face. Let end this. Mirio shouted as he and Android 16 hashtag started to trade blows at speed so fast, their movement looked blur and they were flying around the sky. Mirio was punched in the gut, making cracking noise and spiting blood before getting a double hammer fist to the building they were above, destroying it to pieces by the force Mirio was hit with. Ow! Mirio groaned out as Android 16 ascended down to Mirio slowly. Fought well, young one, but you fail. I will destroy Izuku. 16 hashtag said as he was held his hand to Mirio and was about to kill Mirio. DMN. Denki said in shock as he saw how fast they were fighting. Eri gasped in fear as she saw Mirio was about to die. No! Eri thought as didn't want this to happen, but let out the breath she was holding as she saw a certain someone save the day. No, you don't. Izuku shouted as he appeared in front of Android 16 suddenly and deliver a powerful kick the face, making 16 hashtag fly away from Mirio's spot with Izuku flying after him and beating while they were still in the air. He charge up some ki into his hand and fire it through 16 hashtag chest, making a big hole and killing the android. Izuku landed on the ground and fell to his knees in exhaustion, his hair and eyes turning back to normal. Thus, Izuku and Mirio won. Toru cheered happily as she waved her arms around to show how happy she was. She calmed down. Of course they would win. Their opponent was nothing but a robot. Bakugo said with an eye roll, but he was glad the two fighters won the battle. Mirio managed to get himself off the ground with a groan and pull something out of his belt and press the button on top. His wounds were started to heal slowly. Mei leaned in closer at the new tech. She was thinking on how to copy that healing item. Mirio limped to Izuku's side. "Are you okay, Izuku?" Miro asked as he helped Izuku to his feet. "Yeah, I'll be fine. I just a few moments to catch my breath." Izuku answered with a nod as he was regaining his breathing. "That good. I was worried you would be badly hurt if I was unable to keep you safe." Mirio said with sigh. "I'm guessing you came from the future with how you knew my name and bright glow. Glad to see the future will have strong proctors." Izuku said happily. "So Mirio is from the future, huh? That would make sense on how he show up." Tokoyami said with a Mei eyes had stars in her eyes. Time travel is possible. Mei thought happily. So that means this Izuku and Mirio never met before this fight. Toridoki said in surprise at how well the two work together. Heroes will always be heroes, it seems. Tsuyu said happily. The two just smiled before their eyes widened in horror as they felt a more powerful energy to their left, making them turn quickly and ready their fighting stance. A pale man with blue skin and white hair, having a line on both cheeks that goes from the eyes until his jaw. Initially, he wears red clothing that covers all his body. Above it, he wears white armor with the symbol of the Time Breakers at the center of it and a brown strap around his neck. He also wears cape-like pants covering his legs, leaving only a red pair of shoes to be visible. He also wears gray wristbands. "Mira, he here too?" Mirio thought with an worry frown. Mirio seemed to know this man. Midnight said with a frown. "And based on my reaction, it not good." Mirio said with a matching frown from himself from the screen. "This isn't good." Mandalay said as she bit her lips in worry. "They got it. These two won't lose so easily." Aria said as she have faith as she knew her two heroes will win. "Izuku Yagi, your potential is amazing. I must add it to my own power." Mira said with a chuckle. "Come and try it. I assure you it won't be easy." Izuku said with a growl as he fired a ki blast at Mira, and Mirio held two of his fingers to his forehead and was gathering energy in the tips. Izuku launched himself at Mira and the two were trading blows after blows, but Izuku wasn't doing much damage to his enemy. "You are strong, but I'm far superior than you," Mira said with a bore tone. Izuku responded with a punch to the face while transforming into his Super Saiyan form and making Mira stumble back. What? You shouldn't be able to hurt me, even in your Super Saiyan form," Mira said in shock. "You're strong, but you lack any formal training as far I can tell. You assume with your power that no one could beat you, but I'll show you how wrong you are." Izuku shouted as he launched himself at Mira once more, but this time, with more power and drive. "Oh, that had to hurt the pride," Denki said with snicker. "I hope Izuku isn't trying to make him angrier. That sounds like a bad idea." Mineta said with a worry frown. "I think Izuku know he would get more sloppy if he lecture him and making more angry. He knows that some fighters with Big's head will lash out more and make more openings to abuse for victory." Aizawa said with a smirk. Mira, hating that he being lectured by a weakling, decided to fight for real and met Izuku halfway. As the two were about to meet, Izuku smirked as he jumped over Mira as a drill-like beam hit him dead on. Mirio had fired his attack as Izuku was distracting Mira for him. "Their teamwork is on point," Mina said in awe. "I'm surprised how well the two can work together so far." Ojiro said with a surprised expression. "The damage was powerful, But it also made Mira more angry as his energy started to flare. Izuku and Mirio were panting as they were still exhausted from their fight before Mira's arrival, but they weren't going to give in so easily. Mira launched himself before Izuku and Mirio could react. Mira punched them in their gut, sending them flying. Mira followed after them, grabbed their ankles and spun them around in a crazy speed and threw them to the ground, making craters by the sheer force of Mira power. Die! Mira shouted as he fired a strong ki blast at the two. No! Everyone shouted in fear for the two in lives. Aria looked ready to burst into tears at the sight before her. Izuku and Mirio braced themselves for impact, but it never came. Before the blast could hit the two down fighters, a person with golden hair appeared out of nowhere with a sword and sliced the blast into two, making the blast split away from its targets and harmlessly flew past them. Izuku and Mirio look at the new arrival in surprise before Mirio's eyes widen in shock as Izuku was standing there with a confused frown. Cause who was standing there was someone they both knew well. A 20-year-old Aria was standing in front of them with her hair glowing like Izuku's Super Saiyan form, and she was rather tall. Standing around 6 foot, she wears a World War-esque black trench coat with a fur-lined collar and an olive-green sweater underneath, olive-green pants with lighter-colored bandages around her shins and brown-colored laced boots. Everyone blinked at an adult Aria was standing in front of Mirio and Izuku with a look of a fighter. Aria looked on in awe at her other self saving Izuku and Mirio from danger. That could be me one day. Aria thought happily. Mirio smiled as he patted Aria's head happily. Mira growled at her. Aria, that I should have known you'll show up to stop me. Mira said as he glared at lady in front of her. I won't let you hurt Izuku or Mirio. So if you don't want to die here, I suggest you run. Aria said coldly as she glared at the man in front of her. Aria? That Aria? Izuku said in shock. Why, that Aria. She my boss of sorts. She isn't supposed to be here though. This break the rules of time travel. Mirio said with a gulp as he got back on his feet. I see. So this version of Aria is from the future and in charge of time travel's police of sort. Momo said in surprise. I guess she grew up well if she can be so successful at a young age. All Might said as he gave Aria a soft smile, making her blush in embarrassment. I was not ready for today. Like at all. Izuku thought as he got up from the ground as well and got into his fighting stance. We'll discuss that later. But for now, let's put an end to Mira. Aria said as she flared her ki higher. Izuku and Mirio nodded in agreement and flared their keys as well. Izuku launched himself with Aria. Mirio flew up. Let's see him handle this. Mirio said as he put his hands to the sky and started to focus on gathering energy. Everyone rose a brow at Mirio doing something away from the fight. But shrug as they will find out later. Back to Aria and Izuku, we can see the two are pressuring Mira with their overwhelming teamwork. Mira made to blast Aria, but Izuku kicked his arm up, making the blast fly harmlessly over her head. Aria took this change to attack. She put two arms out, unleash a powerful burst of ki blast. Evil explosion. Aria shouted out the attack as Mira went flying. Izuku fire multiply ki blast after Mira, each hitting and doing some damage. Wow. Their teamwork is amazing. Midnight said in awe. I haven't seen teamwork like that in a while outside of the Wild Pussycats group. Aizawa with a small proud smile at his student growth. I agree. Not many heroes have teamwork like this. This is built trust of years of working together. Tiger said with a smirk. You starting to annoy me. Mira shouted as he fired a dark ki blast as he recovered from the attacks and hit Aria, sending her stumbling to the ground. Izuku wasted no time and launched himself at Mira with his full power. Mira saw this and decided to meet him halfway. The two charged at each other and threw their axe before meeting in the middle. The two made a shockwave that made everything around fly away at the pressure of the power. The two were trading blows after blows, making shockwaves after shockwaves appear. The UA's students blink in shock. They haven't seen something like this since they witnessed All Might fight that Nomu. Such power. The pro heroes thought in awe. Izuku lose the standstill as he kicked in the stomach, sending flying through some buildings by the sheer force of the attack. Mira was about to follow after him, But then Aria appear in front of him and give him an uppercut to the jaw, sent him upwards to sky toward Mirio. Mirio grinned as his strongest attack was ready. Eat this. Ultimate Genkidama. Mirio shouted. He threw his hands downwards with the giant blue sphere following his hand's movement. Mira managed to stop his movement in time to see the giant ball was about to hit him. Everyone jaw drop at the big ball of energy Mirio built while Izuku and Eri fought. Holy sheet. Just holy sheet. Toradora said in surprise. Well, now we see why he gathering energy. That look powerful enough to destroy the whole planet. Jiro said with a sweat drop. Essence of heaven and earth, huh? What a fitting name for such an attack. Tomoko said with a small smile as she knew what the name means. It was fitting for a hero. No. I won't lose to a bunch of weaklings. Mira shouted angrily as he fired his strongest ki blast at the Genkidama. Heya! Mira shouted as he put everything he had to his attack, pushing the Genkidama away. But before he could overpower it, he was attacked from his back by 3 powerful keys blasts. Arg! Mira shouted in pain as he knew who's just shot him in the back, making him lose focus and letting the Genkidama hit him. Mira shouted as he was in great pain and the light blinded the 3 fighters. After the shine of the attack ended, the trio saw Mira fell to the ground and landed with a loud thud. Demon, you know he dead. Shoji said with a whistle. Dude. Too soon, man. Denki said with a sigh. The trio flew down and landed in front of the heavily wounded Mira as he struggled to get up from the ground. It over, Mira. We won. Eri said coldly as he pulled out her sword. No. Even if there 3 of you, how could I've lost? I'm supposed to be the strongest. Mira growled out angrily. You lost because you thought you were the strongest. You have no training. No actual experience against someone powerful. Izuku said wisely, making Mira pause. No experience? No training? I never thought of that. I always managed to overpower anyone who stood in my way. But I forgot to work them out. My power need practice. How could I have been so foolish? Mira thought angrily as he managed to get to his feet. All the pros heroes nodded in agreement. It doesn't matter how powerful your quirk or power, if you don't train them and gain experiences in battle, you'll always lose. They learned the hard way. The younger heroes thought about it for a moment and took it to heart as they seen firsthand of what happened when you don't train your quirk. I see. Well then. It looked like I got a lot to think about. I should thanks you, Izuku. You are as wise and powerful as I heard. Till next time. Mira said as he suddenly flew away in high speed. Eri was about to follow after him, but she was stopped by Izuku. Let him go. We won and we shouldn't waste any more energy than we already did. Izuku said to her. Eri looked like she wanted to say something, but decided against it. Okay, Izuku. I'll let him go this time. Eri said as she powered down to her normal white hair self as Izuku powered down to his normal black and green hair. It seemed Izuku still kind even in a different world. Eri said happily. Yeah. I'm just happy that the fighting is over and they can rest. Momo said with a sigh as she was worried how long they were going to fight for. Man. You grew, Eri. If I didn't know any better, you aged 7 years. Izuku said as he looked Eri up and down. Yeah. It's been a few years for me. Eri said sheepishly. I see. I'm happy to see you become a young woman. I'm proud of you. Izuku said happily as he patted Eri's head. Iche. I'm a grown woman now. You can't be petting me now. Eri said with a pout. Mirio smiled as he saw Eri's slight smile on her face, showing she liked being petted. She likes it. Mirio thought with a slight chuckle as he wanted to give the 2 their moment before heading back to the base. Ah, this is so cute. Toru squealed happily at how cute the 2 are with each other. I see you like being petted, Eri. Mirio teased lightly as he petted Eri's head, making her pout slightly. It's good to see that even as an adult, Izuku will never lose his heart. Toradora said happily. Anyway, while I love to stay and chat, but I need to do something now. Izuku said as he turned around to the city that was still under attack. That right? Izuku goes to that town and... Aria thought with a frown before closing her eyes tight before talking. Izuku, I'll go with you. This time, I won't hold you back. Aria started, but she was cut off by a voice in her head. This time? Did something happen last time she fought with Izuku? Denki asked with a frown. Must have to do something. Why Izuku only have one arm? Jiro said softly as she connect the dots. Oh. Denki said as he caught on. But why is Aria so desperate about this? What will happen if Izuku goes? Shoji asked with a frown. The pro heroes understand what Aria means and frown sadly. Izuku will die if he goes into that town and fight alone. Aria, no. You can't go. You know you're not allowed to change timelines like this. The voice shouted. I know. But if I don't go, Izuku will. Izuku will. Aria thought back to the voice with a frown. Is there something wrong, Aria? Is there something you want to tell me? Izuku asked with a concerned expression. You have to stop her, Mirio. The voice begged Mirio, who was on the fence of what to do. If you're here all grown, that means May managed to build her time machine and the future is save right. Izuku said softly. So that means this battle have a purpose. That enough for me. Izuku said with a soft smile as Aria had tears in her eyes now. Everyone's eyes widened as they all connected to dots on why Aria is so sad about leaving Izuku alone. Dude. He can't. Denki said softly. He is a hero. He will fight to death if means saving one life. And the fact that Aria is from the future. Momo added as she had tears in her eyes as she saw that Izuku was connected the dots and wasn't scared to die. That just not fair. Uraraka said with a frown. It never is. Toridoki said with a growl at the thought of someone so close to his heart dying without doing something about it. May couldn't be happy to know she made something so amazing while a close friend was about to die. Now Izuku. You can't. Aria begged. Aria, it seems you have made a good friend. Izuku said as he pointed to Mirio, who was worried about Aria. You can't just leave a good friend behind now, can't you? Izuku said as he gave Aria one last head pat before turning his back and going Super Saiyan and flew up to the sky. No, wait. Aria called out with her hands stretched out as if trying to stop Izuku from going, but Mirio stepped in front of her and grimly shook his head to her. Izuku gave Aria one last look before flying off. Aria and Mirio watched him fly off as Aria had tears in her eyes. As did Aria, who was watching the scene play out. Mirio could only hug her close as she cried into his arms at the discovering her other's self couldn't save someone so dear to her as he recalled Sir Night-Eye death and how he'd be torn apart if he couldn't save Izuku in his world too. One ally's death is bad enough. Could pull his hat down to his eyes to hide his tears as he felt the familiar sting of losing someone close to him. It like losing his parents all over again. But he knew deep down, Izuku wouldn't want him to hold that in again and look forward to the future. Fast forward in time. Mirio was in a large room filled with scrolls with two people. I didn't think Aria would have been so affected by this. The young lady who like a kid said in sadness. Seriously? Are they really that dumb? Denki asked angrily as he knew how hard it would on someone if they went through what Aria on the screen did. Are you kidding me? She just met her mentor who was basically the father she never had and just saw him fly off to a battle he going to die in. How could you not think this was going to affect her? Mirio said angrily. Calm down, Mirio. You're getting emotional. The elder man said. No. Every time we talk, you gods always find a way to hurt mortals or dodge what really matters. First, it was tricking Aria into believe she broken a rule that no one told us about and making her think she made a greater sin than she can never atten for giggles. Then Elder Kai over here literary peaks on girls and won't do anything unless it promise him his live or cute girls. I get you guys don't know how it like for people who haven't grew up like you too, but you never really took time out to understand us. Mirio exploded at them, making them step back in shock. Just look. I'm sorry for getting angry, but at the rate we are going, we are all going to lose our homes if you two don't take better care of those you're supposed to defend and watch over. Shin can only do so much alone and you two aren't helping. I'm going to go check on Aria and when I get back, I'll do the next scroll, okay? Mirio said as he turned and left without another word. Geez. He had to give it us straight out, huh? Elder Kai said with a sigh. But he right though. We always assume what we do is normal and above others without ever thinking about it. We do need to grow closer with everyone we are helping to better our burdens. Cronoa, Supreme Kai of Time real name, said with a tired sigh as she looked at the scroll that was playing Izuku Death. How many mortals' deaths had we caused because of our misdeeds? She thought to herself as she turned away from the scroll and started to walk away. No spoke as the video ended. They have no idea what to say. It seemed like there was gods in that world who cause harm to mortals without realizing it, and Izuku Death hurt them. I suggest everyone go clear their head. This was a lot heavier than we thought it will be. Tezawa said as he glanced at his students' somberly faces. No one argued with him and left. All Might was the only who stay as he was having a hard time swallowing this. No matter the world or time. You will always fight for what right. I couldn't be more proud of you, my son. You did the world right for sticking to your values even though you knew your death was right in front of you. All Might thought as he gave a prayer to Izuku Yagi for peace in the afterlife. For his son from another world. After everyone came back and cleared their head of what they seen, they began to talk a bit as the screen was loading up a new world. So what do you guys think we're going to see next? Uraraka asked. I hope it's something cool. I would love to see Izuku as an badass again. Denki said as he wondered what type of world they were going to see next. Maybe we'll see him as a king. Momo suggested with a smile. Or better yet, a knight. Mina said as she was imaging Izuku as a knight saving a princess and serving his kingdom. I want to see what happened if Izuku was a girl. Toridoki said honestly. Oh right, Yurgihe. Momo started, but held her throat in pain as Toridoki chopped her neck. Let not spread that around. Toridoki said calmly as everyone's sweat dropped at the two. Oh look, it's starting again. Bakugo said as he didn't care about Toridoki and Momo at the moment. Everyone turned to the screen and were excited of what they were going to see this time. Mina was seen reading a newspaper with a smile. Man, that Spider-Man guy is so cool. Mina said happily as she read up on Spider-Man latest heroic. I don't know about that. Isn't he a vigilante? Jiro asked with a rose brow. Izuku is called Spider-Man in this world? Uraraka said in surprise. And he a vigilante? Ida said in horror. Must be a good one if Mina seemed to be a fan of Spider-Man. Saya said calmly as she was a little worried for this version of Izuku. Vigilante is hated more than villains surprisingly. Let's see what type of hero he is in this world. All Might said with a sigh. He can already feel the headache he going to get. Eri and Kudo were excited to see Izuku in action as a hero again. Yes he is. But as of late, their people want this Spider-Man fellow to be a full-fledged hero. He been saving civilians from certain death or worst from small-time criminals that the pros hero are ignoring and have been helping the police with recuse mission. Momo said as she was reading her book. Isn't there a debate going on about whether Spider-Man is criminal or a hero? Mina asked with a rose brow. Yes. Our principal Nizu is declaring Spider-Man as a hero while Endeavor is declaring Spider-Man a criminal and should be put down. Toru said as she was reading the news on her phone. Put down? As in kill? Jiro asked in surprise. Man, I never heard of a vigilante getting this much attention before. Izuku Spider-Man persona must be one hell of a man to warrant it. Midnight said with a whistle. I guess so. But there is point. He is a criminal in the eyes of the laws, but he a hero to the eye of the people. Mandalay said with a sigh. And put down? No matter the world, Endeavor is brutal. Present Mike groaned as he didn't like how unheroic that sounded coming out of his mouth. It left a very bad taste in his mouth. Yeah. Like fire could kill Deku. That the funniest thing I heard all day. Bakugo said with an evil smirk. He is hard to kill. Toridoki agree with a nod. Wow. Those two agree on something. Jiro said in awe. Yes. It seemed Endeavor is holding Spider-Man for 10's lives that was killed when the two met. But there is a report saying that Endeavor killed them while trying to fight Spider-Man, despite him trying to save people from a burning building. Mina said as she recalled the news of that day. I think those fight it out before and Spider-Man won, but that's just a rumor. Toru said with a shrug. So, in others' words, he looking to pin the crime on Spider-Man and take credit for it. And safe face to losing to an untrained hero who is a vigilante. Jiro said with a sigh. Wow. That petty as f dash dot. Denki said with a frown. And amazing. Izuku fought and beat Endeavor if the rumors are true. That got to speak volumes of his skills. Midnight said in awe as she was giddy of the thought of someone beating that flame bear. I must admit, I'm impressive he did just to think. All might admit it. I would hate to PSS off Spider-Man Izuku. Zero said with a sheepish smile. I think it manly as hell he fought Endeavor. Kirishima said with a smile. It seems so, but I think Spider-Man should be legally declared as a hero. He going to keep doing this anyway, so may as well make it easier and make him an ally. Momo said as she closed her book. I agree. It would be so cool to have someone like Spider-Man on our side. Mina said as she fist-pumped the air. Everyone agree. It would be good and cool to have someone like Spider-Man Izuku on the hero side. Definitely if he'd been doing so many good. Before any more could be said, Uraraka ran into the dorm room while heavily breathing. Quick, turn the news. Spider-Man is fighting a villain that been on the run from the pro heroes on a train and it live. Uraraka said as she was trying to catch her breath. The girls turned quickly to the TV and started it up and it shows Spider-Man, in his red and blue Spider-Them custom fighting a villain with 6 mechanic arms. Oh my! Momo said as she saw how brutal the fight was so far. I hope Spider-Man wins. Mina said as she was clenching her fist. Go Izuku! Kuda and Eri cheer happily. I get a feeling once Izuku goes pro and get his brand of merch, Kuda would want a lot of them. Mandalay said with a giggle. I think Eri the same way. Mirio said with a chuckle of his own. Class 1A were cheering for Izuku as well and the teachers were excited to see how well their student fare against a villain. With Spider-Man. Spider-Man threw a punch and then knee his opponent in the stomach, making him stumble back in pain. Give up. You can't win. Spider-Man said as he was whining the fight so far. Spider-Man jumped at Doc Ock, the man he was fighting, but he was caught midair as Doc Ock sent his mechanical arms and started to slam him the roof of the train. Everyone winced at the dent Izuku was making on the train as he was being slammed on it repeatedly. Come on. Hustle out there. Bakugo shouted angrily. Ow. Spider-Man said before he was pick up again and then slammed to the side of the train a few times, breaking glass and scaring the people inside. Spider-Man managed to caught his footing and stopping him from slamming to side of the train again. Stay down. Doc Ock growled as he started to push Spider-Man down the side of the train so Spider-Man will be thrown off the train. But Spider-Man held strong and pushed back. But then he was hit by a sign, which broke on him. Then another sign hit him. Then another and another. And another. How many signs does this track needs? Spider-Man shouted as he was pretty sure no train tracks need this many signs so close to each other. Everyone kept wincing with every sign that hit Izuku and were confused on why there was so many signs on the track. Of course everyone burst out laughing at Izuku outburst and even Aizawa let out a chuckle. Spider-Man then felt his senses tingle and looked to the left. Doc Ock saw the train too and smirk. He held Spider-Man a while longer before letting go at the last second and letting the train hit Spider-Man square on. Oh wow, that got to hurt. Zero said with a cringe. He defiantly out of the fight. Momo said with a wince as not many can get hit by a speeding train and walk away. Poor Deku. I was hoping he would win. Uraraka said with a slight sniffle. If you think that all it took to take out the DM nerd, then you're all idiots. Bakugo said with an eye roll, making everyone raise an eyebrow before they saw something that made their jaw drop in shock. That should take care of that illusion. Doc Ock thought before his eyes widened in shock. Spider-Man just jumped out of the train front like nothing happened and was swinging back to Doc Ock with his webs. Like a boss. Kirishima cheered happily as Izuku was still in the game. My ears. Jiro said as she held her ears in pain. Sorry. Kirishima apologized with a bow. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Doc Ock growled out as he sent his mechanical arms into the train and grabbed 2 civilians. He pulled them out of the train and held them up for Spider-Man to see, while they were screaming for good measure. The 2 he was holding looked to be 2 students from Class B. Oh no. They aren't allowed to use their quirks yet, so they're sitting ducks. Momo cried out in worry. One bad thing about the law, you can't use your quirks unless you want to be labeled as a villain. How stupid. Tokoyami said with a sigh. Don't worry. Deku will save them. Uraraka said as she wasn't worried about them as Izuku was there. He threw them off the train, making Spider-Man go after them. He caught the girl who looked like Kendo. Hang on to me. Spider-Man said as he put Kendo on his back and swung for the other student. He barely caught her before she hit the ground and swung away. That was a close one. Spider-Man said as he was using his only open arm to swing with his webs as his other arm was carry the one known as Phony. Everyone let out the breath they were holding as Izuku managed to save both girls before anything bad could happen. Thanks goodness Izuku was there. Momo said happily. I'm going to land very quick and carry you off to the ground, but I need to chase after that madman. Spider-Man said as he was still swinging. Oh okay. Thank you for the save, Spider-Man. Kendo said as she was still surprised by being saved by a criminal, but she won't be too picky about her savior. Here we go. Spider-Man said as he jumped off his web and straight to the ground, scaring the 2 girls as they were hugging Spider-Man for dear life. But Spider-Man landed on the ground without trouble and stood up straight. And we are at your destination. Thank you for riding with Spidey Train. We hope you enjoy your ride. Spider-Man joked as the girls got off Spider-Man with a clumsy and dizzy walk. Hey, it looked like Izuku have a sense of humor in this world. Denki said in surprise. He strike me as a kind of kid who can't joke well. Tiger said with a he is. But I guess he gained confidence as Spider-Man. Ida said with a nod. I can see. He saved 2 girls from getting hurt while swinging around and then landing without trouble. Present Mike said with a grin. Remind me of a certain hero. Midnight said as she wiggled her brow to All Might, who just smiled sheepishly in embarrassment. Well, I'll love to stay and chat, but I got a madman to chase. So see ya. Spider-Man said as he jumped and swung his webs out again and went after the train. The 2 girls stare as Spider-Man left. He a hero. Phony said after a while. I can't help but agree with you. Look like the new #1 hero is wrong. Kendo said with a sigh. Ooh, do I smell more girls for IzukuxHarem? Zero joked as some of the girls blush at the thought. I hope not. I want a girlfriend too, Diamante. Mineta said with a growl, making everyone rolls their eyes. Back with Spider-Man. Spider-Man landed in front of Doc Ock, but before he could do something, Doc Ock tossed him what seemed to be a lever. I would love to stay and fight, but you have a train to catch. Doc Ock said smugly before jumping off the train as Spider-Man finally realized the train was speeding up. He quickly looked to the driver's seat of the train before it exploded on him, burning his mask as Spider-Man quickly removed it to avoid getting burned. His green and black was rustling against the speed of the train and his eyes widened as he saw the train was speeding to the dead end of the tracks. Oh no! His face is in view for the world. He need to keep his face hidden if he want to keep going as Spider-Man. Ida said in worry for his friend. Sure he'll be fine. Deku been lucky so far, right? Uraraka said as she tried to calm her friend down, but she was worried as well. Just calm down you two, so as long now one get a look at his face after the whole incident, he'll be fine. Momo said as she calmed the 2 down. Yeah. With everything going on, I doubt anyone will have enough time to memorize Izuku's face. Tokoyami said with a sigh. Oh no! Izuku shouted in fright as he made his way to the front of the train. Hey, it's Spider-Man! One of the people in the train shouted as they saw Izuku's suit. Tell everyone to hang on. Izuku shouted to the one in front and looked down. He gulped as he jumped down and had his right leg out and pushed himself accessing the train in hopping to slow it down like that, but he had to stop as he felt his leg was about to snap from the pressure. Ah! Izuku mim out in pain as he rubbed his leg. Yeah. I figure it wouldn't work. Toradoki said with a sigh. But points for trying though. Denki said. What else can he do? Kuda asked with a frown. Got any more bright ideas? The guy asked sarcastically. Yeah. Of course I do. Izuku said with a nervous smile. I got nothing. Izuku shouted in his head as he turned back to see he was closing on to the end. That sound about right. Everyone said with a worry chuckle as they hope Izuku can think of something soon. Izuku decided to shot his webs out of the side of the train and try to hold it. It worked slightly as the train was slowing down a bit, but the webs snap under the pressure of the train and snap, almost making Izuku fall forward, but luckily Izuku managed to catch himself with his foot still on the train. I got something. But will I be strong enough for it? Izuku whispered to himself as he knew what he got to do. Those who knew what Izuku was planning had their eyes widen in shock as they realized what Izuku was going to do. Is he insane? He can't handle that much pressure and force. Ida shouted angrily. What wrong? Uraraka asked in surprise. Izuku is planning to use his webs as a rope of sort to slow down the train, but he will need to be in the certain of the webs to hold it together. Momo answered with a shiver. And that bad why? Denki asked. It means Izuku will have to hold a speeding train and pull on his webs to make it stop with his strut alone. Jiro said with a cringe. And if he can't hold out, his arms will be rip off his torso in the process. All Might said with a shiver. Oh! Denki said in horror. Everyone looked on in horror as Izuku was getting ready to do the unthinkable. Izuku looked to the end that was approaching and steel himself for what he was about to do. Plus Ultra. Izuku whispered to himself as he started to shot webs after webs after webs on both sides of the train and held on as tightly as he could. Izuku was pulled back to the train and his arm felt as if it was about to torn off his body. He screamed at the top of his lung as he held on tightly and tried to ignore the pain that was coursing through his body as his skin was ripping apart slightly, showing blood and muscle as his suit was being torn as well. Everyone winced as they see the blood coming out of Izuku's arms. Some even turned green as they didn't want to see something so damaging on Izuku again. Come on Izuku. You can do it. Aria prayed as she saw the amount of pain Izuku was in. You can do it. You won against stack odds before, don't start losing now. Kuda said as he hoping Izuku will win. It working. The train is slowing down. One of the people on the train shouted as everyone could see the train was slowing down thankfully. Everyone turned back to see Izuku was still holding on and pushing himself beyond his limits to save everyone. Izuku did his best brace himself for the end, but as soon as they crashed, he was hit by a metal stop sign and it broke his chest a bit. Izuku coughed up a bit of blood, but held strong as the train was close to falling over and used whatever strength he could muster up and stop the train fully before it could. DMN. Izuku isn't about to quit. Siro said as he cringed at the blood that came out of Izuku's mouth. He too DMN's stubborn to give up. Bakugo said as he had his arms crossed, but he was shaking as well. Come on Izuku. You can do it. All Might whisper. Everyone held their breath as they saw it slowly stopping. Once it did and people were safe, Izuku let go of the web, smile slightly in pride as his eyes were dropping. He did. The kids cheers happily as everyone let out a breath they were holding. Oh gee, thank God. I was about to cry for a moment. Uraraka said as she wiped some tears of fright. He about to fall. Mina cried out in fear as she saw Izuku was leaning forward to fall of the train from exhaustion. He'll die from that drop. Midnight cried out. Ida. Izuku whispered as he was started to fall forward to what would be his death as his consciousness was gone, but he was caught by two people who were in front of the broken window and was held up. Then another hand came and started to pull him in, so did another and another. Everyone who could hold Izuku pulled himself safely to the train and started to carry him to the other side of the train and gently lay him down on the ground. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they never seen anything like this. They're caring for Izuku despite being a vigilante. Amazing. All Might said with a smile. Vigilante were hated by everyone. They were treated worse than villains and were usually looked down on as rats of the world, despite the good they do. But to see everyone care for a vigilante like Izuku, That means Izuku had proven to be a hero in their eyes and deserve respect. My stars. He just a boy. A man said in surprise as he saw Izuku's face. He is old as my son. A young woman said in surprise as well that the infamous Spider-Man that many hate and love was nothing but a young boy doing the job of a pro hero. Is he alive? Asked one of the crowd. Izuku started to wake up slowly as he heard all the voices. Once Izuku vision retrun, he saw all the worry faces and then the relief they all held as he was awake now. Izuku blinked a bit to get vision clear up and his eyes widen in realization he didn't have his mask on. I forgot he lose his mask. Mina said with a worry frown. I don't think we need to worry about that. All Might said with a gentle smile. But his face had been seen by everyone. Mina asked with a grimace. Just keep watching and you'll see what I mean. All Might said happily. Mina blinked a little as she was sure what All Might meant, but decided to follow along for now. They saw his face. They know how looks like now and can report to the police about him. But before Izuku can have a panic attack, an old man stop him. It okay? The old man said gently as two kids walk up to Izuku. We found this. One of the kids said softly as he held out a mask. Izuku blinked in surprise as he was confused on why they were being kind to him. He was a vigilante. They were hated more than the villains. So, why were they being so kind to him? We won't tell anyone. One of the kids said as if reading Izuku's mind. Wow. Just wow. Ida said in awe as Uraraka had tears in her eyes. He won their recolonizes. He won them over despite being a vigilante. Uraraka said as she wiped some tears. Man. This getting tearing eyes here. Jiro said as she wiped a bit of tears off her eyes. Never in history I seen something like this. This kid is amazing after all. Present Mike said with a smirk. Izuku blinked in surprise and looked around and saw that everyone agreed with the kid. They're willing to let me go. Izuku thought in awe. Izuku smiled softly and nodded. Thank you. Izuku managed out as he reached for the mask and took it out of the kid hand. He placed it over his head and looked back to a smiling crowd. His mask, while burnt, had become more than just a mask. It became a symbol of a new hero. And thus, a new legend was born in front of everyone's eyes. Momo said happily as she felt proud of Izuku's achievement. I wonder what the news will saw about this. Denki said with a smirk. I like to see them try to badmouth Spider-Man now. Mirio said with a smirk of his own. Izuku got up shakily to his feet and started to make his way out of the train. But he didn't got far as the back of the train was forced open and Endeavor walk in with his fire bear blazing in anger. And he ruined the moment. Toradoki said with a sigh. What a deech. Bakugo said with a slight growl. Spider-Man. You are under arrest for attempted genocide and property damage of the city. Endeavor shouted as he was about to walk to Izuku and drag him out of the train forcefully, but he was stopped by a kid. Leave him alone. He did nothing but save people. A kid shouted at him. Yeah. He didn't do anything wrong. Without him, we all would have died. A man shouted. He did your job before you could even do anything, you failure of a hero. Another man shouted. Oh, wicked burns everywhere. Siro said smugly as he was enjoying the people defend Izuku and roasting Endeavor. I'm loving this so much right now. Toradoki said with a smirk. It's so heartwarming that they are defending Izuku. Midnight said as smile at the crowd. Izuku felt his heart tug as the people were rising up to defend him. Hey kid, get out of here before Firebeard decided to throw a tantrum. And don't worry about us, he wouldn't hurt us unless he wants to lose his hero licenses. A old woman said softly. Izuku nodded and mumbled a thank you and looked for an exit and saw it. Don't you dare dash, Endeavor shouted out before Izuku jumped out of the train window and web sling out of the train area before Endeavor could follow. Izuku got away pretty quickly and before any more pro heroes can arrive, he left for home. Spider-Man! Endeavor voice echoed through the city. Everyone was laughing at Endeavor misfortune. It was priceless. A week later, Izuku was walking around the town as he stopped and looked at the latest newspaper. Spider-Man. A hero for the people, it read. Izuku felt his eyes tear up a little as he read it. Always a softies, huh? Toru said with a giggle. I swear his crying is his second quirk sometimes. Jiro said with a sigh, but everyone can see the smile. I'm almost there. I'm almost there of being a hero. Izuku thought happily as he kept walking, unaware of the man behind him smiling warmly to Izuku. Keep going, Spider-Man. The world needs someone like you now more than ever. The man said happily as he walked off with his walking cane and adjusting his red sunglasses. Everyone was smiling. That was amazing. There's no other way to put it. All Might said as he was proud of Izuku's heroic nature in that world. No matter which world, so as long Izuku a hero, he will never fail. Ida said with a soft smile. Everyone agree with that statement. I'm feeling peckish now that we finish watching this. Let's get something to eat. Momo suggested. Everyone agree and started to make their way out of the room, chatting about what they watch and what was the best part. Eri and Kudo were debating whether on which colors suit Izuku best. Green or red. So, here to me trying to make a villain Deku for everyone. But if I'm doing this, I will use something else and make it how I see it. Or to be more accurate, someone else. This will be a joke everyone will love. Everyone came back to the room, laughing and talking about Izuku as Spider-Man. I wonder what we are going to see now? Denki wondered as everyone sat down on the chair. I don't know, I just hope it not depressing. Jiro said with a sigh. I guess we'll know once we start. All Might said as they all sat down finally and waited for the screen to start. The screen started up suddenly and everyone jumped as they didn't expect it to start so suddenly. The screen showed two people fighting. Wow. Already at it, huh? Midnight said with a sigh. One was in a purple suit, white skin, black gloves and green vest. He have a scar that run across his cheek to his lips that resemble a smile. The other was an adult Ida in his hero uniform, but without his helmet and blood on his forehead. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they knew who was the clown person was. Wait, why is Izuku and Ida fighting like animals? Momo asked in shock horror. I don't know. But I think in this world, Izuku is a... Toradoki started, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Izuku a villain in this world. And I'm his enemy. Ida said dumbly, making everyone gape in shock. Come on, Ida. Is that all you got? Kaken hit harder than you before I hung him. The clown said with a chilling grin. Just shut up, Joker. Ida growled out as he threw another punch and hitting Joker in the face and then knee him in the stomach. Joker stumbled back before he grin and cough up some blood. Ha! Now that more like it. Hit me. Joker said with a cackle as he threw another punch to Ida and hitting him in between the eyes and head-butting him. Everyone cringed at the fact Izuku just casually told Ida he killed Bakugo and the anger Ida had in his voice and eyes. No way, dude. Izuku would never do that. Siro said angrily. I wish I can agree, but Izuku in this world is a villain. He would. Present Mike said grimly. I hate seeing this version of Izuku. Kuda said with a grimace as Eri nodded in agreement. This hurt their image of the sweet and kind boy they look up to. Uraraka just held back her tears as she see her two best friends were fighting like they were trying to kill each other. It hurt her heart as she watched this. Bakugo held back a shiver as he knew if Izuku did turn into a villain in his world, he would die. He hated admitting to it even to himself, but one of the reasons he keep putting Deku down is because he was scared of him. And the name Joker isn't something to laugh about too. Mina whispered to herself as the name struck a core of horror in her. Ida stumbled before he growled out in frustration and tackled Joker. He kept running through walls after walls in the building they were fighting in and only stopping when the Joker pulled out a knife and stabbed Ida in the shoulders, making him cry out in pain as they stop in a room filled with old signs that look to be for carnival's rides. Heh, is that all you got, Metal Man? Joker said with a grin as he kicked Ida while he was on the ground. Ida was on his back, breathing heavily as he waited for the Joker to be in front of him. Once Joker got in front of his foot, he actives his quirk, which had his leg fly up and kick him in the chin, knocking the Joker fall to his back. Boom. Headshot. Kirishima said as he tried to lighten the air a bit. It worked slightly as some did chuckle. But it was barely. It seemed Ida learned to fight with more tact than straightforward kicks. Mina added, "That a good thing. If he just stick to his usual style, then he wouldn't last long without adapting his style." Aizawa said with a bore tone, but he was feeling dread inside his heart as he saw one of his students like this. It hurt to see his students like this. All Might couldn't bring himself to say anything as he watched this in horror. Ida didn't waste time as he got back to his feet and got on top of the Joker. He started to beat on the Joker with no mercy or held back. He threw every punch with the intent of killing the Joker. But the Joker reached his hands out for anything he could grab and found a bottle. He picked up the bottle and smashed it on Ida's head, making him fall to the side in pain and shock. Everyone winced with everyone hit. Ida landed on Izuku's face, and even some of the girls had tears in their eyes as they saw two best friends fight without mercy. "This is too painful to watch," Ida said as he tried to hold back his own tears and stop his shaking hands. But it was becoming too much to bear at this point for him. Izuku was like a brother to him and he hated fighting with his family. The Joker stumbled back to his feet as Ida was struggling to regain his bearings and reach into his suit. He pulled out a revolver and turned back around to point it at Ida, but he was tackled through the wall again to outside as Joker dropped his gun. Rain started to wash over the two as they were once again going at it like animals. Ida punched the Joker to the ground right next to his gun. Joker picked up his gun and turned around quickly with a malice grin and pointed at the hero in front of him. "No!" Everyone shouted as they saw Izuku pointed the gun at Ida and thought of the worst. "Don't do it, Izuku!" Uraraka shouted the loudest as she didn't want to see this end in one of their death. "Wait, lead them to this madness." Tokoyami mumbles to himself in shock. He pulled the trigger and nothing happened, instead a little flag that had bang. He started to pull it again and again but nothing happened. "Oh god damn it," Joker said with an eye roll as he threw the gun to side and sigh. Everyone let out a breath they were holding as they realized the gun was a joke gun. "Oh man, I don't think my heart can take any more of this," Mina said with a sigh as she held her chest to help breathe easier. "I know what you mean. This getting scary and heartbreaking with every second," Mineta said with a sigh. "Well, let's get to the part where you kick my butt and take me away," Joker said as he waited for Ida to started to beat him. When nothing happened for a few seconds, he looked at Ida with a confused expression. "What are you waiting for? Come on, beat me up and take me away like always," Joker said with a narrow stare. "No, not this time, Izuku," Ida said after a while, making the Joker look surprised as he hadn't been called by that name for the longest time. "I don't want to hurt you. I don't want either of us killing the other. But we are running out of options, Izuku," Ida said as he stared at the man who was once his friend. Everyone paled as they heard Ida words. How long had they been fighting? How long had they been so close to killing each other? Uraraka asked in fright. "I don't know. But it looked like young Ida know they need to end this war between them before it get to the point of no return," All Might finally said as he took a shaking breath. "So in others' words, if they don't end it soon, they will kill each other," Mirio said with a grimace as he can't tell if he and his friends were in this situation. Would they kill each other? He didn't want to think about it. Perhaps it all hinges on tonight. I don't know what it was that made you chose this life. But maybe I was there too, Ida said as he walked toward Izuku, who hadn't moved from his spot on the ground. "Maybe we can work together. I can reform you back to the man you were before. You don't have to be alone. We don't need to kill each other to make this end, Izuku," Ida said as he pulled his hand out to Izuku. "Let me help you," Ida begged as he was praying for Izuku to take his hand. "Please, Izuku, take the hand," Ida begged to the screen. "Come on, man. You can still make the wrongs right," Shiro said. "Please, Izuku, just take the hand," Uraraka begged. "You better do it, you DMN nerd. I don't care, you kill me. Just fix yourself, DMN it." Bakugo growled out angrily. "Come on, Izuku, you're a hero. Don't die as a villain," Mina said with a glare. "Come on. Didn't you taught me what it means to be a hero?" Kuda said with tears in his eyes. Izuku looked at the hand, then at Ida and then back to the hand. He sighed as he didn't took the hand and got up on his own. "I'm sorry but no. Just no." Izuku said with a tired sigh. It far too late for that. Izuku said as he turned around and put his hand behind his back as his expression was solemn as he really did wanted to take the hand and accept the offer. But he couldn't. Not after all he did. Not after all the lives he ended and ruined. Not after all the heroes and villains he buried. He doesn't see himself worth saving. Tokoyami said with a grimace. That too sad. Momo said with tears in her eyes. Why did he become like this? What happened for Izuku to become the Joker? Shiro asked with a head shake. We can only accept what happened. He's set on this road and he knows he can't change it. Aizawa said with tired eyes and suddenly looking older. Kuda and Eri had tears in their eyes as they saw their idol was broken on the screen. They didn't care if he was a villain and if he didn't accept to be a hero once more. They will always remember Izuku as the hero he is and was to them. Ida's eyes darkened at Izuku's words. The two just stood there a bit as the rain was still pouring and thunder was heard. Izuku suddenly chuckled. You know, it's funny, this remind me of a joke. Izuku said as he turned around and gave Ida a normal smile. Everyone blinked. They didn't expect Izuku to suddenly make a joke, but guess it his way to ease the tension between two old friends before they part ways for good. One last good memory between friends, huh? Ida said sadly as tears was in his eyes. A true Izuku smile, not the Joker twisted smile. See, there were two guys locked in a lunatic asylum and one night, they decided they didn't like that anymore. They decided to escape. So, they made it up to the roof. And there, just across this narrow gap, they see rooftops, stretching across town, stretching to freedom. Now, the first guy, he jumps right across, no problem. But his friend, oh no way, he's afraid of falling. So, the first guy has an idea. He says, hey, I got this flashlight with me. I'll shine it across the gap between the buildings and you can walk across the beam and join me. But the second guy says, what do you think I am, crazy? You'll just turn it off when I'm halfway across. Everyone blinked as they didn't know what the joke means or what was supposed to be funny about it. All for one person in the room. Ida knew as he started to chuckle as he knew what Izuku meant, scaring everyone in the room. Izuku and Ida stood there before Izuku broke the silence with a chuckle. Ida joined a second later. The two chuckled until they had a full-on laughter fest going. The two laughed like they did in Yua. As Izuku and Ida. Not as the Joker and Ingenium. Not as villain and hero. Just two old friends laughing as Ida put his hands on Izuku's shoulders as the camera pans down to show a puddle that had a straight light going down in the middle before is disappear in the rain and Izuku suddenly stopped laughing. Leaving Ida to be the only one laughing left as everything turned dark. Everyone was staring at the screen with horror expression as they were sure Ida had just killed Izuku while they were laughing. Hey Ida. What are you laughing at? Denki asked as Ida had stopped laughing as he stared to the screen with a saddened expression. That joke was about us. It about how two people who wanted to escape the world of insanity, but only one could it while the other one wasn't able to since that all he thought he could do. And the light, that was me trying to reach out for him. But that light deeper in the dark murky water. Which means I'm no longer reaching for him anymore. Ida explained as he took a deep breath. I need some times alone. Feel free to watch the next world without me. Ida said as he left the room. No one said anything as they all got up and left the room as well. All Might stay in the room as he had his hands in his head and sigh. Izuku, my son, what happened to you for you to become just a broken man? All Might asked with a tired expression. Everyone was still having a hard time swallowing what they just saw. None more the Ida as he was holding a picture of him and Izuku eating ramen together. He was torn up inside at Ho's other self and Izuku relationship became so dangerous. He can't believe he took his brother name and his enemy is the Joker, who is his best friend that taught him what it means to be a hero. And that same person is a twisted clown who is suffering in his soul. He was brought out of his thoughts as a voice rung through the whole building area. Come to the video room. I got a next one that is sure to lift everyone's sprites a little bit. That means you too, Ida. Leo's voice rang out as she using the speakers. Ida sighed as he got up from the room with a bed he found earlier when he was exploring the place. He made his way to video room and saw that everyone was there already. He noted how some of the people had red eyes. Some of them were crying. Ida thought as he sat down. Everyone is here. Let begin and let's see if this help you all from your funk. A comedy musician. Leo said with a giggle as she left, making everyone blink as the screen started again. At least it not FNG dark again. Bakugo said with a low growl as he's so done with Leo sheet. Izuku was on a stage surrounded by a big crowd as he held a mic to his mouth. Any big fans of country music out there? Yeah. Oh, some people extending my nickname, Boo. That's also approval. I think country music gets a bad rep, you know? Why is it that when Bruce Springsteen sings about a FING turnpike, it is art, and then when someone sings about a horse, it's dumb, inherently? Izuku said with a smile as he rubbed the back of his head as he heard some of the crowd laugh at his jokes before speaking again. Some of the people chuckle as Izuku was doing good so far. Now I'm interested in this. Uraraka said as she felt this was going to be good and help everyone out of their funk. I agree. I can't wait to see what Izuku going to say about the lame country songs. Jiro said with a smirk. I think some of the greatest songwriters of all time are country artists. Dolly Parton. Willie Nelson, you know? And if you're writing honestly, that is art, and I would never bash that. The problem is with a lot of modern country music, what is called stadium country music, the sort of Keith Urban brand of country music, is that it is not honest. It is the exact opposite of honest. Izuku said as music started to play in the background. Oh, this is going to be good. Denki said as a smile started to form on his face. Let's see what you got, bro. Kirishima said with a grin as he heard the music. Everyone leaned in as they wanted to see what Izuku was going to do. He cleared his throat slightly as he sat on a stool and started to speak again with the music. Where instead of people actually telling their stories, you got a bunch of millionaire metrosexuals that have never done a hard day's work in their lives. But they figured out the words and the phrases that they can use to pander to their audience. And they list the same words and phrases off, sort of Mad Lib style in every song, raking in millions of dollars from actual working class people. You know the words, you know the phrases like. Izuku said in a deeper voice as he began to sing to music that sounded to be country in nature. Everyone jumped as they didn't expect Izuku's voice to suddenly get deep. Man. I knew Izuku can change his voice at will, but to see him doing it again still creeped me out. All Might thought as he recalled how Izuku matched his voice and face when they talked to joke around a bit. Wow. Didn't know he could that. Siro said in surprise. He just full of surprises, huh? Mirio said with a chuckle as Izuku started to sing. A dirt road. Cold beer. A blue jeans. A red pickup. Rural noun, simple adjective. Faint laughter and clappings. No shoes. No shirt. No juice. You didn't hear that. Sort of a mental typo. Everyone were laughing at how innocent making this sound and how just roasting the country songs at the same time. Oh God, and this just the tart too. Present Mike said as he was laughing at Izuku jokes. Izuku stood up from the stool and removed it from his side and placed the mic on the stance and kept singing. Laughter as Izuku gave a sheepish. I walk and talk like a field hand. But the boots I'm wearing cost $3,000. I write songs about riding tractors. From the comfort of a private jet. Izuku started to dance a little that got a few laughs from the crowd as he was just messing around. Izuku is having a blast dancing for the people that came to his show. Everyone was laughing harder as Izuku danced, and his jokes were getting better as the songs go on. Aizu is killing it. Mina said as she was enjoying the song as this song was making everyone feeling better. I can sing in Mandarin. And still know I'm pandering. Hunting deer and chasing trout. A Bud Light with the logo facing out. Hear that subtle mandolin. That's textbook pandering. I own a private ranch that I rarely use. I don't like dirt. Izuku smiled as he was having so much fun singing this so far. He didn't think the crowd would love it when he made this song for the show. Boy, is he glad he's singing it now. Everyone was now swaying to song and laughing with each other as they were enjoying the show Izuku was putting on. Eri and Kudo were trying to sing along, but since they didn't know the song well, they were having a hard time keeping up. Ah, Kuda and Aria are slowing becoming friends. Mandalay thought happily as she see how close the two are getting with their mutual love for Izuku. One verse, one chorus in the bag. Now it's time to talk to the ladies. I'm hoping my southern charm offsets all these arpwai vibes I'm putting out. Izuku had started to grin as he was trying to act like a textbook country boy, and making himself sound like a creeper slightly for fun, which earned some laughter from the crowd. The guys either laugh harder or chuckle loudly as the girls blush slightly as Izuku sounded so seducing for a moment. I'm a grown woman. Why did that work on me? Midnight thought in surprise. The kids blink in confusion at Izuku's last bit of that verse, but shrug it off. They will ask later. Good girl. In a straw hat. With her arms out in a cornfield. That is a scarecrow. Thought that was a human woman. Sorry. Izuku rubbed the back of his head as he sang this part with a sheepish smile as if he couldn't believe he actually did that, making the people laugh harder at his acting. It was cute. Everyone laughing at how Izuku confused a scarecrow for a human woman. Oh man, Izuku is doing so good so far. Siro said with a fit of coughs as he was laughing so hard. I know. I wish he would this in our world so I can heard more his songs. Mina whined slightly as she really wished to heard Izuku's songs some more. Maybe we can watch more later if Leo let us. Toru said with a giggle, making Mina nod in agreement. Cold night, cold beer, the cold jeans. Strike that last one. I'm wanting you. I hope you're feeling me. Subtextually. Izuku was now having everyone dancing in their seat to his song a little as they were still laughing at the song Izuku made. As was everyone in the room were doing now in their seat. They were so caught up in the song and their laughter, they didn't notice Leo was sneaking some people into the room across of them. We go to bed, you doze off. So I take your country girl clothes off. I put my hands on your body. It feels like, hey, it's a scarecrow again. Everyone was laughing harder as Izuku had somehow got a scarecrow in bed and not realize it till he tried to take it cloths off. How could he have noticed it the second time? Mineta asked in between laughter. I don't know. But that's just too funny. Mina said as she had tears in her eyes from laughing too hard. Everyone burst out laughing at Izuku's surprise anger, as he held his hand in his face in embarrassment. Izuku sighed, as he started to sing again and smiled to the crowd to show he was just messing around with the song. Like Mike's Evandernji. For your ears, I'm pandering. I write songs for the people who do. Jobs in the towns that I'd never move to. Legalize gerrymandering. Tolerate my pandering. You got a beautiful mouth. I got a beautiful D. Y'all dumb motherfuckers want a key change? Everyone suddenly jump in surprise from the sudden change from Izuku tone and cheer after they realize what Izuku was doing. Man. He's so on top of this. All Might said with a chuckle as he saw how well and how much fun Izuku was doing as he did this. If the hero business don't work for some reason, he can go on doing this. He be a legend. Uraraka said as she would go to all of Izuku's shows if he does decided to be a comedian. I would too. This is just too good. Momo said as she wanted to see more. Izuku was now smirking as the song shifted suddenly in tone that made everyone cheer happily as they laugh at Izuku's sudden outburst for the song. This song was amazing, the crowd thought as they keep dancing with the song from their seat. Thematically meandering. Emphatically pandering. I got a tight grip on my demo's ball. Say the word, truck, they jizz in their overalls. You don't know what land you're in. I'm in the land of pandering. And I'll be up front. I do what I do, 'cause I'm a total fucking fairy boy. Izuku finished the song with a smirk as everyone now just laughing at the song and were smiling at Izuku's performance. Thank you all for coming. Please have a good night. Izuku said as his show was now over, making the crowd cheer Izuku's name as the curtains started to close on him. Everyone was still laughing as the song ended. Once they regained their bearings, everyone was smiling now as they felt lighter now they seen Izuku as a good man and making people laugh. It helped them get over the Joker Izuku they watched slightly, as that was something they can't get out of their head. But thanks to this video, they can now smile again. Hey everyone. Come to the room across from your area. I have a surprise for you. Leo said sweetly from across the hall. Everyone blinked as they didn't accept a surprise from Leo, but they follow Leo request and head into the hall and went to the room. What they saw make their jaw drop. Well, so these are the one you wanted us to interact with, huh? They look kind of funky if you ask me. Izuku with an eye patch said as he looked at the people coming in. They aren't the strangest thing I seen. But they seem surprised to see many of us here. Izuku Neptuna said as he smirked at the people's shock faces. Well, at least I'm out off that hellhole for a bit. I take these guys over that any day. Izuku Outlast said with a shrug as he was recording this with his camera. Yar days. I can't believe I agree to this after the madness with Overhaul. Izuku, JoJo Bizarre Adventure, said as Star Platinum was floating over him. I don't know. I think this will be a great learning experiences for us. Izuku, DBZ, said as he scratched the back of his head with his only arm. Sure. It'd be great to see everyone again. Izuku, Fate Grand Order, said warmly. Oh my god. It the pro heroes of UA. And even All Might is here. This so cool. Izuku, Spider-Man, said giddily as he was about to spend time with his idols. Everyone didn't know what to say as they just stare at all of the Izukus they have seen so far suddenly show up. Bakugo was the only one who knew what to say at the moment. The F-. Izuku Yakuza, sigh as he saw how the pink teen girl seemed nervous about something. You know, I would like to have a conversation going if possible. Izuku, Yakuza 0, said with his arms crossed. Sorry. I'm a little nervous to ask you for a favor. So I'm not sure how to phrase it. Mina said with a sheepish smile. Just come straight out of with it. It best to be straight with favors and questions if you're nervous. It helps speed things along and ease the nerves. Izuku, Yakuza 0, said with a small smirk. Dimon, this kid is so cute. I wonder if Itsuka was like that at one point in her life. Izuku, Yakuza 0, thought as he thought back to the blind girl he protecting. Okay then. I want you to teach me and Jairu on how to use your breaker style. Mina said with a bow. The older Yakuza blinked as he didn't expect to be requested to teach two young girls on how to fight with his breaker style. I'm not even sure I can even teach you. I kind of learned through fights. Izuku, Yakuza 0, said blankly. Please Izuku-sensei. I know how to break dance, so I'm confident I can learn it quickly and teach Jar later if I have to. Mina begged, still in her bow. Izuku, Yakuza 0, stare a few seconds as he weighed the pros and cons of teaching the young girl how to fight with his breaker style. Sure. I don't see what I got to lose if I teach you. Plus, if you wins your fights with it, it means my breaker style beat those jackasses you call villains, make it worthwhile. Izuku, Yakuza 0, said with a smirk. Mina fist pumped the air. Thank you Izuku-sensei. Mina said happily. Sensei huh? I like the sound of that. Izuku, Yakuza 0, said with a amused expression. Now, let me warn you I can brutal with my training. I'll try to pull my punches a bit so I can teach you ya, but it be up to you to keep up. Izuku, Yakuza 0, said with his arms crossed. Yes sir. I'll go get Jiro very quick. Mina said as she skipped to Jiro, who was talking to Izuku with a stand. I see. So your dad is actually American with love for music. I didn't think so. A small difference in a world would have an effect like that stand. Jiro said in surprise. I know right. The stand is so cool. Uraraka said as she hanging on Star Platinum. WL. I wouldn't say it just because of my dad that I gain a stand, but it did help with the name greatly. Izuku Jojo said with a sheepish smile. Bakugo started as he disliked it how the hide behind this stand beside fighting like a man. Your next line is, how FING weak are you that you need something to fight for you, you FNG nerd. Toy. Izuku Jojo said with a smirk as he pointed at Bakugo. How effing weak are you that you need something to fight for you, you nerd. Bakugo said before his eyes widened in shock. Star Platinum is a part of me. So even if Star Platinum can't get damaged by normal people and their quirks, doesn't mean that it can defend against everything. Any pain it feels, I feels. So it not really hiding behind something when the damage can be such as dangerous. Izuku, Jojo, explain with a shrug. Bakugo just growl. Did you just make a fool out of me, you effing nerd? Bakugo growled out angrily. Yar days. You never change, do you? Not even in a different world. Izuku, Jojo, said with a fond sigh. Bakugo growled as he charged at Izuku, intended to do harm. But a fist collided with his gut with a loud "for." Bakugo fell to the ground and started to vomit his lunch out. Sorry Kaken. My stand always act to protect me when there any danger to me. Izuku Jojo said with a frightful expression, but he felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to his other self who watched the whole thing. Don't worry about it too much, Jojo. He chose to act like a brat and this is his price. You did nothing wrong. Izuku, DBZ, said with a hardened voice. But still though. That a little much, don't you think? Denki said with a grimace as he was talking to Izuku, DBZ, as they saw what happened as well. No. Not really. Jojo here could have let Star Platinum kill Bakugo if he hadn't held it back. This is light to what it could have done. Izuku, DBZ, said with a shake of his head. He knew I held Star Platinum fist at the last second? How? Izuku, Jojo, thought in amazement. I think he good. Just needs some rest now. Uraraka said as she checked Bakugo and saw that he was breathing normally. Good. Take him out of the room before he tried to pick a fight with the others Izukus. Izuku, DBZ, said with a sigh. Uraraka nodded and used her quirk to make him float and push him out of the room. Well, that was interesting. Izuku, Jojo, said with a grimace. He kind of devour it really. Trust me, if I wasn't trying so hard to bash anyone, I would be having a field day with him. Leo said with a shrug. Bash. Joeth. Internet stuff, honey. Leo said as she fixed her jacket. Jiro just rose a brow and ignored it. She turned to Izuku, DBZ, to ask him something. You call this Izuku Jojo? Why did you call him that? Jiro asked as she held up the Izuku she was talking to. Leo told us that his nickname is Jojo cause his middle name is Joseph. Based on what we were told, some girls during his middle school years bully him, decided to give him a girly nickname and use Joe in his middle name. Thus, Jojo was born. Izuku, DBZ, explain. But I actually like the nickname, so I didn't mind it too much. But no one call me Izuku again. They just call me Jojo. Even my teachers. Izuku, Jojo, said with a sigh. Dude. Denki said with a frown. Anyway, I'm happy I get called Jojo by people who actually like me. So thank you. Izuku, Jojo, said with a bright smile, melting everyone's heart. He too pure. Torodoki thought. Hey, I thought I would be teaching ya. Izuku, Yakuza 0, shouted as he came over to Mina. All right. Sorry Izuku-sensei. Jiro, Izuku-sensei agreed to teach us his breaker style. Mina said happily, making Jiro blink. I didn't think he would agree. Jiro said in awe. I know right. Now come on, we get training to do. Mina said as she started to drag Jiro and Izuku, Yakuza 0. Hey, slow down. Jiro shouted as the three left the room. That cute. Izuku, DBZ, said with a chuckle as he recalled how Aria wanted to train too. With the teachers. All Might was having fun. And then I placed the bucket of water over Endeavor's head. Izuku, Spider-Man, said with a smirk as he was hanging on to his web. All Might burst out laughing. Spider-Man, my boy. You have so much guts to do such a thing. All Might said, calling Izuku, Spider-Man, by his hero name to avoid confusion with the others Izukus. That what everyone I tell that keep telling me. But hey, that guy need to smile more. Plus, it because of his attitude that people are spreading bad rumors of him killing civilians is getting worse. Izuku, Spider-Man, said with a sigh. What do you mean? Present Mike asked with a frown. Well, there are a lot of people who don't like Endeavor for his attitude and such. Don't get me wrong, he a pretty F-up person at first, but after what happened with All Might in my world and becoming the new #1 hero, he been changing for the better. He's still cold and a bit of an but he growing. And the fight we had, it was a misunderstanding. It looked like I made the fire, and Endeavor just tried to capture me. But we made sure to be careful in that fight and even save people who would have died. But we couldn't save everyone since some of them took their own life in a panic to escape the fire. Thus, the rumor of him killing them and him trying to pin their deaths on me. Izuku, Spider-Man, said sadly. But what about putting you down business? Midnight asked with her arms crossed. I think he meant putting down Spider-Man. The idea, not the person. But I think how people can interpret it like that. Izuku, Spider-Man, said with a chuckle. That I can see that too actually. Present Mike said with a sheepish smile. I hope things get better for you in your world, Spider-Man. I feel like it about to get worse before it will be better again. All Might said. I know, All Might. I'm scared of what to come, but I haven't given up yet. The world need heroes to rise up more than ever now. And if I can inspire some of them, no matter how small, then I would gladly do so. Izuku, Spider-Man, said with a smirk. All Might chuckle a bit. Izuku, my boy. You'll be a strong hero one day. I hope the All Might in your world can support you too. All Might thought. Oh, I know this is off topic. Izuku, Spider-Man, started near Valsi. What is it? Midnight asked. Since this is the first time I met you without you guys trying to arrest me, can I have your autograph? Izuku, Spider-Man, asked with a nervous smile. The teachers blink before smiling. We will love to, Izuku. Midnight smile. Izuku, Spider-Man, smile brightly at that, making them blush at how adorable he is. That I want to talk to my other self to get them to support this kid. The pros heroes thought. With Izuku Outlast. Izuku Outlast was being fussed over by a younger version of his girlfriend. I'm okay, Momo. It stopped bleeding and I managed to avoid getting it infected. So I should be fine once I get to the hospital. Izuku Outlast said in vain to calm down Momo. But this type of injury could still be dangerous. Momo said as she wrapped Izuku Outlast, hand up. I understand. But it nothing I can't handle. Beside, I'm sure the Momo in my world would do worse to me if I come back home with worst injuries. Izuku Outlast, chuckle. That not funny, Izuku. As soon as we are done, you'll be going back to that place and go back to fighting for your life once more. Momo said sadly. I know. That's why I agree to come here. So I have a break of that and get some food in my belly. Izuku Outlast said honestly as he looked at the dinner plate Momo got him a little while ago. It was filled with healthy food that can give him energy. Even in this world, you still feed me healthy food. Izuku Outlast thought fondly. Thanks for the food once more. I was starving. Izuku Outlast said as he began to munch on his food, savoring it a bit cause this may be his last meal. It no trouble, Izuku. Just eat and rest a bit before time up. You'll need it. Momo said with a sigh. Yes, ma'am. Izuku Outlast said as he started to eat once more. Momo looked at the adult Izuku more closely and smiled. He became more handsome in his later years. Momo's face became red as she shook those thoughts out of her head. Now not the time. Momo thought to herself as she needed to make sure this Izuku can get enough rest to raise his chance of survival for the future. With the rest of the class. Then, while me and my goddesses were fighting against our clones, Neptune decided to have us switch around to chance the odds up. She blinked as almost all the others' CPUs went straight to her clone, leaving me and her to deal with the others. Izuku Neptunia said with a chuckle, making the others laugh. Oh my god, that funny. Haru said with a giggle. Yep. Sounds like you have fun despite the danger you face. Sayu said happily. Try. But I seen where our adventure took a darker turn. Izuku Neptunia said with a far-off look. What do you mean? Could ask. Well, I can't say much. But let's just say I'm not sure seeing different timeline can be a blessing at times. Defiantly when one of them was a conquest. Izuku said with a shiver as he recalled those dark visions. Oh, how he cried and hugged his dear CPUs closely when he first saw them. He swore to never let such thing happen to his CPUs. I guess you have some baggies as well then. Tokoyami said with a worry expression. Like you wouldn't believe. But I still hold strong. I'm the CPU's champions after all. It would make me look bad if I let that keep me that for long. Izuku Neptunia said with a smirk. Everyone smiled at this. It seemed no matter the world, Izuku will always smile for those in need. Just like All Might. Everyone thought. Everyone was having a fun time talking with each other, they almost didn't notice a present in the room. Izuku DBZ turned Super Saiyan as turned to the door with a glare as Izuku, Jojo, Star Platinum look ready to fight as well as the two of them felt a dangerous present. Izuku, Spider-Man, Spider Sense were flaring up, making him look at the door as well. Izuku, Neptunia, saw this and summoned his weapon and got ready as well. Everyone was confused on why the Izukus in the room look ready to fight, beside Leo who eyes widen in horror. Okay everyone. Playtime is over. Time to go. Back. Leo said as she snapped her finger and teleport everyone who wasn't an Izuku away. If you're here to cause trouble, get ready to die. Izuku, DBZ, said darkly. I like to see you try, golden boy. A clown man said as he walked in with a crazed smile on his face. Leo frowned as she stared at one of the Izuku she tried to avoid bring to this place. Joker. Back with the group. What happened? Denki asked. I don't know, but something dangerous arrived that they needed us out of the way for. All Might said with a sigh. I guess we can wait it out for a bit. But it looked like the room across us is locked now. Toridoki said as he saw the doors was close. Shame. I wanted to ask Izuku about time travel. Mei said with a pout. I hope the Izuku I was talking to is safe. Momo mumbled to herself. I'm sure everything is fine. Let's just watch a few more videos and wait for them to come back. Jiro said with a shrug. Everyone agreed and sat down as they turned the montier once more. Some of the pros heroes sweat drop at this. I forgot that some fans can be a bit, excited. Present Mike said with a sheepish smile. Tell me about it. Midnight said as she recalled a few stalkers when she started. Funny thing is, there were a lot of female stalkers too back then. I'm more interested on Izuku fame in this world. He still looks so young to be so big. Uraraka said with a head tilt. Please Izu-chan. We just want your autograph. Another shouted. Izuku remembered the last time he trusted the girl's words and how his manager saved him from the horde. She was not happy with him for falling for just an easy trick. Everyone facepalmed at the fact Izuku fell for such an easy trick. I'm not surprised the nerd fell for such thing. He too DMN nice for his own good. Bakugo growled out with an annoyed expression. Sorry. I was just visiting my mom before I head to my workplace. Please understand I can't spend time with you. Izuku shouted as he kept running while he politely declined their offers. He really couldn't blame them for acting like this since his love for heroes can be a bit over the top as time, so he doesn't hold it against them. But he can't let them touch him for fear of what they will do to him. Run. Run till you're safe, Izuku. A voice shouted in his mind as the girls were getting closer to him. Fans' girls can be scary at times. Present Mike said with a sigh. Some of the pros shiver as they recall some of their fans as well. But All Might frown as could have sworn he heard that voice telling Izuku to run was familiar somehow. But he couldn't place it. I hope I don't get fans like that. Mina said with a nervous smile. With the way you are, you're going to get plenty. Denki said with a smirk. Shut it, Sparky. Mina retort with a pout. Izuku turned another corner and was about to keep running, but then a hand grabbed him and pulled him into an ally before the girls round the corner and kept running after Izuku trail. Bad touch. Kuda shouted, which made some of the grown-ups chuckle in response at Kuda. But Class 1A grew a worry expression for Izuku health. Will he be okay? Siro asked with a worry expression. I'm sure he'll be fine. Momo said, but she clenching her fist a little in worry. Once all the girls were gone, Izuku released his breath his was holding and tried to regain his breathing before looking to his saver. Thanks again, Yu-chan. Izuku thanks his manager. Geez, Izuku, you're lucky I was on patrol before your event today. Otherwise, you would have been late and I would probably lose you to the crowd. Yu said with a giggle as she was still in her hero uniform as Empty Lady. Everyone jaw dropped as they saw Empty Lady. Mineta shiver as he recalled his time as her internship. He wanted to cry a little, but he held it back to see what going on. How do these two know each other? Jair wonder out loud. Sorry. I was visiting my mom before the event and I left without my disguise. I managed to get a few good feats down the road before I was spotted. And you saw what happened. Izuku explained to his manager. I figure that what happened. I'm going to have to find a way for you to go out without being mobbed by your fangirls every time. Anyway, we need to head to UA. You're going to be performing in the festival today as a surprise guest. You said as she looked to the side of the street and saw girls all around. Look like I'll need to grow big and walk around again. Man, I hope death arms stay off my case this time. You thought as she stepped into the street and grew big enough to carry Izuku on her shoulder and not tower over buildings. Ah, she does care. Uraraka said sweetly. Sure she does. Midnight grumbled to herself. Well, at least we know she cares for her charge. Otherwise, we would have to talk her about Izuku treatment. All Might said with a narrow stare. Yesh, he sounds seriously deadly. Zero said. Of course he would. He basically Deku dad at this point, Damas. Bakugo said with a eye roll, making everyone nodded in agreement as they weren't no stranger to All Might and Izuku relationship. Kuda blink as he didn't know that bit. Eri looked at All Might more closely and decided to ask All Might about Izuku later on. The pussycats just chuckle at All Might red face. Sorry Yu-chan. Izuku said as he sat on Yu's shoulders. Don't worry about it, Izuku. I'm the one who got you into the idol business while I was started my debut. Yu said with a shrug of her left shoulders since Izuku was on her right and didn't want for him to fall off as she began walking to Yue as people notice Lady was carrying her charge once again. Man. I wish I was that kid. One of the guys who saw them sigh. I know right. I'm so jealousy. One of the girls said with a pout as she saw Izuku was on her shoulders. There they go again. Geez, that kid have it rough. A lady said with a sigh as she was far too used to this sight. Again. Everyone thought with a sweat drop as they heard the lady speak. The hero and idol sweat drop at the comment and kept going. Later, Izuku was changing into his show outfit as he was humming a song. I sure hope everyone liked this song. I'm not that experienced with love all that much. Izuku said as he put on his jacket and looked into the mirror. Bakugo chuckled at the thought of Deku singing a love song in front of the crowd. It better be good UDMN nerd. Bakugo chuckled out. The girls perk up and were excited about Izuku singing about love. They were at that age. The older women didn't think much of it as they were older and not love-sick schoolgirls. For now. The males in the group grin as they wanting to see Izuku sing again. Izuku's stage outfit was a simple one, with a black and gray stripes shirt, dark blue jeans, his red shoes and a simply zip-up jacket with had MT Lady #1 fan on the back. Izuku looked over himself once more and nodded. Can't really afford to look bad today. I'm performing at UA today. Oh, how I wish I could have gone here as a student. But I can't let Yu-chan kindness go to waste. She did pay for my education before I started my idol work. So I have to work hard as her idol and future hero. Izuku mentally cheered in his head as he put away his school hat with the letter th on it in his bag. Everyone's eyes widened as they saw the familiar hate. Ah, so Izuku went to a different school. Mina whined. I guess so. But I'm more interested in what school he went to. Toridoki said as he remembered a certain wind user. And empty lady pay for Izuku education. How friendly are they? Mineta said in shock. While his school wasn't UA like he wanted, but he was just glad he in a hero course school either way. Empty lady did a lot for him before he decided to be a idol hero for everyone. Izuku was about to leave, but then he heard a knock at his door and frown. Was someone coming to pick me up? Izuku mumbled to himself as he walked to the door and opened it. I see. So MT Lady helped Izuku before becoming pro and Izuku becoming an idol. I wonder the story behind that one. Toru said with a Probably a chance meeting. Izuku is the type of person who can get lucky when he needs to be. Present Mike said with a chuckle as he recalled Izuku walking in on Present Mike training and was fine due to glass falling in front of him. I do hope MT Lady isn't using Izuku for money. Midnight mumbled to herself. I doubt she would. She like attention a lot, but she does do her job seriously based on the reports we get sometimes. All Might said with a sigh. I do hope the person knocking is one of us. Siro said as he hoped to see himself in one of these worlds soon. Hello. Izuku asked as he opened the door and saw a nervous-looking girl. Izuku blinked as he knew this girl. She was the one who used acid as her quirk. Everyone turned to a blushing Mina as she tried to shrink in her seat a little. Well, we know Mina loves Izuku music and is a big fan. Toridoki said with a straight face. Momo held in her chuckle. Said the man who wants to date Izuku. Wait, does that make him my rival in that sense? Momo wondered to herself. Hello there. Do you need anything? Izuku asked kindly. My name is Mina Ishido and I'm a fan. I was hoping to get your autograph before the show. Mina stuttered out. Izuku smiled kindly at the pinkette. I would be happy to. Please come in. Izuku said as he walked back to the room and Mina blinked. Everyone lean in at the common bite. Is he about to? Mina trailed off with a slight blush. Not likely. He must likely going to give a gift to you. All Might said with an eye roll at the dirty mind of the teens. Oh, of course. Totally didn't think he was about to. Kirishima started, but was chopped my Mandalay in the head. They're children here. Mandalay shouted. Sorry. Mirio chuckled at the group. Man. These guys are so much to be around with. I hope I can see more from these guys soon. Mirio said happily as he slightly tired with all the excitement and his early workout before coming here. She looked down to her pen and paper before following him in, making sure to close the door to avoid trouble. She wasn't supposed to be here after all. Izuku walked to his bag and started to dig through it and smile. Ah, I found it. Izuku said happily as he took out a t-shirt and a marker. See? All Might said with a smug grin. I get it. We have a dirty mind. Mina whined as the students chuckle with a sheepish smile. You are teenagers. So it is accepted. Midnight said with a giggle. He opened the pen and signed it before turning to Mina. Here you go, Mina. I hope you like this. Izuku said as he gave her the shirt, making Mina's eyes widen in shock as she knew the shirt. That the limited edition Idol Deku shirt isn't. It not out yet. Mina said in shock as the shirt had the image of Izuku in his hero outfit without his mask on and he was sparking with a microphone in his hand with a smile and a wink on his face. Yep. And the first one made is yours. It ways to show my thanks for your support and our mutual love to be heroes. I hope you like it even if a bit big one you since it was made for me. But I rather give my merch away to people who would actually care for them. Izuku said sheepishly. All Might chuckle as he did the same with any merch he received from his sponsors. He liked them, but he rather give them to people who will actually care for them. Well, glad to see Izuku is one of those kind celebrity. I don't think rude celebrity would look good on him. Ida said as he knew that some heroes can be a bit of rude and such with their fame. And Mina is so a fangirl to know that Izuku limited merch on site. Jairu said with a chuckle. Please don't. Mina begged as she held her face in her hands to hide her big blush. Don't worry, Mina. I'm sure every girl in our class in that world is a Deku fangirl as well. Uraraka said with a thumb up to cheer her classmate up. Uraraka, you angel. Mina cried happily as she comically hugged her friend, making her laugh as well the group who watched this. Mina was lost for words. She saw how Izuku was always being kind and mindful of others, but she thought that some of that was an act to gain more fans. But he just gave her a rare shirt that wasn't in store yet, being the first made shirt and signing it. For free. As a way to show thanks. When put like that, I can see the appeal of the merch. Denki said with a chuckle. I do too. It would have been a good way to make more money as I'm sure rabid fans would pay top dollars for it. Momo said as she thought about it. Fans are scary sometimes. All Might mumbled to himself with a shiver, making the pros hero nodded in agreement once more. The females pro heroes shiver as they recall their stalkers. That was not fun. Kuda and Eri look at each other and shrug. They don't see how having fans can be scary as they are Izuku and Mirio fans. Oh, those poor souls. He is kind. Mina thought happily. Thanks you so much, Izuku. I promise to take care of it to the best of my abilities. Mina cheered happily. Izuku smiled at her cheery nature. I'm sure you will, Mina-chan. Anyway, I wish we can talk a bit, but I need to head to the stage to set up a bit before the show. Izuku said with a chuckle as he zipped up his bag. Do you know where the stage is at? Mina asked. Yes. Izuku said sheepishly as he realized he didn't know where it was and tried to lie about it, which didn't fool Mina, who giggled at the sheepish smile that Izuku had. Everyone chuckled at Izuku's lame attempt to lie. I guess his lying skills is still non-existing. Bakugo said with a chuckle as he recalled how bad Izuku was with fake excuses growing up. I think that a good thing in way. He too honest to hurt anyone's feelings. Toru said with a giggle. But it make him easier to get info from as well. So you said, that bad? I guess we are playing poker with Izuku when we get back. It a good game to learn how to lie and read people. Siro said with a chuckle. I can lead you there if you want. Though, I can't go any further than the door. Mina suggested offhandedly as she didn't want to make Izuku to feel awkward about this. Thank you. Izuku said. Mina just giggled as she made the follow me motion with her hands as she left the room. And this how Mina and Izuku became friends. Ida started happily. All because Izuku didn't where he was going and Mina being a fangirl. Uraraka teased lightly, making the students chuckle. I hate you guys. Mina said with a pout. Izuku followed after Mina out of the room, closing the door as he did. The two walked down the halls in a peaceful silence as they enjoy each other's company. Of course they had to hide from Izuku fans here and there, but they made it to their stop. The students laugh as they saw how ridicules Izuku and Mina look hiding, as the children giggle at how goofing they look. The pros heroes on the other hand, they only hold sympathy for Izuku troubles as they went through the same plight when they made a name for themselves. Here we are. I better go and make sure everyone is alright. Thanks again for the shirt, Izuku, and good luck out there. Mina said as she made a turn to leave with a wave. You too, Mina. I hope we meet again soon. I had fun. Izuku said as he waved back as Mina left as Izuku went into the stage area. An hour later, a crowd had gathered around the stage, curious on who the mysterious performer was as the info wasn't public beside those who helped make the stage. Everyone smirk as they can't wait to see the look on the crowd face when they see Izuku on stage. It will priceless. Izuku look out to the crowd and smile. Here we go. Time to put on a show. Izuku thought happily as Present Mike was working the crowd as he got into position. And now for the event you all been waiting for. May I present you all the hero idol, the saver of children and the one who both founded and sponsored the Against Bullying Quirkless campaign, Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike shouted happily, making the women and girls squeal as the males cheer. The students' eyes bug out at how hyped the crowd was by the mention of Izuku's name and titles. Everyone who knew of the quirkless plight in society shifted unconformable and were glad Izuku was fighting for them. Making us look like hypocrites. Present Mike said with a frown. Then I guess we need to fix that when we get back. All Might said with his arms crossed. I make a note of that. Midnight said as she pulled out a notepad and pen and began to write it down. The students were thinking of all the quirkless students in their old schools and how they never saw them again after a few weeks. It left a bad taste in their mouth. Mirio sighed as he recalls a quirkless girl getting bullied and how he did his best to keep her safe. But he couldn't do it forever and one day, he was at her funeral. He will never say it, but he did have a huge crush on the girl as she was so kind and beautiful. And it hurts he could never see her smile again. Campaign against bullying quirkless. That pretty heavy. Momo said with a cringe as she recalled doing the number researcher on the quirkless crowd. It was depressing to put it lightly. About 5% of elementary students commit suicides due to ridicule from the other students, teachers, and if they are very unlucky, by their own parents deemed worthless without a quirk. 18% quirkless middle schoolers have rougher as the other students use their control quirk on them as punching bags along with bullying them. She even recalled how some of them were secularly harasses due to being unable to fight back against those with dangerous quirks. They're the high schoolers. Their numbers are down to 2%, but only because so many quirkless have already given up on life or just became a shut-in to avoid the public abuse. Momo shiver as she recalled all those numbers. She will need to get on that when she goes pro as soon as possible. She can't let those numbers keep going up. The children didn't why everyone in the room was suddenly quiet at the mention of the quirkless thing. But they wisely stay quiet and kept watching the clip. They can figure it out later. The curtain lifted up and it showed Izuku smiling to the crowd. Hello everyone. Thanks you all for supporting UA and the others Heroes School in these dark times. So to show my thanks, I'll sing a song I made for today. Izuku said happily as crowd cheer some more. Izuku cleared his throat and the music started playing. Izuku took one last breath before he started singing. Everyone cheer up instantly as they were about to see Izuku sing in front of the crowd. Taeyang, I need a girl English lyrics. I'm tired of being alone, I'm sick of being single, I think I need me a girl. I need a girl like. The women in the crowd started to squeal harder as they realized it was a love song Izuku was about to sing. Yes. One of the girls shouted. One that speaks without thinking. Not a little child, but one that will embrace me. Not a girl that plays around sometimes when she's bored. But one that will only love me. Even if she stays still and guys hand her their phone. That kind of girl that will proudly take out and show my picture. The girls in the room blush a little at how smooth Izuku's voice was and how he described his dream girl. I can do that. Momo thought to herself as she can image herself being with Izuku. The guy's head bobbed to the rhythm and beats of the song so far as it was good. A lot of girls were jumping up and down as they danced to the song, while some fainted. The guys were dancing to the song and taking note of the song's lyrics since it can be handy to know sweet words like these to woo girls. Girl, I need a girl. Pretty no matter what she does. A pretty body. Girl, I need a girl. Baby, I need you. Girl, you need me. Kind of girl. That looks better in jeans than a skirt. A girl that will eat the kimchi fried rice that I make instead. A girl who looks young even though she's old. I like that kind of girl. Know what I mean? Some of the girls' face turn red as they look at their legs and wonder if they could pull off jeans like how Izuku wanted, then wonder why they were concerned about it. The adults' females heroes blush as they hope they look young enough. Definitively Pixie Bob as she wasn't getting younger and need a man in her life soon. She looked at the screen and thought about it for a moment. I decided, I'll work on Izuku now so I can have him when he turn of age. I shouldn't have any problem with it since I do look CC for my age and he is a teenager. His hormones are at their peak at that age, so my SEC appeal will help greatly. Pixie Bob thought with a nod. I feel like I need to keep Izuku safe. Thought the others girls in the room. The guys meanwhile dancing a bit to the song. Mineta for some reason feel like killing Izuku for some reason. But he shrugged that off as he sure Izuku work hard for what he wanted. At this, everyone cheer louder and were now dancing to the song as Izuku was putting more energy to his singing and dance moves. That was pretty amazing since Izuku spends hours practicing his dance to perfection. Nothing least for those who supported him. He will always give it his all for them. Always the hard worker and my boy. All Might thought as he chuckled at how honest Izuku was to pleasing his fans. A girl that acts shy, but knows how to be bold. Always pretends to careful of her behavior. But when you're with her, y'all know what I'm talking about. Girl, I need a girl. Pretty no matter what she does. A pretty body. Girl, I need a girl. I like this kind of girl. Some of the girls look ready to faint as some of them look at their body. Izuku, seeing this, wink at them to tell them they are perfect as they are, and kept singing. Those girls fainted with nosebleed as they just had their hearts stolen. Dimin he smooth. Siro said with a chuckle at how Izuku just stole many girls' heart at once without realizing it. Got to give respect to a man who know how to please women. Denki said as he felt slightly jealous of Izuku's smooth moves and singing voice. I'm going to lie, but I'm sure if I was a girl, he would have won my heart in a snap. Kirishima chuckled as he can image a girl version of him flirtly with Izuku. It was a funny image. Looks are not an issue. But a cute girl who knows style. Even though our hobbies are different. Our tastes are the same. A girl that I can relate to a lot. When we watch movies or listen to music. Yes. I love girls I do adore. In front of people, she has principles as she plays. In front of me she's like, I don't know. The girls in the room blush a darker shade of red as they were pretty sure they heard an innuendo in the last bit of that verse. Midnight and the girls of the Pussycats group sweating a little as they were falling for Izuku as he was singing. Demented. Why did he have to be a student? Why couldn't be an adult? Midnight thought angrily as she couldn't help but fall for the song. The guys either scoot away from the girls in hopes to avoid nosebleeds like the girls on the screen did or to avoid an awkward conversation. Okay, here comes the final parts. Time to go all out here. Izuku thought as he put more effort to his song, and the crowd got more hype as Izuku took off his jacket and threw it to the crowd as they tried to get it. The women squeal as they see some of Izuku muscles and his features been exchanged due to sweat. A voice that wakes me up in the morning. Morning kiss, I want to start the day. I'll learn on your knees at night. As I listen to a lullaby. I want to dream of you. Make my heart race again. Make me able to create sweet songs again. You know, don't need no more. It's just not like that. You're the person I want to give my heart to. The students nodded in agreement. If they ever get a girlfriend, they will treat them like they are the most important person in their world. They will always love them and hold them close in their heart. The girls meanwhile smile at how sweet and honest Izuku was about how he want his love life to be. He just wanted to be honest and fill with love. The adults meanwhile smile warmly at Izuku on the screen. He at least aware of what love's supposed to be a bit. That good. Tiger thought with a small smile. The guys nodded as they can agree to Izuku words, as some of them can see themselves as lovers than creeps. Even though plenty of them are. And the girl's heart melted how sweet Izuku was with his lyrics. Izuku decided to finish strong and started to pick the pace up a bit. Girl, I need a girl. Girl, gotta make your mine. I'm treat you right, baby. Girl, I need a girl. Pretty no matter what she does. A pretty body. Girl, I need a girl. Baby, I need you. Girl, you need me too. Girl, I need a girl. Girl, I need a girl. Girl, are you listening to me? Baby, I need you. Girl, you need me. Girl, I need a girl. Once Izuku finished his song, the crowd cheered Izuku's name as he took a few breaths to steady his breathing and turn his attention to the crowd and smile. Thanks again for coming to the festival. I'm so happy to have you all here. But now I have to go. So let's give the people who helped make this possible a round of applause and let you be on your way. Izuku said happily as he and the crew who play the musics and some of the staff that help make the stage and keep the more rapid fans away from Izuku, all bow as the crowd. Everyone cheer as they were very pleased with Izuku singing and how kind Izuku was being for including the people who helped with all the work that went into this. He knew how to work the crowd and to make sure credit is where credit was due. He very kind. Uraraka said happily as she recovered from her love sickness, as did the others. His voice is magic. I wonder if it a quirk of some kind. Midnight thought to herself as she couldn't believe she fell for it so easily. The crowd cheer as they were more hyped and thankful for the staff for putting so much hard work to this. Izuku gave one last smile and wave as he left the stage. Man, that was fun. I should look around in a bit to get some food with Yu-chan later to celebrate if I can. Izuku thought as he went to the backstage to change into his disguise. As the video ended, everyone couldn't help but talk about the song and how amazing it was. They could tell Izuku put in a lot of work in it and try to capture the sense of love the best he could. Some of them tried to sing it themselves, but couldn't remember the words or were terrible at singing. No one noticed new person arriving till Bakugo turned his head and his eyes widened in shock. Auntie Inko? Bakugo said in surprise. Now let begin. Bakugo was filling Inko on everything that was going on, and let's just say Inko eyes couldn't get any wider. Think she frozen in shock. Mina said as she waved her hands in front of elder lady. Give her a bit of time. It's understandable to be in shock when learning that your son in many world is always in danger. All Might said with a sheepish chuckle. I want to know her reaction to Super Saiyan Izuku or the Yakuza Izuku. She would faint. Denki said with a chuckle as he could already image her expression. She coming through. Midnight said as Inko blinked as she managed to calm down and return to her senses. Sorry. I was so in shock. Inko said with a gulp. So that where he get it from? Everyone thought as they recall how awkward Izuku is in their world. Anyway, it seemed the next video is starting. So let's take our seats. Aizawa awkwardly said as he didn't want to be rude to Lady. He may empathy to most people, but even he can't be so cold to a gently lady like her. Everyone nodded in response and sat down in their seats, with Inko sitting next to All Might and Aizawa. Everyone turned to the screen and waited with bated breath to see what next. The screen showed two men talking. These men seemed to be Present Mike and Endeavor. Toridoki frowned slightly as he saw Endeavor on the screen, but said nothing. He didn't want to start anything. What are we doing? Present Mike asked with a hum. I haven't gotten a clue. But I'm sure it nothing serious. All Might said hopefully. So it seemed the Smash tournament is coming and it looking amazing with all the fighters. Present Mike said happily. This may be the biggest tournament in history since it bringing the best of the best fighters in from around the world and some of the others' worlds. Endeavor agree with a nod. If I'm not mistaken, these fighters are said to be powerful and heroes of their respective worlds, right? Present Mike asked. Wait, in this world they can get into contact with others' worlds, and they have interdimensional tournament as well. Jur asked in shock. That seemed to be case. Man, I want to fight in that, what did they call it, Smash tournament. Kirishima said with a big smile and clenched fist. I doubt you be able to get in. It seemed they gather fighters from different worlds and they are described as the best of the best. Momo said. So in others' words, we're not on their levels just yet. Toridoki said with a sigh. He'd be lying if he say he didn't want to be in it too. Bakugo grit his teeth at the thought. He was still upset he's still so weak. But he will grow stronger. He still need to make sure Deku is ready to be number one day after all. Still though, it make you wonder what type of fighters are in this tournament. Uraraka said with a grin as she imaged all the fighters they could meet. Yes and no. These fighters, or smashers as the fans call them, are powerful without a doubt. But not all of them are heroes. Some of them are villains of their worlds or just simply fighters who wanted a piece of the action. Like Captain Falcon for example. He not a total hero in our standards, but he is one of the veterans fighters in Smash since they first gather. Despite being a bounty hunter and a racer for the GP races. It's said that his name is a title passed down to only the best racers. Endeavor explained calmly as a picture of the mentioned captain showed on the screens. Oh yeah, this guy is so awesome. I'm rooting for him to win this one. Present Mike cheer. Everyone lean in and took in the picture of Captain Falcon. The dude looked badass. Zero said with a big grin. He must be very strong to be a veteran fighter in this tournament. Inko said as she took in his build and saw he must be an agile fighter despite his build. He looked like he would make an awesome hero. Kids would love this guy. Kirishima said with a fist pump. Yeah. And he a racer too. Boys would be so hooked on to him. Bakugo said with a grin as he recalled all the awesome racers he watched growing up. I'd be lying if I say I wasn't curious about his world type of racing. It must be vastly different than ours. Momo said with a hum. So I am. He an amazing fighter and you can't hate how he always have a smile on his face. He remind me of a certain someone. Endeavor said with a smirk. Everyone glanced at All Might then back to the screen and compare how they smile. Endeavor is right. Their smile is the same and that made them love him even more. All Might just blush a little out of embarrassment. Inko briefly wonder how Izuku would react to this man. How don't I know it? It'd be amazing to see him and All Might fight each other. Anyway, with all the list for the new fighters in this tournament, it amazing that we can dash. Before Present Mike could finish his thoughts, the lights went out. Everyone blinked as they didn't accept the power to suddenly cut off. What the hell? Bakugo whispered to himself. What going on? Did we lose power? Endeavor asked the crew. We haven't, sir. But someone just hack our system and turn off our lights. One of the crew member answered as he was looking through the equipment to see how he can get them working again. The screen is starting. One of the workers shouted out as they saw the monitor was changing to a logo of some kind. Oh no, it the Phantom's Thief. Present Mike said with a slight pale expression. Phantom's Thief? Really? That's so stupid. Bakugo snorted. I wouldn't be so sure of that. While Phantom's thief only show up in stories and some history books, they are very skilled and that make them dangerous. Aizawa said with his arms crossed. Plus, I wouldn't be scared of some thief unless I knew how dangerous they are. And this me is paling slightly with Endeavor looking fiercer than normal. Present Mike added. Bakugo thought about it a moment and begrudgingly nodded. But that begs the question. Why is he there? 'Cause so far, Izuku haven't show up, and now we have a thief suddenly appear. It makes sense for Izuku to be the thief. But why would he show up to a Simply Talk show? Mina asked with a head tilt. I don't know. But it must be big if he's showing up here. Inko said with a sigh. She didn't enjoy the thought of her son being a thief, but she understands she have no control of these worlds. But why are they here? Endeavor demanded. I have no idea. But it seemed they want to send out a message. Present Mike answer as the monitor audio started to work. Greetings to all viewers. This is Joker. I have successfully sneaked my way into the studio. A voice said in the intercom. Everyone raised a brow at how despite how the voice was slightly different, they reorganized the voice DP. That is Izuku all right. Mina said with a giggle. Of course he would use a voice changer. Got to make it harder to find him. Momo nodded approval. And his code name is Joker, huh? That brings back some bad memories. Ida said with a wince as he recalled a different Joker. He still can't over that world. Inko gave Ida a worry glance before turning back to the screen. She will find out later, but for now, she need to know what her baby is up to. Why are you here? Endeavor demanded. I just wanted to give out a interesting info is all. The voice said with a slight chuckle. And what that? Present Mike asked with his arms crossed. I was given an amazing chance that even my teammates doesn't know about yet. So here my intro, for you all. Have fun. The voice said as it faded away and the screen started to show something else. I see. So he wanted to show the world something that even his teammates haven't heard yet. It got to be good if he doing it like this. All Might said with a chuckle. Well, at least he haven't stole anything at least. Uraraka said with a chuckle. It show us someone who looked to be a teenager landing on the ground and pull his head up to show his smirk. His outfit consists of a black ankle-length tailcoat, a high-necked waistcoat with gold accents, black jogger-style pants, brown-black winkle pickers, and a pair of red gloves. His mask is a black and white, bird-like domino mask. But the most interesting features were his green hair and emerald eyes. Everyone took in the outfit and were in awe at it. Man, that one badass outfit. Denki said in awe. That outfit is so cool. Kuda said as he wanted to wear it. His mask is so pretty. Aria added as she liked the mask design. I wonder if I can rock that look. Mirio whispered to himself. He'd be lying if he didn't find the outfit awesome. Inko eyes widened as she saw Izuku eyes. It was so bright and full of life. Like he found his place in the world. She only saw him with the eyes when he was in his hero uniform. She couldn't help but feel glad he was happy in his life. He quickly ran off with black and white winds following him as some music started to play. Life will change instrumental. He ran and jumped to the sky. He did a spine as he landed on the ground. Then a voice was heard. There one thing us phantom thieves specialize in, and that is to steal treasure. A female voice said happily. Joker landed on the ground as everything was shaded black instead of him, where he was shaded red with his shadow red as well as he slid down. Everyone was bobbing their heads to the song. Man, Izuku sure have some good taste in music. Jiru said with a smirk as she was loving the song. Yeah. Not to mention, Izuku is sure showing off. Toru giggled happily. Yeah he does. But got to give him props though. He making it look good though. Tokoyami said with a grin as even Dark Shadow was dancing to the rhythm. The pros had mixed feelings about this. On one hand, this isn't really hurting anyone, the music and video is pretty good so far. On the other hand, he is still committing a crime by hacking to a studio and even stealing. But we're not the one who sent a card this time around, folks. No, we've been invited. The female voice said with a small giggle. Invited? Everyone thought. The Phantom Thief logo that appeared before shrinking down to a card and Joker, grabbing it with a cocky smirk. He then threw it to the side as the female voice kept going. "We've been invited to steal the greatest treasure of all." The card disappeared before it was replaced with a letter that Joker caught in between his fingers. He flipped it around to show the Smash logo. Present Mike and Endeavor jaw drop in shock as their eyes widen in shock. "Are you for real? Joker is in Smash as well." Present Mike said in awe as he could barely register what he was seeing. "What?" Everyone shouted in shock. "Are you saying Izuku had been invited to the biggest tournament ever?" Mina squealed out. "That must be Izuku in this world must be really strong if he got a personal invite in." Toridoki said in awe. "That my boy." Inko cheered happily. "Man, Izuku just keep getting cooler and cooler as he goes on." Aria said happily. "I know, right? I wish I can be in that tournament. It sounds like a great place to hone one's skill." Mirio said happily. "We will be going up against the best of the best." The female voice added with a hint of pride as the screen showed shadow creatures before they melted and turned to white smoke. These white smoke started to show forms of people of all type fighting and looking powerful. Everyone grinned as they saw the shapes of these smashers. They looked powerful, and that got them even more hype for this tournament for Izuku. The screen faded to black before Joker stepped out of the shadows and reached for his mask. It burst to flames and hid his face as he pulled it off as he shouted, "Persona!" His whole body was then surrounded by blue flames and something appeared behind him. "I am thou, thou is I. Show the strength of thy will, and rage against all challengers." The flame said darkly as the screen faded to darkness before bold letters appear. "Whoa!" was the only thing Zero could say in awe at the flames took in form and spoke. "Could I do something like that?" Toridoki thought. "I don't why, but I want him to win big time now." Mandalay said. "My money on Joker as well." Pixie Bob said happily. "Joker from Phantom Thief of Hearts will battle in Smash." The screen showed a small lady with pigtails hair sitting in her chair drinking some tea with a smirk. "You'll never see it coming." La Brava said smugly as the video ended. The teachers as they knew her and frowned. Is she Izuku teacher in that world or something? They thought before shrugging it off. The lights turned on and the heroes were still trying to get their mind around the idea that Joker was in Smash now. "That I think we need a break." Endeavor said numbly. "Why? I think everyone around the world is still shocked as well." Present Mike said as he looked at his phone and the internet was going crazy at the news. "We be right back after these messages." Endeavor said as he just got up and left. Everyone was cheering for Izuku. "Hell yes. Izuku's in that tournament. That's so manly." Kirishima said with a fist pump. "I want to see this tournament now. It too bad we may not be able to watch it." Toru pouted while crossing her arms to make it look like she huffing. "Yeah, that does Asikas. But hey, at least we know Izuku is one of the strongest around in that world, and even the master of the tournament recolonize it. That means he may go far in this tournament." Mina said with a grin. Everyone was so lost in their talk, they didn't notice Leo came walking in. "Seem everyone is fine. Better do one last check around before bring them in again. Can't let anyone get hurt here," Leo said as she left the room. Everyone had finally settled down after talking about Izuku joining Smash and hoped they can watch the matches and learn of the others fighters in that world. "Man, I hope we can see something good. It been action almost non-stop." Denki said with a yawn. "I'm sure the next video will be just as good as the others. But I hope it nothing dark again." Uraraka said with a sigh. "I'm sure we'll be fine. It be a little too soon to show something so dark to Deku mother. That just begging to give her a heart attack." Bakugo said with his arms crossed. "Good point. But I do hope it's something not too upsetting for her. This is her son we are talking about." Toridoki said with a sigh. "Hey look, the screen is starting." Denki said as he pointed to the screen as it started again. Everyone leaned in their chairs and smiled as they couldn't wait to see what next. It was nearing Christmas, and Yude was beginning to get the decorations up. But there was a problem. Izuku Midoriya and Shoto Todoroki were nowhere to be seen. All Might had searched everywhere, looked under each desk, in each locker, even checked the pebbles outside. "Well, He had found Izuku stuffed under one of them one time when he was hiding from his newly found fanbase. How he did that, All Might has no clue, but was severely impressed with it. So at Christmas and Izuku is missing. That seemed pretty normal so far. Mineta said with a shrug. I'm curious how Izuku hide under a pebble. That should be physical impossible. Momo said with a frown. I'm sure this world Izuku can hide himself with anything for a quirk. So it shouldn't be so hard to figure out. Mina said casually. While everyone was nodding their head in agreement, Inko was sweating buckets. They must never know how good Izuku is at hiding. Inko thought as she recalled how Izuku hid himself in impossible hiding places. She still can't figure out how he hid inside a beehive. Hey! Bakugo screamed as he threw open the doors to 1A and drew as much attention as he could. He pointed upwards. I was just over by 2B's classroom and saw a line of ice going down the hallways. I think half and half was skating. Deku might be with him. Bakugo dropped his hand as he slammed the door. Class 1B began to hear something strange. It sounded like Todoroki's ice being created and two people sliding across it. And they were playing music. It was Christmas music, and someone was singing. Oh, this got to be good. Siro said with a big smirk as he leaned in closer to see what's going to happen next. I'm hope it nothing bad. I don't want to think Izuku doing anything that may cost money to fix. Midnight said as she was still sore of her pay cut for the 0-pointers that were destroyed at the entrance exams. While the one Bakugo didn't cost much since he just torn it down and made melting the broken machine easier, Izuku just smashed it and broke the buildings altogether. That brought up a lot of money needed to fix it and break the machine down. She was still sore from that. Nito opened the door and he saw the strangest thing moving down the hallway. Shoto Todoroki, with a big red nose and reindeer horns, stood completely still as he created and slid across his ice down the hall. Just behind him, and holding a leash attached to Todoroki's neck, was Izuku, in a cross-dressing Santa costume. And he was singing. Todoroki blushed heavy red as he saw Izuku was holding his leash. The girls either giggle at how ridiculous they look, or frown in jealousy that Izuku was giving Todoroki such attention. The teachers either held in their laughs, or deadpan real hard at the two. The males look like they are questioning themselves as they found Izuku in his outfit really cute and, dare they say, hot. But then they remember it is Izuku they are talking about. He could pass as a cute girl and they felt better about themselves. Cough gay cough. Inko had to hold in her giggle as she recalled she did the same thing when she was younger with her old friend Rei in their high school years. Those were some good times. She wondered what happened to Rei after she left school. Has higher sorry yo. Kaze no you and I. Tsukimahara wa. Izuku started to spin as he had a huge bulging bag attached to his back, and was smiling happily. Todoroki on the other hand was deadpanning, looking like he wanted nothing to do with this madness. Izuku started to hop slightly as he sang. Padoru Pador. At least it looked like he having fun. Inko said happily. And Todoroki looked like he's so done with everything. Denki added with a chuckle at Todoroki's expression. I must have been roped in by force or blackmail. I wouldn't go along with this willing after all. Todoroki said with a sigh as he knew that despite how much he liked Izuku, he wouldn't dress like that and use his quirks so loosely for him. Ah, but it's so cute. Uraraka said happily, causing Todoroki to blush in embarrassment. Class 1A wasn't expecting the door to suddenly explode inwards, sending the doors across the room, smashing through the wall and into the other side of the school. Izuku slid in on ice, smiling happily as full cowl dissipated. Todoroki kneeled just outside the classroom, hands over his head and shaking like a leaf, obviously not expecting nor prepared for Izuku to suddenly break the school apart. The teacher's facepalm and Midnight cry silently as she forgot this wasn't her world and her paycheck was fine. The students burst out laughing as the two kids were giggling at Izuku's behavior. Have no fear, Deku is here. Dressed as Santa to give pervs presents for Christmas. But what the F do you want? Izuku said, smile reaching across his face, even as he spoke almost like Bakugo on his PRD. Mineta spoke up, I know this. Ntai. Everyone gave Mineta a deadpan stare as they couldn't believe he thought what they wanted. What? Mineta asked with a grin and a shrug. Izuku's smile widened and he opened his bag, sending a massive tidal wave of Ntai Dujins across the classroom, burying Ida in it and almost drowning him in it. While this was happening, Todoroki had pulled out his phone and began to play a song, a remix of Ntai as the Ntai didn't stop. Bakugo collapsed as he laughed, striking the floor repeatedly as tears came to his eyes and his sweat exploded on contact with the floor. This was too out of left field for Bakugo to not break down laughing. As he was now. Everyone jaw drop as Mirio and Pixie cover Eri and Kuda eyes and their ears. Why does he have those? And why are you adding on to it, Todoroki? Momo demanded with a bright red face. It seemed fitting. Todoroki said with a deadpan expression and shrug. Merry Christmas. Izuku said before he screamed, bitches. Video end. Everyone was silent as they weren't sure of what to say. Well, at least he had fun? Inko said awkwardly. Everyone finally recovered from their shock of the last world they saw and composed themselves again after laughing so hard. That was a good one. I wonder what next? Denki said with a chuckle. I don't know, but I suddenly have a feeling we are about to see something dangerous. Jiro said with a as she felt a chill goes up her spine. I doubt it anything bad. But I can feel it too. Momo said with a nod as well. The screen started once more, getting everyone turned back to the screen and begin watching another world. The screen started and it showed a pacing all for one. Sheet. He just had to kill that Tiffany dog. All for one growl out angrily as his hands were trembling in pure terror. Everyone's eyes narrow at all for one before remembering this is just a viewing. He can't see or do anything to them. What got him so spook? All might ask himself with a frown as he never thought that all for one could be scared of anything. Dog? Everyone questioned. Sensei? What did Dabi do that making you react like this? I mean, it just a dog, right? Shigaraki asked nervously. What did Dabi do? I'll tell you what he did. He killed John Wick dog just cause he was in a bad mood. All for one shouted angrily. Who John Wick? Shigaraki asked while he wanted to run away as he never seen his sensei act like this. Everyone frowned in confusion at the name. Who John Wick and what is his connection to Deku? Uraraka asked. I don't know. I never met a John Wick. Could it be a code name for Izuku? Inko asked with a worry frown. I would assume so. But with the way All for One is acting, this John Wick is someone dangerous. So I'm more worried about that. Present Mike said with a And the fact Dabi killed John Dog doesn't help ease our worries. Aizawa said with a frown and a bit of anger. He may loves cats, but he also have a soft spot for dogs. So hearing Dabi kill a dog just cause he was in a bad mood made him a bit mad. All for one took a deep breath to calm himself down and spoke one more. John Wick used to an associated of mine. Everyone in the underground knew him as Baba Yaga. All for one started. Baba Yaga? As in the boogeyman? Sensei, the boogeyman haven't scared anyone since quirks started showing up. Shigaraki said with his arms crossed. The teens nodded in agreement. They figure since they had quirks, they can fight off any monsters and such, right? But the teachers and Inko sweat drop as they recall the legends of the boogeyman. They were scare sheet list and thank God that he not real. That cause no one know how terrifying the boogeyman legend can get. Even I, the man who can wields many quirks, wouldn't fight such a being. But John Wick on the other hand, he not the boogeyman true. All for one said as he paused for a bit to take a deep breath. He the one you sent to kill the FNG boogeyman. All for one finished with a glare, even though it hard to see. Oh. 1A said with a wince. I'm officially scared of John Wick. Jairu said with a grimace. Me too. Bakugo whispered to himself as to not be heard. If the person who nearly kill All Might is scared of a man like that, they should be scared too. Oh. Was the only thing Shigaraki could say about his sensei words. John is a man of focus, commitment and sheer FANG will. All for one said each word slowly to get it into Shigaraki's skull on how much trouble they were in. Everyone winced at each words as it held a lot of meaning coming from him. They were scared of this version of Izuku, and they haven't seen him in action yet. I once saw him murder 3 of our nomus with a pencil. All for one added, making Shigaraki eyes widen in shock. I'm sorry, what? Shigaraki asked in disbelief. You heard right, my boy. He killed 3 nomus with a pencil. A single, Tfng pencil. All for one said as he turned his back to stun man walk to his desk and pull out a few folders. Everyone that saw the nomu that fought All Might and almost one jaw drop. Granted he was out of his prime, but that doesn't make it any least powerful. This Izuku kill 3 with a pencil. Holy shit. Aizawa said in true shock. One day he asked to leave. It was over a woman, of course. Image my shock of such a man leaving this type of life to be with a woman. So, I decided to give him an impossible job for him to die while completing. All for one said as he placed one of the folders on the desk. I tasked him to bury the 8 precepts of death cause they were making a drag that could take away quirks. I couldn't have that. So I thought I could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. All for one said with a sigh as he opened the folder and showed pictures of 8 precepts of death. They were all dead. Everyone was now sure this Izuku was a monster. Man. I would hate to be them right now. Denki said with a whistle as he was sure the League of Villains were F-. For once I agree with you. Jairu said with a sigh. He killed everyone in that group within 2 days. Mostly because he had to track the survivors as well. He even saved a little girl named Aria and handed her off to the Heroes Society to get help. All for one finished Shigaraki just stare, slack jaw at how one man slaughter a whole group. He didn't slaughter them. Slaughter mean they had a chance to fight back. This was straight up genocide. All for one said as thought he was reading his mind, and knowing that man, he possibly could. Which leave us to now. Not only did one of your idiotic henchmen kill his dog, but said dog the last gift of his wife, who died from a sickness not even a week ago, but he also stole his car and let him live. All for one growl angrily as he slammed the last folder down to show a picture of a pug and a green hair. Women who Shigaraki recognized as the laughing hero, Ms. Joke, or whatever. The pro's jaw drop in shock that this version of Izuku fell in love with Ms. Joke of all people. Aizawa felt like laughing at this, even though this was a sad one where one of his closest friend was dead. But he have admit, Izuku would be the best person to use to get her away from him on the marriage thing. Man, Izuku sure have taste in women. Mineta said with a nod, making everyone deadpan at him. That a cute dog, I can see why Izuku would want to kill Dabi now. You have to be heartless to kill another man dog, that wasn't just his last gift from his late wife, but a very cute one at that. Toridoki said as he wanted to pet the dog, making everyone agree with his statement. Oh, W at his quirk? It must be powerful if he did all of this. Shigaraki asked with gulp, now afraid of the man who hold the title of Baba Yaga. He quirkless. Trust me, I would have tried to taken it if he did. Not sure if I'll live to use it if I did. All for one said with a growl. He quirkless? Shigaraki shouted in pure terror. Everyone's jaw was now on the floor at that statement. They couldn't say anything at this as they were too stunned for words. Yes. And interesting enough, his name wasn't always John Wick. He was once known as Izuku Midoriya, but he apparently let that name die with his mother in a car crash he was in at the age of 8. On that day, Izuku died with his mother before he picked the name John Wick up and came to the underground. All for one added with as he never really thought too deeply to that meaning till now. So that the story of how John Wick came to be. All Might said as he processed the information in his head. It a bittersweet story in a way. He wanted to let the Izuku that his mother loved die with her, so he let his memories of who he was die and lie as another. It a hard choice, but I'm sure it not one he regrets. Midnight said as she thought over that background. Inko meanwhile had tears in her eyes. Her baby boy become a killing machine after her death. How can any parents not cry at that bombshell? She wanted nothing more than to hug her baby right now. But she will have to wait and see if Leo will bring this version of Izuku to this place. What can we do? If he is dangerous as you make him out to be, then we need to be ready for war. Shigaraki asked with a gulp. I don't know. All I can say is gather your men and allies. We need to build a defense before he get here. I'll try to contact him and see if I can persuade him from coming after us. All for One said with a sigh. Understood, Sensei. I will start now. Shigaraki said as he turned and left in a hurry. All for One just shook his head and pulled out a notebook with phone numbers in it from his jacket and started to look through it till he found the number he was looking for. Let hope he willing to negotiate. All for One whispered to himself. I doubt it. I think he better start writing a will if I were him. Present Mike said with a chuckle. Yeah. I don't think I see how he can escape this one. It looked to be a war this time around. All Might said with his arms crossed as he knew how tricky All for One was to kill and how powerful he is. But he didn't think Izuku would let him live even with all his power. Somewhere else. A 27-year-old man walked out of a coffee shop with a double bag. He was wearing a pink bow tie his late wife gave him as a joke gift, dark dress shirt, black slacks, black leather belt, black dress shoes and a black dress coat. He walked to a parked car and placed the double bag in shotgun and climbed into the driver's seat. Everyone took in his features and nodded. That is Izuku all right. Even with a more serious and edgy side to him, his eyes still hold that certain glow. Aria said with a nod. Yeah. Glad to see he not a monster. Kuda said with a sigh. Everyone smiled at the kids and how they admire Izuku seemed to grow with every video and such. Izuku, you became their hero. I hope you live up to their hopes and dreams one day. Mirio thought with a soft smile. He was about to start his car, but his phone started to ring, making him frown as he pulled it out and saw who was calling him. He answered the phone and put it on his ears to listen. Hello, John. It me. All for One said calmly. I heard what happened to your wife, and I'm sorry to heard about it. My deepest condolence. All for One said sincerely. John, just stay silent, waiting for this call to end. I'm aware you're upset for what one of mine men did to your dog and car. But if I can bargain with you for a buy dash, All for One started, but John hung up as he didn't care for what he had to say. Dobby killed his dog, Mr. Punchline, that his wife gave to him to cope with her death. But now he was dead as well. John warned him to keep his goons away from him, no matter how new or immature they were, and he wouldn't come for them. All for One couldn't keep his sheet together, so now he will show those BSTRD what lose and pain really was. Everyone wins. ODMN he ISPSS. Denki said as he felt a shiver went up his spine that Izuku hadn't said a word at all, and just drove off without a care. He a man on a mission. Present Mike said. I guess I know why demons runs now. Momo said with a shiver. How does that phrase fit here? And do they run from? Hagakure asked with a head tilt in confusion. Demons run when a good man goes to war. Bakugo answers softly, knowing full well that if Izuku in their timeline ever did snaps and goes to war with anyone what push him too far, he doubt anything could calm him down and stop him. Oh. Hagakure said in surprise. With the League of Villains. All for One sigh as he hung his phone. We are in deep trouble. All for One said with a groan as he rubbed his hand where there is a scar. May God have mercy on us. All for One said with a sigh. 2 weeks later, John walked past dead bodies of the League of Villains with a pistol in his hand. Everyone stared in horror at the dead bodies surrounded Izuku as he just walked by. Oh my God. Midnight said with a hint of fear in her voice. Inko stared in horror of her son's actions, wanting to cry that Izuku lead a hard life to this point. And now he had nothing to lose and went all in. He was covered in blood, cuts, bruises, burns and his hair was a mess. Dobby was leaning on a wall, holding his stomach as he was shot there. He glared at John. But he was scared as he gotten closer without a word. It just a effing dash. Dobby started before John shot his skull apart without it. Everyone flinched at how Izuku just killed him without mercy or warning. He truly didn't care and just want him dead for killing his dog. He dropped his now empty pistol, fix his tie and walk away without a word. He stopped as he stared at the dead body of All for One. John just stare at the body for a moment and walk away without a word. Screen and everyone stay silent as the screen ended and just stare at the screen. They didn't know what to make of this. Izuku in that world just straight up slaughter a group of dangerous villains over a puppy. AFING puppy. Denki said the one thing on everyone's mind as the information caught up to them eventually. Oh. And done. Everyone was still reeling from what they just saw. Izuku just killed the greatest villain in history and burn his empire to the ground for good measure. Over a puppy. AFING puppy. And that without adding the fact he was quirkless. To say they are surprised is lying and downright insulting to their shock and horror. Well, that was something. Mirio said after some time pass. Yeah, something, that the word. Jiro said with a sigh. Everyone snorted in agreement as they discuss how dangerous John Wick was and how their own Izuku could match it. But as everyone was talking and discussed this, Eri was lost in thought on how John Wick saved the other Eri and gave her to the heroes to be given a chance to be happy. She was overjoyed her hero save her, even in another world, but wonder if that Eri will ever met her hero and help heal his heart. 'Cause when she saw John walk away in the last moments, he looked tired and done with the world. She can only hope he find another reason to live soon. The screen suddenly started once more, making everyone jump a little and sigh. They turned back to the screen with a small smile. They've been enjoying these worlds so far. It's been helping them realize how dangerous life can be and what could happen if they get careless. But they wish Izuku wouldn't suffer in some of them. Screen shows Izuku standing in front of a man with purple hair, a red suit and glasses staring at a small spherical capsule in his hand. It seems I lost, you have defeated all of the Elite Four members. But that doesn't mean you have defeated the Pokemon League. Oh, I know that, Mr. Lucian. But we didn't make it so far to back down just now. Izuku said while taking a look to a Pokeball in his hand. Elite Four? Pokemon League? What is this? Bakugo asked with a glare. I have no idea, but based on what's going on, I assume it's some sort of game. Midnight answer with a Izuku in this universe is wearing a green jacket and a white scarf around his neck, his typical red shoes, a blue cap, black pants, a pair of black fingerless gloves, and a belt with the spherical capsules, named Pokeballs. Then I won't hold you back, the champion is waiting for you and she is quite excited to fight you, Lucian say while a door opened behind him. Champion? I guess it's not a game per se. But more like a tournament of sort. Momo said with a thinking expression. Man. I'm so confused. Siro said with a sigh. Me too. But I feel like some of us will see something strange. Denki said with a groan as a gut feeling settled in. I feel it too. But I'm sure it nothing. Uraraka said with a smile as she gave Denki a thumb up in order to cheer her friend up. Denki smiled and gave one back. So am I. Izuku says with a determined look in his eyes. The spectators compared that look with the one their Izuku has when he is doing something heroic in their world. Different world, same boy. All Might thought with a small smile. Izuku goes through the door and enters a large room, completely white with a battlefield in the center with a symbol in the center that resembles a Pokeball. I've been waiting for you, says a woman with long blonde hair, a long black coat to her waist and black pants. She also wears a pair of black accessories in her hair. Mineta drool a little at the blonde beauty and the guys found her attractive. The girls in the room simply rolls their eyes or giggle at the guy's reaction to the lady in front of Izuku. Her name was Cynthia, Sinoa's champion. I have to thank you for what happened at the Distortion World, but right now that doesn't matter, you are here to battle for the title of the region's champion. Am I right? Cynthia said smiling all the time. That's right. We are ready to do our best to show the world that we are ready to win the title of champion. Izuku said with conviction burning in his eyes. Okay then, let's see what you are capable of. Cynthia says while taking a Pokeball from her belt. Spiritome, lend me your strength. She throws a Pokeball releasing a white light. When it dissipates, a square rock with a carving that resembles a face appears on the field. The carves start to glow and from them a ghost-like creature appears. Most of its body is purple except from its face which is green. Spiritome, the Pokemon exclaims. Everyone blink in surprise at the creature and how it just appear out of a small ball. How? What? Toridoki asked with a confused expression. Is that a Pokemon? Toru asked with a tilt to the side. I assume so. But what a weird-looking creature. Wajiro said a surprise expression. Mei meanwhile was looking at the ball use and was coming up with ideas and theories on how to not only copy its function, but to make it better. Oh, this one seems so interesting that I must learn its secrets. Mei thought with an excited expression. Spiritomb? A Pokemon with basically no weakness. I only have 2 valuable options, hope they work. Izuku thought, analyzing the situation, and came to his choice of course. Okay. Denki, I choose you. Izuku said, throwing his Pokeball. Wait, what? Denki asked with a shock expression while everyone just stare at the screen with a confused expression. The sphere opens and releases a white light. When it dissipates, a fierce lion-like creature appears, roaring a fierce battle cry. Luxray! The shiny Pokemon roars. Everyone took in the Pokemon feature and stare at awe. Wow! I look awesome! Denki said in awe as he stared at his Pokemon counterpart. I'm surprised you're a Pokemon in this world. And with Izuku at that. What are the odds of that? Jiro thought with a head shake. Let's begin. Spiritomb use Shadow Ball. Cynthia commanded and Spiritomb creates a black sphere, launching it towards Denki. Denki fight it with Discharge. Izuku orders and Denki launch a powerful electric attack that collides with the Shadow Ball, creating an explosion. Denki, your vision and find Spiritomb. Then use Thunderfang. Following Izuku's instruction, Denki's eyes begin to glow and starts searching for Spiritomb among the smokes from the explosion. He manages to find it and start charging towards Spiritomb with its fangs sparking with lightning. Spiritomb, when Luxray is close, use Psychic. Cynthia orders just in time because at that moment Denki appears out of the smoke ready to bite Spiritomb, but Spiritomb's eyes begin to glow and stop with its mind and pushing him back, making it crash in the ground. I see. So that what they mean by fight and battle. Interesting concept. Present Mike said with as he watched how Izuku and Denki work together closely. There's no doubt they trust each other deeply and are working together with everything they have. But I feel this is a bit harsh. Aren't they forcing the Pokemon to fight? Momo asked with a worry frown. Not really. Based on what we are seeing, this is basically like a game, not an actual battle to the death or animal cruelty. They've been trained to handle the harm this may leave too and are willing to risk it to not only have fun, but push their limits to greater high, like heroes training their limits. It's more about deepening bonds and pushing limits. All Might said wisely as he could tell based on how Denki and Izuku are acting that they wanted this and to push themselves to their limits. Denki with his power and Izuku with his mental abilities and strategist. Momo just nodded at All Might response, not fully convinced, but less worry now. Denki meanwhile was on the edge of his seat. Come on me. Show her what up and make your pal proud. Denki whispered to himself as he cheered his other self on. Tisich will have to keep our distance or... Denki use Thunder Wave. Denki composes himself, and following Izuku's instruction, launch an electrostatic wave. Spiritomb receives the attack and start to growl in pain while getting paralyzed. Spiritomb! Cynthia cries in concern. Try to use Dark Pulse. Cynthia commands. Spiritomb start to charges a dark energy in its mouth, but the paralysis kicks in, stopping it midway. This is our chance. Denki, use Thunderfang once again. Denki obeys and charge at Spiritomb with his fangs sparking with electricity, this time biting Spiritomb and sending an electroshock through its body. Spiritomb, push him away with Psychic. Spiritomb try to do what it is told, but the paralysis once again kicks in, stopping him. Let's finish this. Denki use Discharge. Denki gets close to Spiritomb and charge his attack, launching it towards Spiritomb. The ghost type receives the attack point blank and collapses, getting inside the carving of its rock, fainted. Way to go Denki, one down. Izuku cheers. Hell yeah. Go me. Denki cheer happily, making some of the people in the room chuckle. I must say, Izuku and Denki teamwork were on point. Izuku managed to outmaneuver his opponent with quick thinking, and Denki quick movement and deep trust to Izuku helped pull out a win. Ida said with his arm crossed and smile at the screen with a prideful smile. I can't wait to see more. Mandalay said with a giggle as she saw the kids were in awe of the battle and were glad it was control without mindless and cruel beating. Spiritomb come back. Cynthia retrieves Spiritome back to its Pokeball. You did a great job, she says while putting the ball away in her belt and pull another one as she enlarge it. Cynthia was impressed to say the least. She knew Izuku's training abilities were high, but she wasn't going to go without a fight. Garchomp, lend me your strength. From the Pokeball, Cynthia launched a fierce dragon Pokemon came out. It had shark-like traits and a yellow mark in its forehead. Also it was female due to a tiny cut in its dorsal fin. Chomp! She roars, intimidating both Luxray and Izuku. Ah! Denki said as he stared at the dragon-like Pokemon with a nervous expression. Please tell me I'm not fighting that thing? Denki asked with a gulp. I'm sure you're fine. Izuku doesn't look ready to have you fight that thing. Zero said with a slight grimace as he felt sorry for anything fighting that thing. Oh thanks Kami. Denki said with a sigh as he saw Izuku pull out his Pokeball and pointed at Denki. Denki, sit this one out. Izuku said while retrieving his Luxray back to his Pokeball. Ida, I choose you. Izuku yells while throwing his next Pokemon Pokeball. A weasel creature appear. It is brown, almost orange, fur and two circular marks in its back which meant it was a male, a great float around his neck all the way to his lower back, and two tails, and for some reason was wearing glasses. Zell, Floatzel, said Ida while standing in with his arms in his waist. Uraraka burst out laughing at Ida Pokemon version of him and how it acting exactly like him. Everyone else either chuckle at how funny this version of Ida look and act or look at the Pokemon with interest. Ida meanwhile smiled at his Pokemon counterpart and nodded at himself. Glad to see I'm still with Izuku even in this world. I won't fail you my friend. Ida thought with fire in his eyes as he hoped his other self can feel his passion and get fire up to make Izuku proud. Use Ice Punch. Izuku said. Ida dashes towards Garchomp while both his fists glow in an indigo light. Dragon Tail. Cynthia commands, and Garchomp's tail is enveloped in fiery blue flames. Both attacks clash into each other, both Pokemon trying to push the other back and Garchomp was gaining the upper hand. Come on Ida. You got this. Mina cheer the Pokemon on. Go get that overside lizard. May cheer as well, getting into the battle thanks to Denki and Ida. Ida felt like crying tears of joy as his friends are being so supportive of him. Ida now. Izuku yells and Ida wrap his hands around Garchomp's tails and start spinning her around. What in the dash? Cynthia asked astonished. Izuku came to that kind of strategy knowing that in raw power Garchomp would beat Ida. This kid certainly was full of surprises. Finally Ida let go of Garchomp's tail sending her crashing to a nearby wall on the field. It wasn't long until Garchomp got back to her feet. Dang it, I thought we had her there. Izuku cursed, frustrated that his plan didn't work. Plan B then, Ida raining dance. Floatzel adjust his glasses and start to make a dance? Actually all he did was swing his arms robotically, kind of how the actual Ida does. Suddenly Ida was surrounded by a blue aura and storm clouds start to appear in the sky and rain start to pour out of them. While everyone were surprised that Izuku managed to plan for the struggle and what to do after, they couldn't help but laugh as Ida Pokemon counterparts started dancing. Uraraka was laughing the loudest as she saw this dance many times and now seeing a squirrel-like creature doing it too was too much. Ida just had a slight blush on his face, but otherwise said nothing as he didn't want to dig himself deeper. The teachers meanwhile narrow at the blue aura surrounding Ida and wondering what Izuku backup plan was. Garchomp used Dragon Rush. Cynthia said, and Garchomp gets surrounded in fiery blue fire and launch herself towards Ida. Izuku and Floatzel smirk at this and when Garchomp's attack was about to hit Floatzel, he dodged it at an incredible speed. These as I fear. Swift swim. Cynthia cursed. Ida's ability allowed him to move faster in a raining field. I see. So this Ida moved faster in water area like rain. Not much different to Ida quirk, but with different functions. Izuya said with a expression. This just get 10 times more interesting all of sudden. Present Mike said next to him. That's right, now Ida use Aqua Jet. Izuku said. Ida leaps into the air and envelopes himself in water and launching itself towards Garchomp who could barely react to the attack receiving a blow in the gut. Unfortunately for Izuku and Ida, Garchomp got out of his dorsal fin a fruit. A citrus berry! Izuku exclaimed in shock. When Garchomp eat it, part of her strength came back and she was ready for round 2. So, berries have healing properties in this world? Interesting. Midnight said in surprise. Can we make something like as well? I should test that out later myself. Momo said to herself as she made note of the berry and its name. It's been interesting, but playtime is over. Cynthia said. Garchomp, sandstorm. Garchomp gets surrounded in brownish energy and generates great amounts of sand covering the field and making the clouds dissipates. No! Izuku cursed. You're not the only one with a field move and with a field's ability. Cynthia said with a smirk as she shook her finger at Izuku. And it was true. Garchomp ability, Sand Veil, allow her to hide among the sandstorm and making her opponents have a hard time locating her. This doesn't look good for Ida and Izuku plan at all. Mina said with a grimace at how quickly Izuku got turned on. This isn't over just yet. Let's see how they handle this. Toridoki said with a calm expression, but even he was worried. Go get them, Deku. Ida. Uraraka cheer her friends on. Ida use Aqua Jet. Ida leaps to the air and surround himself in water before shooting himself towards the place where Garchomp was standing. But he didn't hit anything. Ida look around confused until a pair of red glow eyes shine behind him. Ida, watch out. Izuku yells quickly, hoping he could warn his friend before it too late. Too late, Dragon Rush. Cynthia ordered loudly. From behind Ida, Garchomp came out of the sandstorm envelope in the fiery aura of her attack, delivering a powerful blow to Ida's back. It was a critical hit. Ida fell at his trainer's feet out of commission. No. Ida have been beaten. Mina cried in shock horror. She more clever than we first thought. Bakugo said with a click of his teeth as he felt Deku and Glasses were pretty close to whining if wasn't for the sandstorm. This isn't over yet. Deku got this. Uraraka cheer her friends on, having faith they can turn this around still. Yeah. Get them, Izuku. Denki cheer as well, with the kids joining as well. Ida. Izuku got closer to his Pokemon defeated form. You did great. Take a break. Izuku retrieves Ida back to his Pokeball. Cynthia did the same because Garchomp got a lot of damage during the fight. Kirishima, I choose you. Izuku said while throwing the Pokeball of his next Pokemon. Tetsu, lend me your strength. Cynthia said, doing the same. Both Pokeballs open, and 2 Pokemon looking exactly the same appear on the field, both having the same characteristics, the appearance of a bipedal wolf with a spike coming out of their chests and both of their hands. Cario, Kirishima snarl. Lucarian, Cynthia's Lucario, Tetsu, growls back. Oh come on. Even in a different world we are still the same. Kirishima shouted, making his classmates laugh. Well, at least your Pokemon counterpart cool looking. So that a plus. Mina said as she tried to cheer her buddy up. Yeah man. I bet your Pokemon counterpart just as strong as you. Siro added as well. You guys. Kirishima said with some tears in his eyes. Well, this shall be interesting, Cynthia said. Tetsu, extreme speed. Tetsu dashes towards Kirishima faster than the eye can see and land multiple blows before he can react. Kirishima, use Bone Rush. Izuku instruct him. Between Kirishima's palms a bone stick is created and hits Tetsu with it, making him stop his assault. Now use Sword Dance. Izuku order quickly and Kirishima start to move similar to a karate's kata style while his body glows in red energy, increasing his attack, finishing his movements with a fiery roar. Oh, things are starting to heat up now. Midnight said as she licked her lip as she recalled how her world Kirishima and Tetsu fought and how it looked to be recreated here so far. Please don't lick your lips. You're being creepy. Mandalay said with a sweat drop. Use Aura Sphere. Cynthia said, in Tetsu hand a blue sphere appears and is launched towards Kirishima. Kirishima use close combat and push the sphere back. Izuku said with a confident smirk. What? Cynthia said, surprised by her rival's counterattack. Kirishima does what his trainer said, and starts to deliver various punches to the sphere, pushing it back. Tetsu wasn't going to fall that easily. He start to concentrate more power in the sphere, Both wolf Pokémon start to struggle between their respective attacks, pushing back and forth until one of them start to gain the upper hand. And the one that broke the stalemate is Kirishima. Thanks to the previous sword dance, he gained a greater physical strength and start to push with all his might the sphere back. That was Izuku's strategy, and with one stronger punch he sends it back to Tetsu, who couldn't dodge it in time. He received the blow of his own attack, creating an explosion at the moment of the impact. Tetsu gets blown away, crashing to the ground where he stays fainted. Hell yeah! Go Kirishima! Thank you, cheer. Excellent work! Eat a cheer as well as he did hand chops. The heavyweight champion's belt goes to Team Izuku and Kirishima. Mina declare. Kirishima face was bright red as his friends cheer for him. I knew he would win. Bakugo said with a savage grin. Sure you did. And your hands weren't shaking in fear of him losing. Uraraka tease him lightly. Bakugo glare lightly at her, but she just grin in response. Good job Kirishima. Izuku congratulates his Pokemon. Tetsu take a rest, you did well. Cynthia said while retrieving her defeated Pokemon, this is getting really interesting. Togekiss, lend me your strength. Cynthia sends her next Pokemon, a beautiful bird-like Pokemon with white feathers. Kiss, Togekiss said, spreading her wings. Kirishima, can you keep up? Izuku asked, gaining a nod as a response. Well, thanks to his steel type, the flying moves are not that effective, and he received minimum damage from before. Let's begin. Izuku thought to himself. Use Metal Claw. Izuku order. I see. So like quirks, they're different type of Pokemons. And based on what we saw so far, it element base. All Might put together. I agree. I suppose that help with learning how to care for Pokemon if they have needs from different type. Mirio said as he wondered how many Pokemons is there, and what type would he get. Round 2. Let's see how you do. Siro said with a bigger grin as he wanted to see how this turn out for Izuku and his team. Kirishima dashes with his claws covered in a metallic gray color, ready to slash at Togekiss. Dodge it with agility. Cynthia call out quickly. At the moment Kirishima was about to slash Togekiss when she fades away in a blur of motion, leaving an afterimage behind. Wow, she fast. Kuda said in surprise. She moves so quickly an afterimage was left. Aria added as well as she didn't think such speed was possible, even when she helped Izuku goes 100% and move fast. But she assumed afterimage was impossible to do for anyone with his speed. Where did she? Izuku asked, astonished, with a face reflecting confusion while scanning the field looking for Togekiss. He locates her above the field, soaring over Kirishima. Kirishima, above you, use Aura Sphere. Izuku commands. Kirishima looks up and saw Togekiss. He starts charging the same blue sphere that Tetsu used before. Togekiss, double team. Cynthia says calmly. Kirishima fires the attack, but when it was about to hit Togekiss, she divides in two. What? Izuku asked, astonished for the sudden move. Togekiss keeps duplicating herself until there's at least 10 of her. Oh, that bullshit. Bakugo growl out in frustration. Long. Ida said despite being shocked as well. Shut it. When will these kids stop fighting each other? Azua wondered to himself with a sigh. Togekiss use Aura Sphere. Cynthia orders and all the clones start to charge the attack simultaneously and start to send it towards Kirishima. All of them seems to fade the moment they hit Kirishima, except for one hitting him in the back, making him fall to the ground while howling in pain. Kirishima! Izuku cries out in concern. The other Togekiss attacks didn't get him, so at least one of them is real. Izuku realized. Kirishima tried to sense the true Togekiss aura and use Metal Claw in her. Izuku instruct him. Getting back to his feet, Kirishima's ears start to rise up and glow. The Lucario species have the ability to sense other living beings, so with that in mind and with the other Togekiss being only images, only one of them will have an aura. It worked. Wow. This Kirishima have some slick moves. Jiro said as she wondered how sensing others like that would work for humans. Some of the pussycats wince a little of how similar that ability was to now quirkless teammate. Kirishima was able to locate the true Togekiss and he jumps in the air with his metal claws, slashing her in the belly while the clones fade. Tisich, not bad. but now you're up in the air. Togekiss territory, use Aura Sphere. Cynthia said. Togekiss gain her balance in the air once again and wrap her wings around Kirishima, trapping him. No, Kirishima! Izuku cries out, fearing for his Pokémon's safety. Togekiss open her mouth with the Aura Sphere ready and let go of Kirishima, who start falling to the ground. Then Togekiss shots the sphere, impacting point blank at Kirishima and making his impact to the ground more painful and creating a great cloud of dust. When the dust dissipates, Kirishima is in the ground, face first fainted. Everyone wince at how much that looked like it hurted, but they gave the Pokémon a round of applause for sticking to it till the bitter end. Kirishima had manly tears going down his face. You were really manly out there, other me. You earn your rest. Kirishima said with his manly tears going down some more as he gave his counterpart on the screen a thumb up. Everyone either sweat drop or gave a awkward chuckle at Kirishima display. Come back, Kirishima, you did a great job, Izuku said while putting Kirishima back at his capsule and getting another one out. Go, Tokoyami. And great bird Pokémon with brown feathers in most of his body and a red bang hanging in his forehead appears. Staraptor! Tokoyami chirped. Everyone looked between the two a few times before nodding as it did fit. Man! Is Izuku whole team fill with everyone in 1A? Denki asked with a head tilt. Maybe. I wonder what mine counterpart is like. Uraraka wonder as she wanting to laugh at the hair Tokoyami had as a Pokémon, but she didn't want to upset him. It may be floating related. Mina said with a shrug. Tokoyami, aerial ace. Izuku said, and Tokoyami fly at top speed towards Togekiss while a white energy concentrates in front of his beak. Togekiss stop him with Aura Sphere. Cynthia commands. Togekiss starts shooting her Aura Spheres towards Tokoyami, but he dodged them with no effort. Tokoyami then hits Togekiss with his aerial ace. Togekiss, come back. Cynthia yells, switching her Pokemon. Milotic, lend me your strength. From Cynthia's new Pokeball appears a beautiful sea snake Pokemon with what appears to be rose hair and a blue siren-like tail. Oh, it's so pretty. Aria said in awe as her eyes had a shine to them as she looked at the sea snake Pokemon. Mirio gave a little smile as he was happy that Aria have been growing out of her as they watch more and more of these videos. Maybe we can ask Leo to interact with one later. Mirio offer, making Aria jump up and down in excitement, making the girls giggle at how cute Aria was. Milotic! She cries. Tokoyami use aerial ace. Izuku commands and once again Tokoyami fly at max speed towards Milotic. Milotic use water pulse. Cynthia said, and Milotic launch a water sphere impacting against Tokoyami and creating a great wave of water that push away Tokoyami. Tokoyami regain his balance in the air, but the attack really damages him. Tokoyami, come back. Izuku switches, go Denki. He then sent his Lux Ray back to battle. Use discharge. I see. He trying to play it smart. I suppose that makes sense. If your team is getting weaker as the battle goes on, it best to conserve as much as stamina as possible. Tiger said with a nod as something like this was simple hero team tactics that get use when there is a battle. I guess Izuku will always have a plane and play it smart. Momo said with a smile of pride of her classmate and future boyfriend maybe. That our Deku. Uraraka cheer happily. Denki let out his powerful electric attack, but Cynthia saw it coming a mile ago. Protection. Cynthia says calmly. A force shield appears around Milotic, deflecting the attack. Denki use Thunder Wave. Izuku said, don't let him use Dragon Tail. Cynthia order. Denki start to charge his electrostatic attack, but Milotic was faster. Enveloping her tail with a familiar fiery flame aura, she delivers a powerful blow to Denki's side, batting him away. Denki! Izuku calls out. Denki gets up, but that last attack really hurt him. He barely hanging on. He running out of steam. Jiru noted with a grimace as this battle was getting tense with each attack. I won't drop just yet. Not when I have so much to prove. Denki whispered to himself, praying his other self pull through for Izuku one last time before he goes down. Come on Denki. You got this. Toru cheer. Denki discharge. Izuku shouted. Ice beam. Cynthia commands. Both Pokemon launch their attacks colliding with each other and creating an explosion. Denki, you know what to do, track her and use discharge. Izuku tells Denki, and he does the same he did during his fight with Spiritomb. Milotic protection. Cynthia says. The same situation as before occurs. Denki launch his attack, but Milotic summons her shield and protect herself. End this dragon tail. Cynthia says, determined to end it now. Milotic leaps to where Denki is and delivers a devastating blow with her fiery tail in Denki's head, bringing him to the ground fainted. Diamenet. I'm sorry, Izuku. Denki grumbled to himself, feeling bad he let a friend down so lamely. Everyone wince at how hard Denki was hit, but cheer for him as he fought the hardest so far. He gave it his all. And for that he gave Izuku a fighting chance. Tokoyami said with a nod of approval. She overcome the type advantage. Izuku thought impressed. Come back, Denki, you did well. Izuku then pulls out another Pokeball. Go, Uraraka. A Pokemon with the appearance of a hot air balloon appears. It was purple and had a yellow cross mark in her face. Drib, Drifblim. She said. Bakugo burst out laughing as he saw the Pokemon. Oh my god, it fits so dim and well round face. Bakugo said as he laughed. Uraraka pouted a little, but said nothing. It's so cute. Mina squealed as she wanted to hug that version of Uraraka. Don't think that will work for some reason. Momo said with a sigh. Uraraka use Will-O-Wisp. Izuku instruct her. Uraraka launch purple ambers towards Milotic and she is covered in fire, getting burned. Tisich, Milotic ice beam. Cynthia ordered, frustrated for the condition her Pokemon got. Milotic shots the blue beam, but Drifblim floats above it, evading the attack. Then the burning took effect, damaging Milotic. Shadow Ball. Izuku order and Uraraka creates a black sphere, launching it towards Milotic. Block it with your dragon tail. Cynthia said quickly. Milotic envelope her tail with the fiery aura and bats away the sphere. She then leaps towards Uraraka and hitting her sides. The burn then again kicks in, damaging Milotic. Izuku is stalling. He knows he can't beat that Milotic in a fight by itself, but he can weaken it enough before Dielvoi the final blow. That what his burn is doing. Toridoki noted with interest as he wonder if he can make something similar to that attack. He filed the idea later in his head as he wanted to see if he could talk to the teachers later on it. I agree. That Milotic had proven its power, and I think Izuku don't want the risk of losing steam while focusing on one Pokemon when she have more. Momo agree with a nod. Use Hex. Izuku said. Uraraka composes herself after the attack and release a black lightning, damaging gravely Milotic and defeating her. Clever. Hex is a move that has the double of strength if the target has a state problem, like being burned. You did well, Milotic, come back. Cynthia pulls out another Pokeball. Toridoki high fave himself in his brain for being right. Glad to see Izuku is smart. Inko said as she didn't know what to say so far as she did not have combat experiences like everyone else and the kids were just in thrall of what they were seeing. Togekiss, lend me your strength once again. Togekiss appears in the field flying. Togekiss double team. Cynthia orders and Togekiss creates dozens of clones. Again? Uraraka ominous wind. Uraraka starts spinning around and a dark wind starts to blow the start vanishing Togekiss clones. Togekiss use Shockwave. Before the final clones disappears, Togekiss launch an electric move towards Uraraka, stopping her spinning and defeating her. No! Uraraka! Mina cried as she saw the cute Pokemon was now out of the battle so quickly. She gave it her all and then some. I say she earn a good rest. Present Mike said with a nod of respect for the balloon Pokemon. Uraraka just sweat drop as wanted to point out she was here, but decided not to as that would just make her feel awkward. Come back, Uraraka, great job out there. Izuku pulls out Tokoyami's Pokeball and sends him to the battle. Tokoyami use Fly. Tokoyami goes high in the battlefield while a burble as a protection wraps around him. Shockwave. Cynthia said to Togekiss. When Togekiss shots the attack, it gets reflected by the bubble covering Tokoyami. Tokoyami in the bubble make a nosedive straight to Togekiss back and pushing her to the floor until they crash. Tokoyami got back to the air and Togekiss remains to the ground fainted. Nice, Tokoyami. Izuku cheers. Hell yeah. Tokoyami coming for that win. Kirishima cheer for his teammate. Yeah. Keep it up. Denki cheer as well. But I was revenge. Uraraka cheer happily. Good job Tokoyami. Your Pokemon counterpart is very well trained and dedication to Izuku cause. I couldn't be more proud. Ida said to Tokoyami with his usual arm. Is it just me, or did they grow closer as this battle progress? Mina asked with a sweat drop. I noticed too. It got to do with them all being on the same team with Izuku. Momo answer with a small giggle. Good work Togekiss. Cynthia retrieve her Pokemon. Garchomp, once more lend me your strength. Cynthia said sending Garchomp back to the field. Cynthia is still keeping one Pokemon just like me. If I can get it out now, I'll gain the advantage. I just got the move. Izuku thought strategizing the course of the battle. Garchomp, Dragon Rush. Garchomp dashes covered in the blue fiery aura towards Tokoyami who goes higher to avoid the attack, but Garchomp anticipate this and change her trajectory to land a hit on Tokoyami's back. Tokoyami use Whirlwind. Tokoyami swing his wings fiercely and creates a tornado trapping Garchomp in it and sending him flying to the air. She is suddenly pulls in his Pokeball and Cynthia's last Pokemon is sent forcefully to the field. No Roserade. Cynthia calls out. Clever boy. He knew his team would be at a devastating loss if he waited for the last Pokemon, so he forced her to send out the last one to drain before he sent out his well-rested one. All Might said with a smirk. This kid's just have all sort of tricks up his sleeves, don't he? Mandalay said as she was far into the battle than she should be, but with teamwork on point like this, she can't help it. Let's see how Cynthia could counter this. Midnight said as she knew Izuku wasn't out of the woods just yet. Like in any battle, the tide can change at a roll of a dice. Cynthia's last Pokemon was an humanoid creature with a red rose in her left hand and a blue one in her right. A plant type perfect. Izuku's mind celebrate. Now Tokoyami aerial ace. Tokoyami fly at max speed hitting her in the gut. Cynthia smirks as she saw this. When Staraptor backs away from Roserade, a sudden purple energy shocks him, and he lets out a howl of pain. What? Izuku asks surprised and afraid for his Pokemon's safety. Poison point. Roserade's ability can poisons Pokemon who uses a physical attack on her. Cynthia explains. Clever girl. Present Mike said with a grimace as he knew what that meant for Tokoyami on the screen and the advantage Izuku had. She planned for this. She knew someone may had a type advantage for this and playing around it. Momo said in awe. Guess being champion wasn't just for show, huh? Denki grimaced as he knew where this was going too. Sorry Izuku. But it looked like this is where I fall. Tokoyami thought with a sigh. Now Roserade, poison jab. Roserade leaps on air and delivers several blows to Tokoyami, plus the poison that put Tokoyami down. Tokoyami come back, you did great buddy. Izuku then pulls out his last Pokeball. I'm counting on you. Izuku whispers to the Pokeball. Kakin, I choose you. Of course. Who else would it have been? Toru said happily as she jumped down on her seat. I'm surprised we didn't see this coming really. Jairu said with a sigh. Oh shut up. Bakugo growl out. Everyone else lean in as they want to see which Pokemon Bakugo was in this world. Out of the Pokeball a monkey with white fur and fire on his head and also had some golden stripes around his body. Infernape. Roars viciously. Uraraka and Denki lost it and burst out laughing hard. Oh my god, that too perfect. You're a angry fire monkey. Denki said in between laughs. Shut your hole Sparky. Bakugo shouted angrily. A fire type. If I send Garchomp and he wins, it will be easy for him to beat Roserade. Right now I'm going to keep fighting with Roserade and try to tire him out. Cynthia planned. Roserade poison jab. Rosalia dashes with her roses glowing in a purple color. Kakin dig. Izuku calls out quickly. Kakin digs a hole avoiding Roserade venomous attack. Where did he? Cynthia asks herself as she scanned the area for any signs for Kakin. Suddenly the earth behind Roserade cracks open and Kakin jumps out a hole. Flamethrower. Izuku commands quickly before Cynthia could react. Kakin opened his mouth and launched a powerful torrent of flames point-blank at Roseraid, defeating her. Hell yeah! One-hit KO your weird-looking plant thing. Bakugo shouted with a smirk. And he's super into it now. Kirishima chuckled out. Hard not to be when it you on the screen. Denki admit with a sheepish smile. Roseraid come back. Cynthia retrieves her and spoke to Izuku. You did well, I'm really surprised Izuku, you made sure to not use your stronger Pokemon until the end, and you made sure that all of my Pokemon were warned so it will be easier for him to fight them, am I right? Yes. I made that strategy up when you changed Garchomp the first time. With your stronger Pokemon so tired after her fight with Ida, I need the second option to beat her in the best condition as possibly to fight her. And that second option being Kakin. Izuku explain. Real smooth Izuku. Real smooth. Mei said with a giggle as she was enjoying the battle. Man. I keep forgetting that he's so smart at times. Mina said with a chuckle. We'll need to work harder to catch up to him now. Siro said with a bigger grin as he was feeling pumped to do more training and studying to catch up to Izuku level. Here come the final stretch. Toridoki mumbled to himself as knew this is all or nothing for both sides. Well, let's finish this. Garchomp, lend me your strength one last time. Cynthia sends her stronger Pokemon for the final showdown. Kakin use Shadow Claw. Izuku command and Kakin's right hand is covered in darkness and takes the form of a fiery claw. Garchomp Dragon Tail. Garchomp used the fiery dragon move he'd been using for most of the fight. Both Pokemon dashes towards the center of the field and their attacks collides. Kakin is being pushed back by the dragon's superior forces but use the other Shadow Claw. Izuku instruct. And so Kakin's free hand is covered in darkness as well. He uses the claw clashing with Garchomp's tail to grab her and pull her towards him and slash her across the face with her free hand. Eat it, you oversized lizard. Bakugo cheer happily. I'm surprised he not upset he being boss around by Izuku here. Tokoyami noted. I think he too caught up with the battle to even realize. Jairu answer with a shrug. Geez, this is getting a lot more tense now we know they are down to their last Pokemon for battle. Present Mike said as everyone and himself were on the edge of their seats, excited to see how this ends after a long and hard-fought battle between both sides. Garchomp use. Earthquake. Cynthia orders. Jump and get on Garchomp's back, Izuku commands, and Kakin jumps off the ground and land in the back of Garchomp's head. Assault him with Shadow Claws. Kakin used the Shadow Claws to start slashing Garchomp's head. Get him off with Dragon Rush. Cynthia instruct. Garchomp envelopes herself in the fiery dragon aura and dashes to a nearby wall and slam her back with Kakin in it. Kakin! Izuku cries in worry as he sees Kakin collapsing to the ground. Don't you dare lose, you monkey F dash. Get back up. Bakugo growl out to his counterpart. Geez, he really PSS now. Denki said with a sweat drop. They could still win this. Come on, Kakin. Uraraka cheer. That was a good fight, but it seems is OV dash. Pokemon GBA Remix. My Hero Academia, you say run. Infer. Cynthia's statement was cut off by a sudden roar of anger. That roar calls everyone's attention as they seen Kakin getting back to his feet and the flames in his head brightening with more intensity. It's Blaze. Infernape's ability. Kakin's ability. Izuku exclaims excited. Heh, this is really getting exciting. Garchomp use Earthquake. Cynthia orders. Don't let her. Use Flamethrower. Izuku commands. Garchomp was ready to create a seism. A giant flamethrower hits him and send her flying. She backflips and land on her feet. Let's finish this. Both trainers said in unison as they reached the climax of the battle. Dragon Rush. Kakin use Flare Blitz. Go Kakin. Everyone that was Izuku Pokemon and the kids cheer loudly for the Pokemon the screen as they knew that this move will decided everything. Go get them. Everyone else cheer as we're so pumped for this final attack. Show them what you got, you stupid monkey. Bakugo shouted as his Pokemon counterpart looked like him when he got excited in a fight. Both trainers selects the final moves, Garchomp envelopes in the fiery aura while Kakin used the fire in his head to cover himself in a blazing orange aura that then turns blue. They both launch themselves at the center of the field where they collides with each other, struggling to get the upper hand and releasing a giant amount of energy. Garchomp. Cynthia's Garchomp roars. Infernape. Kakin roars at the top of his lung. Finally, a giant explosion is created and both Pokémon passed each other, his backs facing. Kakin suffers the recoil of his attack and for Garchomp's Dragon Rush. But behind, Garchomp body combust in fire, making him growl in pain. But still standing. Both Pokémon turn around and face each other, so do their trainers, no wondering to do anything. Everyone was holding their breath as they saw this, worry for the outcome, but excited in their eyes as they wonder who finally won this long and brutal battle. Come on, Deku. You got this. Uraraka prays silently. Come on, you two. Show us that all that hard work was for something. Denki whispered to himself. Come on. Ida and Tokoyami pray. Show us that manly spirit you two have. Kirishima said as he was worried for them. Until one of them fell. That it was Garchomp. We won. Izuku cheers in excitement, rushing to his partners. Kakin, you were amazing, he said, hugging him. Yes. Everyone cheer happily. Now that how it done. Bakugo cheer for himself on the screen. Man, I was so worried for a moment. Toru admitted to herself with a breath she was holding. Hee, you make a wonderful job, Garchomp, come back. Cynthia said while putting Garchomp to rest and then walks towards Izuku. Congratulations, now I'm have the honor to watch the rise of Sinnoh's new champion. Thank you, for give me the chance to prove myself to make my dream come true. Izuku said at the verge of tears. Come now, let's preserve your name for the history. And so Cynthia lead Izuku to a room. The Hall of Fame, where he records his name along with his Pokemon's name in the story of the Sinnoh League. Everyone was still cheering for Izuku and his team that now were on the screen for them all to see. The ones with Pokemon counterparts were so proud of their other self for giving it their all and never doubting Izuku through all of that. They didn't realize two people were watching them. Seem like they are happy. Leo chuckle laugh as she fix her hair. I figure it would. These videos, while mostly for fun, are to inspire them to grow stronger and help make Izuku stronger too. That one of the reasons I brought them here. The second person said with a grin as his hoodie cover his face with a shadow. Sir. Well, I think we can show them a few more before we give them a break. Leo said with a giggle. Yeah. I wonder how Joker will handle on seeing his mother again after so long. The person said with a sigh. Don't worry about it, father. It will work out fine. Leo said as she placed a hand on the person's shoulders. I hope so. Otherwise, things will be awkward real fast when they get home. The person said with a nervous chuckle as he walked away. Everyone was engrossed about the Pokemon and what they could do. The teachers were discussing how useful they could be for heroes to have. The students gush over their classmates' Pokemon counterpart and how Izuku may have a Pokemon for each of them. Inko was playing with the kids as her mind wondered about all these versions of her son were so different, and yet they all hold the same fire in their eyes. She couldn't be any more proud of them, but she worry for some of them. She will pray for all their safety even though they all are from different world, but it doesn't change the fact they are her son. After everyone finished talking, the screen started up again. Everyone sat up straighter as they turned to the screen. But they noticed something different. It showed Izuku and some child with a VS symbol against some man with red eyes. I'm guessing we're watching a fight then. Toridoki said with a deadpan expression as everyone were worried for Izuku and the child as the screen started. Izuku sighed as he jumped from tree to tree. I hope Aria is okay. I look away for a second and she ran into the forest, disappearing from my sight. Izuku mumbled to himself as he kept going and stopped as he landed in an open field and looked around. Aria would most likely be here if she kept going straight. Izuku said to himself as he looked around and saw a tiny girl floating in the air with a rifle strapped on her back. Everyone gave Aria a amused look as she blushed in embarrassment as she ran off without supervision. Just to make sure I'm seeing things right, but is that little girl with a gun? Denki asked with a frown. That is a gun. I wonder why someone so young is holding on to a rifle. Momo responds in surprise. I don't know. But something tell me she not to be mess with. All Might said as he felt something in his guts to be alert to the girl. That's a little girl, isn't it? I should see if she's lost and maybe see if she's seen Aria. Izuku thought as he made his way to the girl. A few seconds earlier. I just had to look away from Victoria for a second, and the next thing I know, she rushes off to help a little lost girl. Tanya thought with a groan as she could be doing something more effective than wasting time looking for her adjutant. What a waste of time. Tanya said as she kept her eyes out for her ally. She stopped as she felt a large power source behind her and she quickly jumped to action. She quickly moved away and pulled out her pistol and aimed it at the power source. The heroes frown at how quickly she was able to pull out her pistol and aim. She been in plenty of fights. Present Mike said with a frown. And she kill many as her hand is too steady. She aiming to kill with what she see as a threat. Aizawa said with a narrow stare at the girl. She dangerous. The heroes thought with a frown. Wait, don't shoot. I'm just looking for someone. Izuku shouted in fear as he held his arms up to show that he means no harm. Everyone burst out laughing at how ridiculous this look. A teen looking ready to cry with his arms up as a little girl pointed a gun at him. It was amusing to say the least. Who are you? Tanya demanded as she glares at the boy in front of her. That raw power. It feels so dangerous, yet it holds no malice. Tanya thought as she stares at the young boy in front of her. I'm Izuku. Just a boy on vacation really, but I lost track of a child. You wouldn't have seen a small white-haired girl with a little horn around here, did you? Also side note, what's your name? Izuku answered with a sheepish smile. So that why Aria ran off. She was so excited to see a new place. That understandable. Mina giggled as Aria pouted a little. Everyone found this cute as Kudo was curious on why the girl is focused on Izuku power. All Might rise a brow in surprise as he didn't one for all could be sensed by others. He should noted that for later in case it was possible. If someone could sense one for all, then it could put Izuku at risk. Tanya stared at him for a while. Once she saw he wasn't lying, she lowered her gun and sighed. I haven't seen a white-haired child around here, especially not one with a horn. I was looking for my adjutant. She ran off without my permission and now I'm annoyed. We are behind schedule. Tanya said with her arms crossed in annoyance. Also, my name is Tanya. She adds after a short pause. So she a soldier then? I didn't see that coming. Uraraka said in surprise. I didn't either. But it makes sense since she is holding weapons and her outfit does look to be military issue where now I see up close. Ida said as he adjusts his glasses and stare at the screen with a frown, not sure it a good idea to have kids so young as soldiers. And now we got a name to this face too. That good. May added as she was wondering how she was floating. Oh, I'm sure she had a good reason. Izuku said, trying to ease the girl's silent anger. She better. Otherwise, there will be a huge hellish punishment. Tanya said with a click of her teeth. Hehehe. Izuku just laughed awkwardly as he scratched his cheek sheepishly. Everyone stared at the girl and a picture of Bakugo pop in their mind as they could see the two share the same personality. We found Bakugo long-lost sister. Denki joke out loud, making everyone chuckle giggle. We are nothing alike Sparky face. Bakugo shouted. Everyone burst out laughing at Bakugo reaction. The two were pulled out from their thought as they heard rustling from a nearby tree, prompting the two to enter a combat stance. They both frowned as they saw a young girl with white hair, red eyes, a purple dress with a white skirt stumble out of the brush, hands covering a large bleeding wound on her side. Please help me, the girl said as she fell over. Everyone flinched as they didn't expect this suddenly. Who would just a thing to someone so young? All Might growl out angrily. I don't know. But they are on my sheet list now. Aizawa said with his eyes glowing a bit in his anger. Mirio pulled Aria closer as he saw the girl. She looked so similar to Aria that it made him reflexing pulling her to him for safety. Aria and Kuda stare in horror at wound. It was bleeding a lot. Izuku reacted first and rushed to her side, though Tanya just lifted a brow at the sudden appearance. Izuku checked her pulse and sighed in relief. She's alive, but I don't think she will last long if she loses more blood, Izuku said as he started to take his shirt off. What are you doing? She's as good as dead even if we stop the bleeding, Tanya said with her arms crossed. I can't leave anyone to die without trying to save them. She needs help, so I'll help, Izuku said with a growl as he ripped his shirt and then wrapped it around the wound, tightening it painfully to hopefully stall the bleeding until they could get her proper medical attention. Yeah. Go Aizu-chan. Save another child life. Toru cheered happily as she swung her arms up and down to show her excitement. Yeah. Wait, now that I think about it. Deku really good at saving children, Uraraka said in surprise as she suddenly realized how many times he saved children. Everyone thought on that for a moment and agree on how accurate that is. I'm surprised on how cold Tanya is. They could help her and she willing to let someone die if it looked to be a lost cause. Toradoki said with a frown. Either she really have no heart, or her job made her like that. Both aren't very good to think about. Pixie Bob said with a grimace. That should hold for now. Maybe I can get Aria to help her. Izuku mumbled to himself but stopped as he felt a sudden burst of killing intent. He grabbed the girl and jumped away in time to avoid a spear stabbing into the dirt where he just was. I had hoped to kill that doll before you moved, mongrel, a voice said with a growl in his voice. Izuku and Tanya looked at the source of the voice and frowned as they saw a red-eyed, blonde-haired man. He was also wearing gaudy golden armor. He looked at Izuku and Tanya like they were just animals in his way. Everyone glared at the man as they saw him walk toward Izuku and Tanya with no care. The pros hero felt a shiver go up their spine at the man. They could tell this man was very dangerous. All Might felt he may be more dangerous than All for One if push enough. Midoriya, my boy. Please be careful. He more powerful than I could ever dream of. All Might thought with a shiver. That one red-dead-looking armor. Bakugo said with a smirk, making the room laugh as they didn't expect him to say that so suddenly. Did you try to kill this girl? Tanya inquired with her arms uncrossed. I don't need to answer to mongrels like you. Now hand the girl over so I can kill her or I'll kill you as well. The man said with no care in his voice. Yep, he's going to die. Tanya said with an annoyed expression as she didn't like how he was looking down on her. Oho, she PSS. Denki said with a sweat drop as he felt like this fight was about to get crazy. TCH, arrogant prick. I hate fuckers who think they're better, everyone. Bakugo said with gritted teeth. Everyone gave Bakugo a deadpan stare before shaking their heads at how dumb that sounded coming from him of all people. Not even going to start. Momo thought with a sigh as she wanted to focus on the fight more. I'm afraid we will need to fight our way out. Otherwise, he won't let us leave, let alone help the girl. Izuku said as he gently placed the girl down. I find myself in agreement. So, let's shut this man up and move on. I still need to find my adjutant and get back to the base camp. Tanya said with a sigh as she glared at the man. You mongrels think you can beat me, Gilgamesh? You should learn your place and listen to your king. Gilgamesh said cockily, seeing as he wasn't worried about two children fighting him. Let's see about that, Izuku said as he started to spark with foul cowl covering him, the red light enhancing his glare. Let us silence him quickly. He's starting to annoy me. Tanya growled as she readied her gun. Everyone jumped at the sudden voice shouting as they were so focused on Izuku and Tanya. Man, I forgot how scary Izuku could look when he on the job. Mina said as she haven't seen Izuku glare in a long while. And Tanya looked downright murderous. Siro said with a gulp as he saw how dark her glare is. Tokoyami was lost in thoughts as took note of what Izuku and Tanya said. Or to be more accurate, his name. Gilgamesh he call himself. Is he really the Gilgamesh or is he just calling himself that? Tokoyami mentally asked himself as he wasn't sure if the two will be alright as he read the legend behind the man and hope he just some punk with the name. Golden ripples in space appeared around Gilgamesh, the king of heroes. He smirked and lifted a single hand up. Izuku tensed up and glanced at the girl. Just as Gilgamesh began moving, Izuku reached down, grabbed her and pushed the girl into Tanya's hands and pushed the two away. Gilgamesh lowered his hand, and swords flew from the ripples and raced towards Izuku. The boy ducked under one of them and then leaped over a second. He saw that when they landed, the swords would disappear in golden dust before Gilgamesh would shoot them again. So, he essentially has an unlimited arsenal. That's bad for me. Everyone winces as Gilgamesh shot swords at Izuku. Izuku was right to move the girl to safety. It would be hard for him to fight if he needed to not only dodge the blades, but make sure she wasn't hit in the crossfire. Midnight said with nod of Overhaul. Yeah. But that man abilities is concerning. He can tire out Izuku quickly if he just keep firing while he be in at his peak if he get close. Torodoki said with a frown. If you think this will beat that idiotic Deku, then you're an idiot. Bakugo said with a eye roll. Yeah. It is Izuku. He will win this no problem. Kuda cheer as Eri nodded her head in agreement. Everyone smile at the three faith in Izuku favor. Izuku grit his teeth as a blade scraped his cheek. Izuku looked to see a smirking Gilgamesh. He's just playing. He's not even serious. Izuku put a foot on the ground and kicked off towards Gilgamesh, who hummed. So, you have the same power as a servant? Interesting. Gilgamesh didn't even move, and let a shield appear in front of him and block Izuku's punch, before a great hammer slammed into the kid's gut, sending him into the ground. But that low power would never be enough to even touch me. Another shield appeared above Gilgamesh which blocked a magical blast from Tanya's rifle. He got good reflexes. Bakugo said with grit teeth. Yeah. If Tanya haven't came in when she did, I don't think Izuku would be getting up soon. Siro said with a sweat drop. But man, those abilities is bullshit. Denki said with a groan. And he said servants. Didn't we seen a world with that term not that long ago? Mina asked with a thinking posture. Yeah. Izuku was summoned as a servant in that one. Do you think this person a servant as well? Present Mike asked with a frown. It possible. Aizawa answered with a groan. So you wish to be put down as well? He asked, before the portals for his gate of Babylon aimed towards the mage. Tanya growled as she flew around the weapons, one hand on the girl, Ilya, and the other holding her Mondragon rifle. With Gilgamesh's focus on Tanya, Izuku was able to get back up, regroup, and come up with a plan. Tanya! He shouted before he ran towards Gilgamesh, who sneered at him before sending a few spears at him. Izuku jumped and spun around to dodge all the spears, before landing on the ground and rearing back his fist. Gilgamesh saw this and created another portal, which a shield popped half out of to block the attack. What is Izuku planning? He should know a attack up front won't work on him. Kirishima asked with a frown. He took a page out of mine book. Mirio said with a cheerful smile as he knew what Izuku was doing. Huh. Some of them said with a confused expression. Izuku smirked as he didn't attack, but instead grabbed the shield and using it to vault himself up towards Tanya, who put her Mondragon rifle back on her back and grabbed Izuku's hand, before shooting up towards the sky. He feigned him out to gain an advantage to do something else. Momo said in realization as she connected the dots on what happened. Clever girl. Present Mike said with a chuckle. And Tanya knew what he was planning without words. They are very good together. All Might said with a chuckle. Gilgamesh watched them go. He's pretty smart. Gilgamesh said before he grit his teeth in anger as he saw the big dent on his shield. How dare he? Another portal formed under Gilgamesh, a golden throne rising out of it, upon which he lazily ate down. The throne kept rising out of the portal, which expanded as the throne was revealed to be attached to a giant sleek golden machine that looked similar to a spaceship. It had two large glowing green wings that unfurled before the ship began to lift into the ground as Gilgamesh's portal disappeared. Vimana. It shot into the sky with a boom, Gilgamesh still relaxed on the open-air throne. Everyone jaw drop in shock as they seen the throne. Now that is bullshit. Siro said as he didn't he see something like that ever. So this man doesn't only summon weapons he could fire like bullets, but he can summon objects that allow him to travel in air. What the actual F-? Denki shouted in shock. Yeah. This cement that this is the Gilgamesh they are fighting. Tokoyami whispered to himself in fear. Tanya looked back and saw it. Sheet. Could. She looked down at Izuku. Can you do anything ranged? I have my hands full here. Yeah. I got something. Izuku said with a grimace. He looked back at Gilgamesh upon Vimana as it got closer and closer. He held his hand out towards it and curled his middle finger, placing his thumb over it and tensing. Gilgamesh watched it. I sense no magical circuits in him. Is it possible that he is a normal human? No, that shouldn't be possible. He's outclassing many lesser servants. He's at least B to A ranked at least. No normal human could achieve that level of power. He said out loud to himself before he looked to Tanya. But she is using magic, so could he be Servant Berserker that can deactivate Mad Enhancement? Never heard of that before, but it is possible. Berserkers don't use magic most of the time. I see. So he must knows about quirks if he's so confused about Izuku power. And since this Izuku isn't a servant, that must be a good chunk of them are as strong as Izuku or more. Momo thought out loud. Kind of scary when you think about it. Izuku's strength enchantment quirk is pretty similar to All Might in term of power. So that means a few of them may be stronger than All Might. Kirishima said with a grimace. I'm more worried about that Mad Enhancement skill. He made it sound like those who are Berserker have this skill as a passive skill. I can only image my sweet boy suffering that curse. Inko said with a shiver as she imaged a bloodthirsty Izuku fighting. It scare her greatly. I'm sure it not as bad as it sound. But it good to note it in case we run into a different version of Izuku with that. Midnight said to herself. His eyes widened when a blast of powerful wind was shot towards him from the Berserker, and he was forced to reach into his treasury and pull out one of his greatest shields. Row Ajax. A pink glowing flower bloomed in front of the ship, made of magic, before 7 almost impenetrable magic shields formed from the flower. This was Row Ajax, the 7 rings that cover the fiery heavens. The wind smashed into the shield, doing nothing. Gilgamesh growled in anger. So, he can use magic, but I sense no prana. Is he using souls? No, I would be able to sense it. Does he have a skill capable of masking the presence of prana? Gilgamesh kept thinking over Izuku's properties, trying to figure out what kind of servant he was. Or is he a caster? Row Aegis. Man, this guy is dangerous if his shield is that powerful. Mina said in surprise. Yeah. But why is he so focused on Izuku abilities? He seemed a little focused on trying to figure them out. Toru asked with her arms crossed. Well, this is just a theory, but I think he trying to find Izuku weakness by narrowing down his skills. Ida said with a thinking posture. What do you mean? Uraraka asked. Well, Izuku daughter is called Jean. And then we got Cu and Mondred after meeting her. Not to mention he was summoned after his death. So I'm guessing a servant is someone from history and they way die is their weakness. But that just a guess. Ida explained. Well, it make more sense if we use that line of thinking. Otherwise, we'll just run in circles. So good job, young Ida. All Might said with a nod. Thank you, All Might sensei. Ida said with a bow. Izuku looked up to Tanya. Listen, I have a plan, this might work. How powerful is that rifle of yours? She turned to him. The Mondragon rifle isn't that good on its own, but with my magic, it should be capable of destroying that flying craft easily. Wait, magic? No, never mind, no time for that. Hand me the girl, I'll jump off and draw his focus away, you blast him. Izuku informed, getting a nod from the lowly, who handed him the wounded girl. Thanks again. Just hurry up. Tanya shouted, letting go of Izuku once she was sure he had Ilya properly in his grip. So what are they planning? Zero asked as he wasn't sure of what going on. I have no idea. But based on how these two think in this fight so far, it dangerous and clever. Mirio said with a chuckle as he feel like he going to like this part. Yeah. Those two are one step of Gilgamesh so far, that they are reading each other mind. Denki said with a sweat drop. Or more like they are able to analyze the situation and apt to it. Mandalay said with a good-natured chuckle. That seemed a more fair description. Present, Mike said happily. Gilgamesh saw Izuku drop away with Ilya. So, they're separating? Why is the servant taking the doll and not the master? No, doesn't matter. The mongrels just made it easier for me. Tanya lifted her rifle and aimed it at Gilgamesh. Your light is like the morning sun. She prayed as her mondragon began to glow, and her eyes turned from green to gold. Use it to illuminate the darkness, hidden in the ground. Praise the Lord, who is now born unto us. She fired a single bullet towards Gilgamesh, who turned to her. But he wasn't able to put Ro Ajax up in time, and he and his Vimana were consumed in a giant explosion which pushed away the clouds. She smirked as she saw the flying vehicle turning to gold dust as it plummeted to the ground near where Izuku landed. Everyone's jaw once again dropped at the sheer power Tanya had. Wow. I'm sure on what to say at that. Denki said in awe. I know. She was so powerful to destroy that ship in one shot. She must be seriously packing some magic power in her tiny body. Mineta said in fear. Yeah. But I found it strange she used a verse from what sound like a Bible. I haven't heard one since I was 4. They did kind of go out the window thanks to quirks. Momo said with a thinking expression. That aside, it looked like he landing near Izuku and the girl. I hope they will be alright. Pixie Bob said with a worry expression. Gilgamesh shakily stood up from the ground, using his gate of Babylon to clean away all the dirt he got when he slammed into the ground. His armor was broken off and his hair was a mess. He had large red tattoos over his body. That, mongrel? He growled, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists in anger. I'll kill them. Oh, he is pieces. Bakugo said with a smirk. No one didn't say anything as they felt the tension is raising up now. He held his hand out as another portal appeared above his hand as he marched towards Izuku, who turned towards him, Ilya in hand. Oh no! Izuku said as he looked around, trying to think of some way to get away from Gilgamesh, but saw no real alternative. If he moved Ilya with full cowl again, he might injure her, best to let Tanya do it. So he would have to take whatever the King of Heroes was about to send at him. A large handle slowly slid out into his grip, and he wrenched the weapon out to reveal the first sword to have ever existed in humanity's history. Though it was blunt and looked far more like a lance, it was a sword. He have that sword with him. Tokoyami said in horror. You know what that lance thing is? Mina asked surprise. Yes. I do in fact. That sword is just a rumor to exist since it was said it was created before the concept of swords was even born. Its power is so great, it could destroy the planet easily is the user wish so. Tokoyami said with a grimace as he was pretty sure Izuku is dead. Oh shit. That lance thing is that powerful? Siro said in horror. Yes. Izuku stand no chance with that against him. Tokoyami said with his eyes close shut in fear at what will happen to Izuku. Everyone gave each other worry glances at what Tokoyami said and pray Izuku will pull off a win. Dog. Useless dirty mongrel. Gilgamesh growled out before lifting it into the air. It had a golden handle, but the cylindrical blade was split into 3 separate pieces along its length, which were a deep black with glowing red markings. The 3 pieces of oi began to spin rapidly, the markings glowing a more sinister red. A tornado of energy ripped out of A and into the sky, tearing the land to pieces and turning the sky a deep red. This was A's true ability. They was an anti-world noble phantasm, easily capable of destroying the planet in its entirety. Enuma Elish. Gilgamesh shouted the name of the power of A and moved the sword at Izuku and Ilya. A wave of destructive red world-rending energy launched at the boy. Oh no! Inko said in fear. Get away Izuku! Run for it! Kirishima shouted in fear for his friend, which prompted everyone to shout out their pleads for his safety. Izuku looked back at Ilya. She looked so much like Aria, and when she opened her eyes and looked up at Izuku, the resemblance was strengthened with her red eyes. Izuku grit his teeth and pulled back his right arm to punch the attack, using 100% of one for all. When Enuma Elish reached him, he put his body in the way and tried to take it, in a desperate hope to save the girl. 1,000,000% Delaware Detroit smash. Everyone was stunned silence. Izuku was risking it all to save someone he didn't even knew. He was going to die to protect the girl behind him with all his might. But why is he pushing himself against that power? It make no sense. Mina said in shock as she watched Izuku struggle with EA power. It's simple, Mina. What is driving Izuku to fight against the impossible odds? Very simple. A voice sounded across the room, making them all jump in surprise. What do you mean? And who are you? Turret. The answer is because that girl cried for help. And Izuku couldn't let it go unanswered. That what wrong with true heroes? You guys don't have any self-preservation. Always willing to throw your life away if it means saving a life. The voice said with a chuckle as all might frown and the heroes and non-heroes flinch at the voice words. I can't say I don't respect that about them. It's people like them that inspire the future and give hope. I'm a little jealousy of it. The voice said before it faded out. No one know what to say. The voice was honest and he was jealousy of heroes like Izuku. They have no idea what to say other than respect Izuku for doing what no normal hero would have done. Kudo was reminded of this move when Izuku had saved him from the man who killed his parents. He smiled at the memory and was glad that Izuku will never lose that fire in his heart. Not when the world need a hero. He could feel it tear at his flesh and very being, ripping him apart. Tanya! He shouted as the skin on his body was starting to disintegrate. Gilgamesh watched as Enuma Elish finally exploded out, creating a trench of destruction that went on for kilometers ahead, leaving absolutely nothing left in its wake. Gilgamesh scoffed. Now that the servant is gone with the doll, I can focus on the master. Just as Gilgamesh turned, he got a fist to his face. As his head was being pushed to the side, his eyes moved and saw an injured Izuku as the one who attacked him, and the Tanya was in the air, holding her Mondragon rifle aimed at him, and Ilya in her other hand. Was fast enough to save both of them? Hell yeah! That how it done. Bakugo cheer loudly. Go get them, Deku. Tanya. Uraraka cheer as well. The class started to chant Izuku and Tanya name as they were sure the two have it in the bag now. He really is a mad lad. Present Mike whispered to himself as he repeated the nickname he heard to descriptive his student before. Gilgamesh stumbled back from the punch and reached into the gate of Babylon, grasped a sword and swung it towards Izuku, who ignored it. His hand was sent back as a bullet went through it, forcing him to drop the sword. He tried again with his other hand, this time bringing out an axe, only for Izuku to gut punch him, forcing him to double over with his strength. While Gilgamesh was recovering, Izuku grabbed the weapon, wrenching it out of the King of Heroes' hand and smashing the flat side against the blonde-haired man's head. As he stumbled back, he received a few bullets to the chest and stomach as Tanya continued to fire bullet after bullet into the servant. Izuku jumped up and slammed a fist into the king's head again, before uppercutting him when he landed again, almost knocking him unconscious. Thus, they are winning. Denki cheer happily. They just need to keep it up a little longer. Drew said as she was nervous. On how this fight may change to the enemy favor at the moment notice. Go Izuku go. The kids cheer for their idol. These mongrel dogs are beating me? No. Gilgamesh opened another batch of gates, only for chains to fly out of them and wrap around both of the combatants. I have had enough of the both of you. I'll enjoy killing you, Berserker, and your master too. Gilgamesh screamed. No. Everyone shouted in fear. Leave Izuku Oniachan alone. The voice of a little girl screamed, only a white-haired, red-eyed little girl with a tiny horn jumped at Gilgamesh and touched him. Suddenly, Gilgamesh was a kid again. Gil turned towards Aria, only for her to punch him in the face, sending him face first into the dirt and knocking him clean out while releasing Izuku and Tanya. Aria-chan for the knock at the last second. Denki cheer happily. The teachers just whistle in surprise at Ari's sudden save. I guess Mirio and Izuku personality rub off on her more than I thought. All Might chuckle as he could see Izuku and Mirio doing that as kids. I guess Aria is really Izuku and Mirio's sister now. She not only saved them, but he knock him out clean. Mina joke, making Aria blush as Mirio gave her a head pat. Tanya lowered her gun, and herself back to the ground. She looked towards the gasping Izuku. That the girl you were looking for? Another girl, wearing a brown coat like Tanya's, with long light brown hair and large blue eyes. Arian, wait! Victoria shouted as she ran into the clearing, only to turn stiff when she saw her major. Major? Tanya glared at Victoria for a short while, that promised pain later, and turned back to Izuku. Hey, that chick is cute. Denki said. Of course you find her cute. Well, at least we know Eri was safe the whole time. Jiru said with a eye roll. And Tanya looked really annoyed with her. I pray for her safety later. Tokoyami said solemnly, making everyone's sweat drop. Seems we found our missing companions, Tanya said with her arms crossed with an annoyed expression. Izuku laughed sheepishly before looking at the downed Gilgamesh. What should we do with him? I don't think we should leave him here. Izuku asked as Eri walked to Izuku and started to heal his wounds, being careful to not turn him into a kid. I would normally say we should kill him since he was so dangerous. But the things he said during our battle got me concerned. Tanya said with a light huff. Well, she not wrong. He was so dangerous that I'm surprised that they even survived the battle in the first place. Tiger said with a shiver. But doesn't killing him seem a bit rash though? Present Mike asked with his arms crossed. I'm not sure. Nizu would have an idea on how to handle this, but I guess we should just leave to this world Izuku and Tanya. Midnight said with a sigh as the pros heroes agree. They would have to have faith in Izuku and Tanya judgment. Izuku nodded in understanding. Servants, Berserker, and Master. He said those words like there's more of them and like they mean something. Wait, he called me the Berserker and you the Master? Why did he call us that? Izuku said with thinking expression before he started to sweat drop at the labels they got called in their battle. I don't know. I assume it was my magic and your physical prowess that made him assume things. And based on his wording, Berserker is a class of sort for a servant. Tanya said with a tired sigh as she felt a headache coming on. They are sharper than they seem if they manage to not only note those words, but also figure out what we did is amazing. Toridoki said with a slight smirk. Piasich, Deku always been good at breaking things down and figuring out they work. And that sunny hair brat is the same I assume. Great. Just the world need. Two stupid Dekus. Bakugo said loudly and with a glare. But inside he was smiling that the two had won. I guess some things never change. Denki said with a chuckle. Berserker? Eri asked with a head tilt. Master? Victoria asked with a head tilt of her own. Servant? They both asked at once before the image of Izuku wearing a collar with a chain being held by Tanya pop up in their minds. The two's faces turned slightly red and they begin to shake their heads as Izuku and Tanya finish talking. The girls gave Eri a teasing smile as she looked away with red face. Mirio's face was blank as a thought came up to his mind. Did anyone ever had the talk with Eri? Mirio thought with a sweat drop. He suddenly felt worry. Very worry. Eri? Are you okay? Izuku asked with a concerned voice. Yes. I'm fine. Eri said quickly, making Izuku raise a brow before dropping it as he didn't want to push the subject further. So it's agreed then. Tanya said more than ask. Yes. We will take the kid to your base and await him to wake up before we ask questions and learn more. And while we wait, we can get this wounded girl help as well. She lost too much blood as it is. Izuku confirmed with a nod as he picked up Eri and placed her on his back. Sound like a solid plan to me. Momo said in agreement. At least they could get answers now. Izawa said with a tired sigh. Good. Now let's move out. Victoria, you'll hold the prisoner while I take the wounded girl. Tanya said as she picked up Ilya and started to float. Why yes, madam? Victoria said as she was pulled out of her thoughts and picked up the child Gilgamesh and started to float too. Let's go. Tanya ordered as she started to fly away. Right. Izuku and Victoria said as they follow suit. Everyone started to talk about how close the fight was and wondering what could be next after this. Inko had to take deep breaths as she almost passed out a few times from watching the video. Didn't stop her from crying though. So that where he gets it from. Everyone who knew of Izuku crying said in unison. The group were talking about the fight and Tanya power. They were very interested on what they witnessed and hoped to see more like this. All Might was lost in thought about how Tanya was seemingly able to sense one for all. He will need to warn his young successor of the possibility. Inko was being comforted by Uraraka and Ida that their Izuku is still safe and sound. Toradoki and Bakugo were arguing how they would fight Goldie and his weapons. Bakugo argued that he could overwhelm his with his explosions movement and hit him hard from behind, while Toradoki countered that he could simple summon shields and shoot him when he does, as he seemed to have fast reaction time. This went on for a while till the screen started once again and everyone sat back down to see what the next world will show them. So far, these videos, or different worlds, have been eye-opening to them and motive them to improve once they got out of the room. They can't wait to use what they've seen into practice. So, does anyone know what's going on? Denki asked as he looked around the biggest room in UA for classes in the school. I have no idea. But we were told by Blood Sensei to come here. I assume it was some sort of test, as the rumors said when freshmen start their school year for each class, but 1A and 1B are both here. So I assuming that not the case. Itsuka answered with a shrug. I see. This very strange. Is this some sort of assembling to introduce us here? Mina asked with a head tilt. So this is take place on our first day of UA. Wonder why we are here? Denki asked in surprise. I don't know, but I sense it's something important this world. Sayu said with head tilt. I just hope it nothing bad. Inko said softly as she was worried this may go down a painful route for Izuku again. Wait, I just noticed this, but where is that world 1A Izuku and Kirishima? Jiro said as she realized that the two of Street's light trio is missing, making everyone realize the same thing. Sherlock Holmes, detective of the foggy town, Daijikuten Saiban music extended. Nope, I just wanted you all here. A man shouted as he walked in with a big grin. The students turned to the smiling man, look him over. He had green and black hair that was covered by a deerstalker cap. He wore a cream-color ulster coat with cape. He had a gentleman walking cane in his hands as he stood there with a grin. They stared for a few seconds before the silence broke, cause of Momo's squeal of delight. Oh my God! It's Sherlock Holmes! Momo shouted in awe and her face a little red. The Sherlock Holmes. The number 2 hero Sherlock Holmes? Ida asked in shock. So Izuku is known as Sherlock Holmes in this world and is much older than us. Mina said in surprise. Yeah. And a very successful hero too, if he number 2 and not Endeavor. That speaks volumes of his skill. Midnight said as she was a little surprised by that fact. And it seemed Momo-chan is a big fangirl of this version of Izuku. Hagakure sang lightly, making Momo blush. I'm sure it's the normal response. Izuku may have a lot of fans in that world. Momo said with a slight ting of red on her cheeks. Sure. The students said, making Momo hide her embarrassment in her hands, making the adults. Who the F is Sherlock Holmes? Bakugo demanded, annoyed by the two reaction and shouting. How do you not know of Sherlock Holmes? He the number 2 hero on a global scale and number 1 detective in the world. He famous for stopping villains with quirks that can destroy cities, solving mysteries in record time, improve police force abilities to handle the more dangerous quirks. He single-handedly changed the world with his findings on quirks and how to counter them. Momo lecture, making Sherlock rub the back of his head with a sheepish smile. Not to mention he know for doing all of this without having a quirk of his own. Ida finish. Not to mention Sherlock Holmes is his hero name. His real name is unknown. Mina added her 2 cents as she knew some info of the famous detective. Wow. So he did all that without a quirk. That impressive. Midnight said in shock as she didn't think a quirkless man could do so much. To think someone so young could achieve and improve the world so quickly is amazing. All Might said with pride as he couldn't be any prouder of his successor for being a hero without a quirk. He was wrong after all. He could have been a hero without a quirk. He need to apologize more than he thought. Inko was wiping tears of joy as she see her son as an adult and his head held high. She was so proud of her son for not only succeeding on his dream, but he was making history like his idol. She couldn't be any more prouder of her son. So he quirkless nobody that is grasping at straws. Bakugo said with a smirk. Everyone in the room just went slack jaw at the disrespect to the number 2 hero, while said hero just gave a disappointed expression to Bakugo, like he was hoping for something, but it never happened. Everyone gave Bakugo, "Are you serious?" while said person just scoff. Inko sighed in disappointment as she knew Bakugo wasn't the most polite child, but she didn't think it would be this bad. Wow. I am an a-hole. Bakugo said with a narrow stare. Now he see himself from the outside. He wasn't impressive with himself. And you're an idiot. But then I guess that normal for someone who don't know the meaning heroism. I guess Nizu and Eraserhead is putting too much faith you could learn. But I won't. Sherlock said as he pull up a case and toss it to Bakugo. I was going to wait till the end of class to judge you before doing this, but it seems you're as idiotic as I deduced. But I guess I didn't accounted for you to think you're a king. Sorry, but I see no future for you here in UA, as it too lose with its students, but Shiketsuhai should not only fix that ego of yours, but also help you learn control of your temper and quirk than UA ever could. Sherlock said as he opened the door. Now go. I'm here to train heroes, not feral dogs. Sherlock said as waited for Bakugo to leave. The teachers all stare in shock while the 1A just stare in horror. Inko, the pussycats, the kids and Mirio were surprised how blunt and cold Izuku was. Wow. He more brutal than you Aizawa. Present Mike said with a whistle. I think that is extreme. But I suppose for him, he see Bakugo as a lost cause. I'm disappointed in him for not seeing his potential. Aizawa said with a shake of his head. I don't know. I think he would know more than us. He is number 2 and advanced the police work. Let's see if he made the right call. Midnight counter as she believed there more to it than simply that Bakugo was a rude student. Everyone just stare in shock at how brutal Sherlock is and that Bakugo just got straight up expel. Bakugo just glare at the man in front of him. You think you can look down on me, you quirkless bee? Bakugo shouted in anger as he tossed the case to the side and launched himself toward Sherlock, his hands emitting explosions as he did. Sherlock just sighed as he saw this. See Nizu. He need a stricter DSPLN. Not a free spirit place like UA. Sherlock said to himself as Bakugo tried to attack Sherlock's face. Sherlock simple move his head to side a few inches and brought 2 fingers up to Bakugo's stomach and jab it. Bakugo fell to the ground, coughing violently as he couldn't breath and felt his stomach trying to force it contents out. Don't worry. You'll live. But you're not going to use your quirk like that for the next few hours. Now go. Shiketsuhai is accepting you tomorrow and you'll need to rest for it. Sherlock said, not even giving him a glance as he looked at the stunned students with a cheery smile. Wow. With no effort to stop you. That's some skill. Jiru said surprise at Izuku's quick movement and non-lethal takedown. While that impressive, I want to point that Bakugo attack him cause he was quirkless. That not cool dude. Denki said with gulp as he knew Bakugo was a bit of an a-hole, but he didn't think he was that bad. I grew out of just stupidity. And even as quirkless, he a worthy opponent. I'll have to train to crush him. Bakugo said with a smirk at the thought of defeating a number 2 hero. Everyone's sweat drop at Bakugo, not surprised he just shrug off the problem and admit he was that bad. Well, as long you know to not act like that. Inko said with a sigh as she was reminded of his mother. She was worst in youth. The teachers were thinking on what Sherlock said. He does make a point. Our school is a bit loose with its students. I mean that business with Stain and the fact some of them show up to rescue Bakugo without permission. Midnight said with a I suppose. But would Shiketsuhai really be the best option? All might ask with his arms crossed. It would be a bit of a gamble. He would be fighting against their rules a lot of time due to his arrogance and anger, but they would install a more stable code to his lack of control. It a high risk, but higher return kind of thing. Aizawa said as he wondering if it was a right call. I suppose he believed that a sturdy hand that doesn't feed his ego and actually bring back to earth would be better than our methods. I can't help but agree. Midnight grimaced as she knew full well that the teachers of UA were a bit loose and childish for people like Bakugo. Now come along everyone. I want to show you around and get to know you all since I will be teaching everyone for the year. Sherlock said as he made a follow me gesture. The 1A and 1B students looked between themselves, unsure whether they should follow the clearly insane man, but did as they were told, sparing Bakugo some pity glances as they left. Bakugo just lay there in shock at what just happened. He wasn't sure what to do or say. But one thing he was certain of. He will make the quirkless beater pay. Bakugo sighed as he saw the person he once was. He wondered how Izuku still saw him as a friend after all that. Izuku's heart must be made of steel to handle it for so long. With the class. Home-sensei? Did you really needed to expel Bakugo? Momo asked with a gulp. Yes. Unlike the others heroes in this school, I did background check on everyone here and dig up their past. And Bakugo have a huge case of narcissistic personality disorder. I'm hoping Shiketsu High will help him control it better and get professional help. I already informed the school headmaster about it. They agree to this course of action. They will try to help get a good control of his emotions and see if they could get him to agree to get help. He wouldn't get it from here since everyone here is a bit of an idiot. Sherlock said with an eye roll. Everyone blink as they hear what Sherlock Izuku said about Bakugo. What narcissistic personality disorder? Kuda asked with a frown, with Eri wondering the same thing. Narcissistic personality disorder involves a pattern of self-centered, arrogant thinking and behavior, a lack of empathy and consideration for other people, and an excessive need for admiration. Momo said with a thinking expression as she did study mental illness as she was wondering if they affects Quirk's performances. That oddly makes sense. Tsuyu said with an even more deadpan than normal. Hey, I have no mental issue. Bakugo said in anger. But he did grow out of it a bit. He does care for Kirishima a lot. Uraraka pointed out. Yeah, he is growing. Wow bro. You're doing awesome. Kirishima said happily as he gave Bakugo a bro hug. We should schedule some therapy later for young Bakugo. It may help him improve himself as a hero and a person if we get him some help. All Might said as he had a thinking posture. I'll bring it up the Principal Nizu later. Present Mike said with a nod. I hate you all. Bakugo grumbled as he didn't like how they were ignoring him. Everyone flinched at his flat tone, but were glad Sherlock wasn't being cruel. Just straightforward. Now my students. Let me show you where everything is and then hero training. Sherlock suddenly said cheerfully as he led them all down a hallway. USJ incident. Sherlock was out of breath as he was dealing with the crowd of villains. Scatter them about. I need to hurry to take the rest of the villains out and find my students. While it's obvious they don't know their quirks, doesn't mean they would be unlucky and be pair up with those that can counter their quirks. Sherlock thought as he was hold his cane up to block an attack. He rolled down and pulled out some vials and threw them to the villains around him. They shatter and the scent from it got into the air. The villains smell it and felt drowsy before they pass out from the smell. Everyone jumped as they didn't expect a sudden time jump into the future and to see Sherlock Izuku in action. Huh, so we are seeing how the USJ would have been if Izuku was there as a pro. Ida said as he pondered what would have been different here. I'm sure not much would be different, but it's nice to see how he fight. Mandalay said as she wasn't sure what happened that day, but was more curious on how this version Izuku fight. He seemed to use tools and drags to fight. A smart fighter if I ever seen one. Midnight said as she watched the fight closely. Sherlock then went to attack the one behind the attack. But he stopped as the one known as Nomu was suddenly in front of him. He jumped back and ready his stance. Okay. This thing was created to kill All Might. So its speed and strength most match up nicely to the old man. But the real mastermind wouldn't stop there. I assume he have some sort of shock nullify or something with some healing quirk. I need to stall it. I won't beat it with what I have at the moment. Sherlock deducted quickly as he charged the Nomu. He did a few jabs on certain point on its body while making sure to carefully predict where the Nomu will attack him to avoid injuring himself. One well-placed hit can end him if it is strong as All Might. The Nomu fell over and stayed stunned for a few seconds, but it got up and charged at Sherlock once again. This went on for a while, with Sherlock losing steam and having a hard time staying just out of the attack range. But then All Might show up and the rest was history. So he figure what we learn months later in a couple of seconds. Impressive. Aizawa in an impressed tone. Impressive is an understatement. It downright scaring. Midnight said with a shiver as she didn't think someone could be so smart. I'm surprised he was able to hold his own against a Nomu so well. He predicted his attack so easily and moved to avoid damage. Not to mention he struck nerves points stop it from moving faster to buy time while his healing quirk couldn't heal fast enough to the nerves. It rather impressive. Momo said as she was taking noted of the fighting style for future reference. That just show why he number 2. He is very skilled. Toridoki said as he wasn't sure if he could beat this version of Izuku. Skip to the camping trip. Sherlock was talking to the Wild Pussycats group with Water Hose Duo bring up food to the group as they waited for the students to arrive. Kuda and the Wild Pussycats' eyes were widened in shock as they saw the 2 fallen heroes laughing with them. What? Mandalay said in shock as she didn't think she'd see them again. Kuda's eyes were watering as he saw his parents alive and well. The group wisely stay quiet as they let the family to their thoughts. And that how All Might and Eraserhead good cop and bad cop role reverse went. Sherlock finished his tale, making the group burst out laughing. Oh man Sherlock. I swear you tend to stumble onto some funny things as you work. Mandalay said with a slight blush, almost calling Sherlock by his real name. Thank you for not saying my real name out loud, Mandalay. Anyway, I just happy to be around to witness these moments since you force me through rehab and kill my other hobbies. Sherlock said with a slight pout. All Might flush in embarrassment as Aizawa shake his head as he recalled that moment. It was painful to recall. I want to know later. Present Mike said to them, making everyone agree. The 2 heroes groan as they knew they won't able to escape this. Did they rehab? Momo asked with a concerned frown. I don't like the sound of that. That mean Izuku was doing something he wasn't supposed. Inko said with a worry expression. Sherlock, you took drags cause you get bored and it nearly kill you as you push how many you can take before it get dangerous. Not mention you don't eat or sleep normally before, but the drags took those bad habits to the extreme that put you in the hospital. You nearly die. Ragdoll said seriously. I know. But I was bored and curious on how much my body can take before it shut down. Sherlock said with a smile as though he doesn't even know how wrong that sounded. Everyone jaw drop in shock at the fact Sherlock Izuku did just a dangerous thing to see what happened. For someone so smart he a dumbass. Bakugo said with a snore. I want to argue that, but I can't. Momo admitted with a sigh. What will I do with you? Mandalay said with a sigh as she got from her spot. Walk behind Sherlock and kiss his cheek before heading inside to get some water bottles and make sure Kuda was finishing his homework. Sherlock's face was a little red and he coughed. Geez Han, a little warning next time. Sherlock said as he covered his face with his hat, making the group laugh. You know, I would have been so against your 2 marriage back then if I hadn't met you. Koda father, Ko, said with a laugh. Please don't remind me. If Sherlock hadn't show up when he did with his partner, Red Riot, we wouldn't be here today. Koda mother, Mizu, said with a shiver as she recalled how Sherlock and Red Riot had arrived to fight the madman who kills so many. That explains why they are alive in this world. Because Izuku and Kirishima were there to stop him. Mandalay said with a sigh. If only they were so lucky in our world. She thought sadly. Kuda said nothing as he wiped a small tear off his eyes. He knew he shouldn't be jealousy of his other self, but he wanted his parent back so badly. But he won't forget them. He won't let Izuku teachings go to waste. So he looked up and smiled as he saw his parents were happy and burn it into memory. Their smiles. This also explains where Kirishima of this world is. He is old as Izuku and his partner. I can see that honestly. Mina said with a giggle. Hell yeah, me and Izuku would be a great duo. Kirishima agreed happily. Muscular. The monster and cold-blooded killer. Apparently Sherlock had been chasing this man before that incident as he was hired by a sad old man whose daughter was RPE and murdered by the man. Sherlock accepted without thought and started chasing him for 1 week and 3 days with no sleep, food or pause. He often stated that sleep and food is optional if he could afford it. But mostly he spent every waking moment on a case. Every waking moment. Everyone's eyes widen in shock at how dedicated Sherlock Izuku was to his job. It was impressive, but highly concerning as well. Well, got to admire his work ethics. He take his job very seriously, Ida said after a moment of pause. A bit destructive though, Uraraka said with a worry frown. I suppose he gets so caught on his thoughts he forget what a human is supposed to be. Tokoyami said with a shrug. Sherlock had made sure to study for any clue of his quirk, as at that time, no one knew what it was. But he knew what it was after careful research and made some vials that can cripple the man. And then he had Red Riot beat the hell out of him to subdue Muscular, as the vial didn't fully take away his quirk and leave him with enough energy to fight. Needless to say, it was a terrible day for Muscular when he ran into the duo. So because of that, the hero team's Water Hose, Wild Pussycats and Wonder Duo had team up and became friends. And love bloomed between Sherlock and Mandalay to the point they got married. Of course, that little tidbit wasn't public and they planned to keep it that way for as long as possible. Don't worry about it. The madman is in prison for good and he doesn't even have control of his quirk anymore. The drags I made sure of that, Sherlock said with a smug smile. Everyone felt a shiver go up their spine as they didn't like how Sherlock Izuku was so happy he basically crippled a man. Coulda just smiled that the bastard got what coming to him. Well, we know how Sherlock fight. He prep and use known data to defeat his enemies. And make it hurt. Midnight said, a little afraid. And that he makes sure that Red Riot act like his heavy hitter also help. Scary combo in all honesty. I'm more into the romance between Sherlock and Mandalay. It's so cute. Hagakure said with a squeal. I'm interested too. Inko agree. Moving on. Mandalay said quickly as she didn't want to deal with this as her face was heating up. Yeah. Speaking of drags, you have been following your rehab, right? Mizu asked with a concerned frown. Yes. I have been going like a good little boy. Plus, the teachers at UA made sure I keep going. Those FANG dastards. Sherlock said with an eye roll. Good. The group said, which Sherlock responds with a tongue at them. The day was peaceful from there as they waited for the students to arrive. And thanks to Sherlock lessons and training, they made it pretty quickly. Not in 3 hours as the Pussycats did, but did in 4.5 hours. The heroes apologizes as they realize scale to the students to themselves and made a terrible test. But they were impressed that thanks to Sherlock training, they came pretty close. The teachers were impressed that Sherlock Training 2 class was going so smoothly as they almost made it in time. The 1A students wonder what type of training they went through to be so skilled if they were so close to pros. They shiver at the thought of going through hell to be so skilled. Skip the after Aria recuse. Out of my way. Shino, Mandalay, in her civilization outfit, shouted as she pushed past the group of reporters as her and the group were trying to get to the hospital as fast as they could. Once they got inside, they rushed to the desk. After getting the information on where Sherlock room was, they waste no time rushing to the room. Once they got to the door, Shino slammed the door open and froze at what she saw, as did the rest of the group. Sherlock was attached to so many machines. Some of the students that came to visit were close to tears, and Sir Knight, I look at them and grimace. He doesn't have much time. Say your goodbyes. He not going to live for much longer. Night Eye said as he lead the students out. Oh God, no. Inko said as tears were already falling from her eyes as she saw her son in critical conditions. Everyone was quiet as they took in the sight in front of them. Izuku looked so pale. Mirio and All Might knew what must happen based on his wounds and that the fact Sir Night Eye was there by his side. They closed their eyes in respect for Sherlock Izuku for saving him for his own life. The team walked toward Sherlock's body, seeing he was having a hard time breathing despite having a breathing machine. Sherlock looked at them and gave them the best smile he could muster at the moment. Hello everyone. It seems my adventures is over now. Sherlock said sadly as he could feel the world was slowly fading from his vision and his body feeling numb as he knew his time is over. Please Izuku. Not like this. Don't die like this. Shino begged to Sherlock, even going as far as using his real name. Why? There's still so much to do. You can't die like this. Tiger, said as well. Sorry. But this is my end. I have no regrets. I reached my dream of being a hero. I found love. And even though I never got to meet them, I was going to be a father. I'm satisfied for all I did. Izuku stated happily to them as the heart machine was showing his pulse was getting weaker. Why, you knew? Shino asked in horror. Of course he knew. He the world #1 detective for a reason. Momo said sadly as Sherlock Izuku looked so happy at the fact he was going to be a father, but that made watching this harder as the child would never knew how great their father was. As Sheet. This is getting harder to watch by the second. Mineta said sadly as he was hoping this ends soon for everyone's sake. Mandalay was just watching in horror as her other self was begging for Izuku to live, but knew it was pointless. Oh, of course I knew. You're not good at hiding it. Izuku said in between some bloody coughs. I was planning on early retirement to raise the child. But it looked like I will never met them. I'm sorry, Shino. But look like I'm leaving with you a burden of responsibly alone. Izuku said as he was trying to speak as quickly as possible before he be unable to. Don't worry. We'll be here for them. You can entrust them to us, Izuku. Ryuko, Pixie Bob, said as tears were forming in her eyes. Thank you. I'm feeling sleepy. Huh. Izuku said with a small smile as his were getting droopy before he saw someone very dear to his heart. He could see Inko smiling warmly at him. It's time to come home, my baby. You gave it your all and I'm so proud of you. Inko said warmly as she placed a hand on Izuku's face. Everyone was in tears at this point. No one was able to talk as they were worried their voice would crack and no words come out. Inko smiled softly as she was happy that she will be there in the end. To pick up her baby boy and take him home with her. She wouldn't have it any other way. Mom? I haven't seen you for years. I've missed you so much. Izuku said as his eyes were closing before they shut and his body went limp. But Izuku had a small smile on his face. A smile of a man who had lived his life to the fullest and found true happiness. The heart machine is no longer reading his heartbeat. The group just sat there in silence, mourning for their close friend. Shino cried as the love of her life just left the world without meeting his child. Everyone was crying for a while, some loud, some quietly. But what they all had one thought in their heads. This is too cruel for a hero. But they were happy that Izuku had lived to his fullest and could pass on to the other side without worry that his child will be cared for. Many years later. Bye, Mom. I'm off to you now. A green-haired teen shouted happily as he put on his backpack and a familiar red shoes. Ah, don't forget your lunch, Tanti. Shino called out from the kitchen. Don't worry, Mom. I already got it. Bye. Tanti called out as he ran out the house and toward the train station. Shino looked out the window to see her son running with the biggest smile. She also can see a little shadow of his father next to him as he ran. He growing to be a fine young man, Izuku. He would be the next Sherlock Holmes if he keep this up. Shino mused as she looked to the picture of Izuku and Shino wedding day. She smiled warmly at it before finishing cleaning dishes. She went to get her hero uniform. She will be on the clock soon and the streets aren't going to patrol itself. Everyone was silent. The sight of a fallen Izuku burned into their memories forever. But they could smile as they saw Izuku-san was carrying his torch. He will be a good hero, just like his father. Tantiha? On a nose, don't you think? Pixie Pop said as she tried to lighten the mood. I suppose it is. But it a good way to remember his father. Tanti mean detective. It a good way to show that his light live on in his son. Mandalay said with a soft smile. The pussycats smile in agreement as they talk about Tanti and what he could do in the future as a hero. The 1A class finally recover from their emotions and talk about Sherlock Holmes and his weird habits. Inko managed to dry her tears and was just happy she was there at the end. All Might smile in pride as he knew that Izuku could grow to be like Sherlock. He hoped that when the day come, he could see it for himself.